It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. It's now or never. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with a red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Ooh, you love the fame, you are not the same. Girl, when I was with you, strung around the place, makeup on your face. Tell me what's your issue? What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that you told me that you love me. And now you're in the spotlight, and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting, you're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight, and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, playing with my. Now we know you fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, 'cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight, and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting, you're playing with my heart.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
Too easy. Don't stand too close, it might get hot and start dripping on you. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Spent a bag on the whip, parked in valet. Just took another trip, skipped a drive, called my pilot, then jet down to LA. Yeah, tell me, who you know like this? Let the beat bang, turned off the light switch. I was in the VIP and met a spicy mamacita. Took her ass straight to Costa Rica. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. That's facts. Step back, homie, don't let this freezer go dripping. Cause these jewels might mess around and flood the whole kitchen. Took a bit to get it, was on a mission. And now it's platinum plaques, back to back. I spent a couple mil, you spent a whole rack. Bout the block just to give it back. Remember I was moving rocks, now I spit crack. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. That's facts. I'm too cold for you. Diamond straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice, homie. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the wind. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A
champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go, hey, step back, look at the wrist, wrist. Let go, let it go, switch. Turn the heads, can't miss this. Run it up, it's my fitness. Windows limousine tinted, stay up out of my business. Hey, you can never break me down, need more to take me out. They was all cool back then, now they wanna hate me now. Funny how it goes, can I get a countdown and drum roll? No time ain't an option, no. Sit back, watch this unfold. Hey, but it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spy, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spy, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. I got nothing but gas in the tank, if the wrong guy really wanna wanna come test me cause he envy everything that I got. What I am and he not. Coldest one on the block. You know these boys don't got nothing but excuses. My whole squad been doing their thing, dropping nothing but exclusives. Ooh, I know you see me step back, flossing. Please don't get too close unless you proceeding with caution. Yeah, I broke the moves out, time got nauseous. We can never settle for no loss. Shit, hey, but it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pulled up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pulled up, got the blind high, been a man.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called a ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just wanna have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
au niveau de ce backside, défonce absolument tous ses adversaires et c'est l'ace.
Sabırlı, kontrollü iki oyuncu bir daire tam ters tarafında.
I hope you're ready, because the first ever Valorant Challengers EMEA tournament is about to begin. The best teams from each regional league have qualified to battle for crucial points on the road to Ascension. And trust me, this is where we find out who has what it takes to go all the way. Let's meet the 5 regions, 12 teams, and the rising stars who are ready to shine in this tournament. First up, DAC Evolution, a region with 2 powerhouse teams ready to make their mark. CGN Esports, the kings of DAC, holding the most championship titles in the region. Built on regional prides, they represent Cologne with their legacy. With Wolfen's Tier 1 experience, they're ready to prove they belong at the top once again. Then there's FOKUS, DAC's only team to ever reach VCT before franchising. Led by the deadly duo of Valorant and Sus, they dominated this last split to secure their spot. But can they do it again on the international stage? Over in France, we've got 2 squads with unfinished business. Mandatory, the eternal runner-ups. 4 Challengers France League finals, 4 losses. With Sivov and Enzo now on their roster, they aim to shed that label and prove themselves against other EMEA teams.
Le spike, on va devoir aller chercher, Sif qui tire sur un premier, sur un second, Sif!
For Enzo, who's been in Tier 1 before, competing in some of the biggest international events with Fnatic, this could be 3rd time lucky on his road back to the top. On the other side, we've got Job Life, the undisputed kings of Challengers France with 3 consecutive titles. This year, they feature Starkzo, one of the first Valorant champions with Ascend, who stood out during the last split alongside fellow Polish player Unfake. It will be exciting to see how this duo performs in the tournament. Now let's talk about Northeast, where new blood meets experience. Shachmat, one of the strongest Polish rosters of all time, a core that's been together since 2023. With Chris and Kozok leading the charge, they now aim for their Grandmaster moment, ready to checkmate the competition on their way to Ascension. Then there's Team Liquid Academy, the first ever Academy team to win a Challengers League. 3 rookies, no prior experience, but raw, untapped talent. GSR emerged as a key player with standout performances on VISE in the tightly contested regional finals, which featured 5 intense matches and culminated in Team Liquid Academy's victory. Metizport, this Norwegian squad isn't just here to play, they're here to reach Ascension. Step 1, qualify for the first Challengers tournament. Done. Now, with Angbis bringing experience from last year's Ascension stage, where he finished 3rd, they're looking to turn ambition into reality. And don't sleep on Enterprise Esports. They fought their way to the finals but fell just short.
Oh my god!
Now, 2 former Valorant world champions, Zeke and Keles, are back. Can they reclaim their spot among the elite? Next up, the Rising Series. Traditionally the Spanish league, but now featuring a new wave of Italian talent breaking through. HGE Esports came, fought, and conquered. They took down Dynasty to claim the title, and at the center of it all, Hyber, the Finnish player who's been tearing up the scene. Now, he sets his sights on the next challenge, ready to continue his warpath. Dynasty, the other Italian squad that will put everything on the line to secure the most points. You may already know Barry G, he's been here before, making it to Ascension. Let's see if he can do it again and take Dynasty all the way. And last but not least, Turkey, where some of the best players have proven to come from. BBL Pacific, the partner team of BBL Esports and back-to-back Berlic League champions. Last year, they climbed through Premier to earn their place in Ascension, proving that it can be done. They fought their way to the finals but fell in a very close 3-2 to Apex. Now, they come back with one goal in mind, redemption. Then there's Eternal Fire, a team built on a fire and ice combo. QT, the high-risk, high-reward playmaker, and Brave, the silent but deadly closer. Both know what it is like to compete in VCT EMEA. So, will this be the perfect balance to reach Tier 1? The battle for Ascension points starts now, and you won't want to miss a second of it. Who's making a name for themselves? Who's proving that they belong at the top? And who's setting themselves up to be just one shot away from Tier 1? Let me know in the comments who you're rooting for. It all goes down from March 3rd to 9th, so get ready, because the future of Valorant starts here.
Yeah, motivated on focus. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight, it's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight, it's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Hey yo, listen up. If you're here for the safe plays, if you're here for the hero shots and predictable endings, you're in the wrong place. We're here to shake things up. Teach lessons the hard way. We come from all over, different places, different styles, but one common goal: to challenge conventions and fight for ascension. We're stealing the spotlight. We're the ones everyone's gonna be talking about tomorrow. In short, we are the future. Unfiltered, unpredictable, unstoppable.
Here comes the party!
We are challengers.
Hello everybody, welcome back to EMEA Challenges. It's day 3, it's the final day of the group stage. We're just about to get things going into the playoffs, but we need to wrap up some games before we get there. And we've had a little change up here on the analyst desk as well for the Northeast stream. Welcome, MP.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here first time. Obviously, we did have some shows on the Northeast broadcast, but I'm really excited to be here in Challengers EMEA because honestly, a lot of great teams, a lot of great actions, and a lot of surprises, I would say.
Exactly, it's like Ascension Light. It's things are so amazing. It's the same kind of tournament. It's just kind of condensed down for you. We're having a little Ascension kind of thing, and teams get Ascension points from it. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a second, because all of the games today are going to have some effect on how teams gain Ascension points on this one, but we've got so much to go for, so let's take a look back at what we've seen so far with the groups as it stands, because we've played two days of the group stage, and this is what we saw yesterday on our stream. If I remember correctly, we had Enterprise Esports and BBL Pacific. That one ended 2-1 in their favor, and then we had FOKUS versus Team Liquid Academy. We didn't quite expect it to be so dominant in the favor of FOKUS, but it turned out very well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. FOKUS absolutely dominated that second map. I think it was 13-4. Obviously, the first map was quite even, and that was the thing I was expecting from both of these teams. The biggest surprise for me, or a lot of people I would say, was GoNext actually beating JobLife 2-0, and not only them beating them 2-0, but 13-2, 13-6. I was honestly expecting GoNext getting that win against JobLife, but the manner which they got that was, I think, incredible to me.
Yeah, and here's how that affects the standings. Mandatory are through, BBL Pacific are through. Those are our only two teams that are locked into the playoffs so far. Everything's still to play for here in Group C and Group D. We can talk about permutations for just a little bit before we get into things. So JobLife versus Eternal Fire is the game that's going to be happening in Group C. That's going to very much affect who goes through, as GoNext Esports can make it through if JobLife 2-1 Eternal Fire obviously go through if they win that game, and I think if JobLife 2-0 they go through. So lots of things that can happen on that one. The one that we're going to be watching is going to be Group D. We have FOKUS versus Dynasty. And yes, Dynasty can still, I think, get something done with this one. If they beat FOKUS and their map differential is better, things can happen for them. But FOKUS most likely to get through on that one.
Yeah, I think it pretty much had to be like 13-0 or something for Dynasty, and it doesn't look great when they already have lost against Team Liquid Academy, and FOKUS is actually looking in a really good form. A lot of great experience alongside that roster, and I think it's going to be interesting matchup, obviously, because there's going to be some rivalries that's going to come through in that, but we'll get onto that later. Honestly, I think it's going to be a pretty exciting day, even though a lot of these groups are already set.
Yeah, here's what we have to look forward to. You can already see down there in your bottom right. HGE versus Metizport. These two teams, neither of them can make it through to the playoffs at all, but they can play for Ascension points. Whoever wins that game does get 1 Ascension point added onto their tally, which can be really important as things shape up through the rest of the year.
Yeah, absolutely, and that could be the crucial point. Obviously, at this point, 1 point doesn't seem to be that big of a difference, but when we go towards the end of the year, that could absolutely be the game changer. The second match of the day is going to be Dynasty versus FOKUS. I think this is going to be really interesting in terms of the matchup. Dynasty, obviously, they do want to take that win under their belt because they haven't quite gotten one single win in this Challengers EMEA tournament. So before they go for the next season, obviously, they would love to beat FOKUS. But it's going to be an interesting matchup to see whether FOKUS is actually going to let Dynasty do anything, because that that match against Team Liquid Academy was quite dominant, especially on the second map.
Indeed it was. Well, that is what's going to happen here today on this stream. Hopefully Hazard and Cairo are ready to tell me what's going to be happening over there on the East stream right now.
Thank you, Twiggy and MP. And welcome to the East stream yet again. We're just checking in here to let you guys know what's going on our side of your screens right now. I'm Hazard, joined by Cairo yet again. And we've got a couple of games coming up for you. Group deciders, if you will. The first of which, CGN versus Enterprise. And in terms of what that's worth, it's just a single ascension point.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, Hazard, in the grand scheme of things, that one ascension point could be the difference between qualifying and not when we get to that split 3. Listen, at this stage, it seems measly just to have one singular point, but it's all about what happens later down the line and whether that will be important or not.
Yeah, who knows what difference a point could make. Enterprise really pushed BBL Pacific yesterday. It's unfortunate that they couldn't make it out of the group, but we'll have to see if they can prove that against CGN later on. But the game that we do have later on, the evening, well, this is a bit spicy because still there is a possibility that every single team could qualify from the group. Now, those permutations do start to get a bit lengthy as we look towards Job Life, for example, after that defeat against Go Next yesterday. But their eyes, the polls, will be glued to the screen because if Job Life can do a favour for them, there is a chance they make it in over Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I mean, the question we were asking, is it a step too far, or will this be the miracle run, the Cinderella run that the Polish roster would have been hoping for? Listen, we'll find out in that last game, and I'm really excited to get into it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the East stream without it being part of Northeast anyway, and this Polish squad has already given us a lot of magic dust. So we'll have to see if there's any more of that left in the tank or if we have to wait until next stage. But that's all from us for now. Best of luck with the North stream, guys, and we'll see you all later.
Thank you very much, Hazza. Yeah, it should be a great day no matter what stream you're watching, so make sure to keep up to date on the socials. You'll be able to see all the clips, best clips of the day happening over there, and you'll be able to keep up with what's happening on every stream, just in case, you know, you don't want to be flipping back and forth between both of them. You know, I get that our generation is very kind of, you know, we like to have 5 different videos open at the same time, but maybe 2 live Valorant matches is not quite the... Although, to be fair, having Hazard and Cairo and Pavlos and Ryan screaming down your ear canals, you could have one on the left channel, one on the right channel. It could be quite a nice time. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe you still will need to have that Subway surfers running around there next to you, but I don't know. I'm not one of those TikTok kids anymore. I could go back into that.
You're better than us,
you never know. Yeah, obviously. For now, give me a month or two. I'll be back on it. I'll be back on the game again. But the game that we have today, HGE Esports versus Metizport, I think this is gonna be interesting. Obviously, Metizport coming from that Northeast region is gonna be probably a favorite for a lot of Northeast fans. But then you have HGE Esports, who is insanely good, incredible roster, obviously built around Hyber. This roster was completely rebuilt, and Hyber was in the center of that, obviously switching roles throughout last year. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do today, because they kind of choked out on that mandatory game.
Yeah, exactly. HGE Esports versus Mandatory was one hell of a starting game to open up this tournament, because 15-13 in the favor of Mandatory on HGE Esports pick, and then 15-13 to HGE Esports on Mandatory's pick was an interesting way to start that series out. It eventually ended pretty you know, heftily in Mandatory's favor with a 13-5, but still, a really good fight put up from HGE Esport. It's unfortunate that they're not going to be going through to the playoffs. I would have loved to see a bit more of them, but obviously Metizport, you can't count them out, even though they are the 4th seed coming in from Northeast. They put up a good fight as well. They won the first map 13-10, in fact, and again, that was Mandatory's pick. I don't know what it is about their first pick that is not great for them, but hey, who knows? And it kind of went downhill from there. Obviously, the final map was 13-3, but still, definitely going to be an interesting matchup against these guys, HGE Esports.
Yeah, the one thing I'm interested in what happened in HGE's matchup, they were obviously 12-5 up against Mandatory and they choked that lead. Is that gonna become a thing in this matchup as well? Is Metizport gonna be able to bring out that vision that they have, especially alongside Shadow, their new coach? It's gonna be such an incredible feat for Metizport to have that incredible talent backing them. But I do honestly think maybe it's the Finnish thing that we have. I finally have Finnish players that I can analyze. Famsi and Hyber, both really prominent, amazing players. Hyber has gotten a bit of a taste in the VCT circuit as well. Obviously, great record from the whole year, and he has had to actually reinvent himself in this roster. His journey throughout last year was a really big change for him because he used to play duelist, now switching up for that initiator role. It's gonna be interesting to see whether Hyber can pull it off consistently that he has been able to do throughout the season. That was an interesting switch, let's say, because I was so keen to see Hyber play that duelist once again, but he had to switch from that role, give Lime a lot of role in that. But now he's supporting Famsi, he's supporting Michel, and I think duelist experience as initiator is gonna be incredible because you already know what the duelists are gonna do or what they want to do, so you can provide a lot of information and utility. And I think for that, Hyber is definitely in a great position as an initiator.
Yeah, I think we see that quite a lot actually over all of the EMEA Tier 2 leagues, is that we've seen a lot of players come through who are kind of duelist players but playing on Initiator. Obviously, GSR springs to mind from Team Liquid Academy, an absolutely cracked Initiator player that is very self-sufficient. I think that's a great look for this team, and I think it will help them out greatly here against Metizport. This team has had a journey. It was a hard-fought victory to get through into this tournament in the first place in Northeast. Obviously, you know, 4 slots, you think it would be easy to get through, but it definitely wasn't for Metizport. But they did manage to get it done. They have a host of talent, and I don't think you can count them out in this matchup.
Absolutely no. Yeah, obviously, I think Metizport were quite deserving of that 4th seed. There was a lot of good talent in Enterprise Esports, Go Next, Team Liquid Academy, so it was a really tough situation for Metizport to even get into that top 4. But I think they had a solid season. Obviously, they took out Shakmat throughout that season, who is now Go Next. They lost against Enterprise Esports and Team Liquid Academy, so they were kind of looking for that redemption here, and I think beating against HGE could be a really great redemption. Obviously, they have a new addition into the roster that you cannot see in this roster, but it's Shadow on the coaching position. Incredible experience from VCT circuit, but also in Apex back in Polaris and now in a coaching role. It's going to be interesting to see what Apex can bring into the table, because it's going to be a lot of experience, but how is that experience going to show on the server? Are the timeouts going to be on top? I think so, because he already knows what you have to do in those timeouts.
Yeah, for sure. We can get things going straight away with the map veto here, so it should be an interesting one. Obviously, for HGE Esports, a lot of the time, again, their first map pick has not been an amazing one for them, so it's going to be important for them to choose correctly here. Split and Fracture are the first ones banned out.
Yeah, no surprises here. Obviously, Metizport, they really like playing Fracture, which is really rough because HGE's permaban is Fracture. This was kind of a question mark for me. Are they going to go for Haven or Lotus? Haven is going to be the pick for Metizport, but I think the clear favorites for HGE is going to be Abyss, even though they had a terrible comeback against them in Mandatory. I think this is still a solid pick. It's not quite the best pick for Metizport, so I think Abyss is a clear favorite for HGE here.
Yeah, and the final map, Metizport seem to like to float Pearl, but Lotus is the floated one for the other team, so Pearl is going to be the final map here. This should be interesting. I think this is a very even matchup, actually. As you mentioned, HGE Esport obviously had that bit of a choke on Abyss against Mandatory, gave away that one to the opposition team, but Haven was the second map that they played against that one, managed to win out 15-13, and large part in thanks to 7 rounds in a row in the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm gonna set my eyes on Pearl. It's gonna be quite tough for Metizport to even get all the way there, but if they do get to Pearl, I'm gonna bring some Screambox here. I was in the coaching slot of playing against Metizport. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy Pearl for us. Let's just say that.
Wow.
But obviously, they had a recent matchup against Mandatory where they got absolutely domed in that Pearl. So there's a 50-50 chance, in my opinion, whether Metizport can bring their A game there, or whether they're actually gonna give HGE that Pearl.
Right, you got the insider trading knowledge going. I see how it is. Well, I mean, look, we haven't even got the thing going with the chat predictions yet at this point. So thankfully, your insider trading isn't gonna influence people's picks here. And both teams are probably hoping that it's not going to go to a map 3 to begin with. And I think, you know, it could go either way in the first 2 maps here. I think both teams are quite proficient at both of these maps, so it's very possible. And if we're seeing similar stuff, sloppy kind of plays as we did in the first couple of days, it's possible that either team could take things away. I mean, the amount of, you know, rounds in a row that got taken against Metizport after really good starts to the maps with Mandatory, right? 6 rounds in a row on Haven, and then 13-7 was the scoreline against them on that map. Its second map against Mandatory. And similar kind of story with Abyss from HGE Esports, just letting Mandatory kind of roll up that, all of the, I don't even know the word to use for it, just kind of getting that momentum going and pushing against them. There are no real changes for either team here. They're going to stick to their comfort comps. What's your prediction going into this first map?
Ooh, I do really love HGE sticking with the double duelist. I think Michelle and Famsi have already shown that they can absolutely duel their way out of any situation. I think Metizport, they have to look into this utility, into this breach and Teho to have any way of stopping this duo, and then you have that other layer of support in HGE. It's gonna be a really rough situation, in my opinion, for Metizport. They have to take the game instantly to their hands, but I'm not quite sure if they can do that.
Well, it's going to have to be a very important first map. Both teams are going to be really duking it out to see who gets out on top on this first one before we move into map 2. So either way, Alvas and Ryan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Twiggy. And I'm so excited to get into this one. HG versus Metizport going to be a really interesting matchup. Obviously, not much is thought apart from an ascension point, which in the future could present to be quite a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. But Metizport, it's just really playing for honors, I suppose, really. HG Metizport both losing to Mandatory yesterday mean that their chances of qualifying out of their group is slim, but there is a singular ascension point, which definitely adds up. These kind of things do. Maybe just a little bit of glory too. Haven's the map pick a Metizport on this attack. They're going to try and make this Teo Chinook work pre-nerf, as we sort of seen in yesterday's patch. And the post plant is very much in favor, but some damage, at least done a little bit more before it's looking to be a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, Hybert, although against the previous match he played, he was quite spectacular. I think throughout the season as a whole, Hybert has been insane. A 1v3 is asking quite a bit from now. Another spoiler, that's unfortunate. Cider ending up getting the pickup there. A triple kill as Metizport get themselves the first round on the board.
Good. Keep your focus.
So I think this is a really interesting time for both these teams. You sort of know that you're not going to be participating further in this tournament. But with slots on the board, I think this is more important realistically for Metizport to get this win and to get ascension points, because there's naturally more teams that qualify from Northeast for these kind of events. HGE is just 2. So their chances of qualifying again next stage, not too bad. Good Dynasty also performing later. They have to play up against Job Life, which I think is going to be a pretty hard series for them. So the chances of them maybe getting an ascension point might be pretty slim, but there is still life for them to actually qualify. So it's a bit of a weird day, but it should give us some good Valorant. We get to see, I guess, a sunset of Abyss.
I guess that's what we're kind of looking at as well. Metizport and HGE both able to get some extra reps on an EMEA stage. I mean, it's not often you'll be able to play an official against the #1 seeds from Spain, a very big competitor from the Northeast, right? So it feels like this is also some really good experience like that you were looking to get by qualifying already to challenge as the EMEA. So you might as well take full advantage of it. And that one ascension point, like we said, could be everything, right? If you look at Northeast, you're sending 4 seeds. I think it's 2 teams into Ascension. I could be wrong. There might be a change there, but take that with a grain of salt. But even either way, a lot of spots on offer. A lot of damage done actually here. That's not too bad from HGE. Hyper getting another pickup. That's 3 casualties from Metizport.
Taking a Phantom and Bulldog into their bonus. I'm not sure how many guns. I didn't sort of track it right at the start, but there were a couple of pistols to begin with. Looks, at least from the Observer POV, like 3 rifles. One of them was a Guardian that wasn't picked up. I feel like Anguish just having a Ghost to work with usually buys pretty low. I think a lot of Sentinel players typically do. But yeah, an eclectic group of guns for Metizport. HG, 4x, full armor, other than Serial Killer. And I think just players to be watching is definitely like Mitchell, I think. He had a really nice series, fantastic showing against Mandatory. But maybe just sort of fell off towards the end where it started to really matter.
Yeah, maybe. It's just hard sometimes, you know, when you've only got that one first game and it's the loss. And I think for Metizport and HG both, facing against Mandatory, Mandatory that really struggled to get the wins, I think, in both occasions. I think we could have easily seen either of these teams getting the win against them, but that isn't the case. Mandatory able to squeeze that one out.
Certainly HGE, 2 overtime games. It's just that last map that didn't really work out for them. But it was a hell of an experience, something to hold on to grudge match later on in the year, perhaps. But HGE, they're on this anti-bonus. 2 players have dropped. The spike has been planted. That works out really nicely for HGE's defense. Not really losing too much. Metizport not doing as much damage as they would have hoped.
No, not really. I mean, still, the rounds around, HG will be collecting this one without too much trouble. But yeah, it's a quick way to get onto the board. But this is around when we start to see things settle a little bit, where both teams have a proper buy in them and see what they're made of really on this Haven side. Both teams played this Haven against Mandatory as well, so there's also a recent VOD on how they like to approach it.
From the shadows, used, I think it was pretty much used straight on the spot. It wasn't sent back because you're looking at HG, they're still scouting out whether that Omen is actually teleported into the defender spawn. So more of a fake. Serial Killer, really not afraid to get aggressive with a wide peek completely on his own, but this smoke on sight from the Omen means that he can't necessarily trade. It's lovely play of Famzy in this utility. Can't get a third, Cider takes him out.
I mean, even though Cider takes him out, Sakake and Mitchell do the rest for HG. All started off with Serial Killer taking the first engagement like a madman. I mean, that's one of the things that can take any team off by guard. And I think for Serial Killer, that's his MO, really. Grab that headshot, get out. This time, not able to get out. But the fact that his team had enough time to reconfigure, group up, have 3 players on the backside, it was just enough. Metizport just walked into a brick wall over on C.
I'm also looking for the future. How many characters that are in the server right now are getting nerfed in some aspects? Well, changed, I guess, for ISO. Even being a really popular map for them. Makes you wonder exactly whether it's going to go up or down, the popularity.
Yeah, I guess one of the final chances to be playing it in the current patch. Perhaps Meta. Meta might stay the same, who knows, but with the changes, probably not. Anguist dropping back. It's Juicy that tries to take an early fight by himself. And in a situation like this, you kind of want to figure something out, see if you can get a cheeky 1v1 with a Sheriff, grab a headshot, get an upgrade to your gun, but it won't be happening this time for Metizport. So they group up the remaining players together and look to venture towards C.
Juicer, the hero rifle, is in Nest. It might be pick upable, but this is where Sir Cake is holding it down.
One enemy remaining.
He's got that completely under lock and key, and he's there as a guarantee as well for the backstab. Flawless round here for HGE, even though the previous one, wasn't as decisive. It's this one is very much so.
I think that was the main problem that we had with Metizport yesterday too, of just they would hemorrhage rounds, honestly. Like, losing lead is fine, but when you're like 3-0 up, you win a pistol, you win a bonus like you did on Pearl, I think it was, and then you lose every other round for the rest of the half. And the first of which was Nico. A little bit worrying about how this team can bring themselves back in it. They've got the new coach of Shadow in there, and whilst he's a knowledgeable player, and I'm sure he'd make a fantastic coach, at this point, he doesn't strike me as the kind of person to pull out like the Ted Lasso level of, team talk to rally the troops.
Yeah, but there's no playing American football in Valorant here. This is cheeky. This is a position that normally no one really takes. Okay, though, he's able to fly under the radar, get a double kill, and now brings HGE in pole position for this round.
Was it right underneath where the attacking camera was, or was the attacking camera placed after the fact?
Not sure. Probably after.
Last player standing.
That's a dangerous
Yes.
angle,
Spike down,
Fangwist.
C.
And we were talking about HGE, that so many of these players are dangerous, right? So many of these players could, do some damage by themselves. And I think it's starting to show. A lot of individual fights won here in this particular round. And it's something that Metizport will have to
30
try and
seconds
figure out
left.
how to deal with it. Because, they've got some strong, players of their own. But I feel like the way Metizport have gotten them way into Challengers EMEA was through team play, through solid, solid tactics, to be fair. It's not like the Go Next or the Liquid
10
Academy
seconds
with
left.
the extraordinary plays from the region.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think HG kind of have Metizport beat there at the moment. Just feels like they've just got this solid line. There's no area on the map that feels exploitable by Metizport, They can't find these little pockets of space to manipulate the map. And in fact, when it comes to the risks, it's HGE taking them all. You try to go on here, you got to try and take a gamble, find a pick. This feels like just a bad spot to lose to Spike in full stop. And I was about to say, you never know. I've watched enough Chinese teams from VCT last year to know that they have some horrendous timings for timeouts. But this is, I think, a good one for Shadow. A great time to step in and just be like, guys, we need kind of a round. Not in the sense of like picking a round up on the board, but more, there needs to be a game plan. Because right now it just feels that they're defaulting and then sleepwalking into certain fights.
I really like the idea of Shadow jumping into a coach slot here. Obviously, he had a really interesting career. He had some moments into VCT before making the run with Apex, then having a chance to play out with Koi, and now dropping back into the coach seat. I wonder if this is like an interim thing or him assisting with giving his knowledge, given what the expertise he's gathered over the past few years, or it's something that he wanted to get into. Either way, a solid character that I just want to see more of. I want to see what type of coach this person is, right? Because I think a lot of people have made him a fan favorite from the Apex run.
That goes there.
Maybe said that he was in the coach slot for one of the games for Metizport. Or am I like gaslighting myself here? Regardless,
He is in the coach slot, is he not?
no, he's on the desk. That would be a real like conflict of interest, would it not? Just do the desk and then whoop, see you guys.
Is my brain gone blank here?
MP in the coach slot for Metizport. Shadow.
I'm not talking about MP, mate. I'm talking
That's what
Shadow.
I was talking about. Yeah, Shadow will be.
I'm so confused. We're both talking about the same thing. We're correct about it, but saying it in different ways and not understanding each
Twiggy's
other.
coaching HG right now. That's how much of just a show match this feels.
Yeah, sure.
Portal closed.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we... Yeah, let's just walk past that. Anguist and Sido that remain. Anguist always dangerous with a Sheriff. We've seen this before. But again, I think it's asking a little bit too much of him. And with Sido left to himself now, sure, he's got the spike near him.
30 seconds left.
Zayside has just turned into a fortress, essentially. So many different angles taken up from these HGE players, and it's a double-sided peak that would put an end to Sider's life.
Okay, I have the answer. MP was coaching Havu, or at least helping him out. So he played up against Metizport on Pearl.
Left.
That's probably the most interesting thing that happened that round, to be fair, of us just trying to work out where MP coached.
No, I was talking about Shadow when you were talking about MP. That's fair. But yeah. I want to see more of Coach MP as well.
MPHC.
MPHC.
A HGE? Question mark?
The question mark? Okay, Metizport grouping up together here, but what Mitchell likes to do also is just walk outside of A-Long, trying to grab that early space, info gathered, so HGE will be comfortable to keep the players busy towards his left-hand side. They might just allow Metizport this garage access, which they do take, but instantly give away.
I do like this sort of bait play that HGE have set up over on A, though. The operator feigning that it's just pressure over there. Dedicating more than this is not really necessary, but you do have the ISO that's playing a little bit closer. But it's just the operator trying to take attention away from where Mitchell is playing from. But this smoke gives the opening for Mitchell. Gets free!
Spike down A.
How did he even get 3 there? Okay, sure. Well, that is really going to hurt Metizport on this attacking side, because they really haven't had a chance after the pistol and the follow-up to get anything done. These buy rounds have just not been working for them. HGE, on the other hand, are having a field day right now. Always having some solutions. It feels like Metizport aren't starting rounds with, you know, playing on equal grounds, on equal footing. It's just always HGE with a number or 2 above.
Can I just say, just seeing as it's like, because it's a game where it's almost like a rehearsal for these teams are playing. Can we get that replay of those kills from the replay observer, but like 50%? It's a bit short now. I just don't know where that kill in between came from. I think it was a wallbang with somebody behind.
I think it was just 2 players stuck up together, to be honest. I think it's just the collateral. The first shot connected, and then the spray transfer got 2 at the same time. I think 1 bullet killed him.
Nightmare.
I'm just thinking of
2. Could be the spray.
Ways to make it interesting for production. Yeah, can we get like the head-to-head screens like China has when it's 1 versus 1, you know? Do that on the spot.
Okay, Skate playing whack-a-mole right now. And he's pretty damn good at it. Brings out the hammer, slaps him down. Anguist, though, will try and make it a little bit more difficult. Sikake with the first ace I've seen on Challengers EMEA. That is good stuff from HGE. I feel that we have a sense of confidence in their camp that we haven't seen against their match against Mandatory.
I think you farm these up. It was an eco rounds. But even on the rounds that have been full buys for Metizport, it's not really left much to be desired. Just something's missing. And it's the 30-year-old, I imagine the oldest player in the server at this point, Sikake. 13-3. Pressure's off a little bit. And for Metizport, outside of the pistol and the anti-eco afterwards, it's just been nothing that's happened.
And again, Metizport have a buy round, and they start things off with a numbers disadvantage. That is not fair for them right now. How do you get back from that? You're going to have to be playing without smokes. You want to cross into garage, you like a smoke. You want to get your pass into B, you want to be able to smoke the entrances. And when you can't quite clear your corners, Sikake will catch you off guard.
That's perfect, though, what you just said. You can't clear your corners when you do have, like, these compositions from Metizport. You're running the Teo Breach, which seemed to be the flavor of the month from Masters Bangkok. But not having the Sova, not having a recon dart or an owl drone, which is just a little bit more well-rounded to clear some of those 50-degree angles. It is no surprise that Sikake is going for that play of just hiding in those little pockets of space. consistently and getting away with absolute murder. Second time he's done it. And it's the team as well for HGE. Sorry, I was just going to say, like, we're overplays, right? Mitchell did the same thing a round ago.
They're getting away with it.
Last player standing.
Yeah, Angus wanted to go for a bit of an there. That was a weird interaction of the ISO wall, but the defuse will be coming underway, and 8 already for HGE. This is already seeming like a difficult match for Metizport. And this is their own map pick. Reminder, this is where Metizport hope to find their success. But let's be fair, it doesn't look like a walk in the park for them so far.
Yeah, HG winning this map against Mandatory to bring us to a third map on day 1. And then Metizport actually losing it. So the favors do go towards HGE here. It was an overtime one. The second timeout required from Metizport, and no surprise really, nothing has seemed to really come together for the attacking side since that first timeout. There just seems to be a lot of stuff lacking on the executes, and it's even just the small stuff of like being able to farm up the orbs around the map. You don't have shock darts to break cipher trips too, so serial killer can be it's just that HG can be greedy with a lot of stuff that they're doing. Knowing that Metizport, because they are playing a very aggressive composition, have to make sure that everything's cleared, which requires Metizport to play with a real sense of scaling and timing, and they need bodies. They can't just sort of wander off in 5 different directions hoping to win a fight. And even when Metizport do that, it never seems to work.
Maybe now's the chance, because there's still a couple of rounds remaining in the half. And knowing Shadow, he doesn't underestimate the momentum, and he absolutely is not going to give up already. So I wonder what the stern talking to could have been for Metizport. Either way, it's all about being able to find and execute without being a player behind. Getting that first pick is going to prove to be the biggest task, I think, for Metizport.
So Cake has 15 kills. Metizport in their entirety is 21.
Oh no, not again. Oh no, not again. HG just get away with it every single time. Metizport can't catch a break. I mean, look, Famzy's position was great there. He had backup, and he also had a B plan in that position. But not only does he get one, he gets away with a second, and there is just no reply. Metizport couldn't trade it.
I think Jusu for this comp on Haven used to play Neon. So I think the jet change does kind of affect the tempo of what you can play at, because it really does feel like Metizport are trying to set up to go for explosive executes, but they kept getting caught beforehand preemptively. The operator's a really good counter call for it. And Anguist, who's usually so good at finding picks and openings, top of the ACS consistently for Metizport, goes down alone. Every fight just feels lost for Metizport. Maybe it's just the occasion. They're just not invested into it.
I mean, they get the chance as a 4th seed from Challengers Northeast to get into Challengers in EMEA, right? You'd want to be fighting for this final ascension point, right? You are literally playing for that, but they're not having too much luck with it. I don't think they've come in with the wrong attitude. I think it's just that HGE have come in with the correct attitude. Yeah, they know that this game is some proper reps that they could get in here on an EMEA level.
Yeah, I don't mean it in a sense that, like, Metizport don't care. I just think it's kind of a weird subconscious thing, right? Where, like, it's a game, but there's almost, like, unless you really care about qualifying for Ascension, which I'm sure Metizport will do, it's hard to really get yourself to dig deep and pull yourself back into this one when you're 9-2 down. I mean, even teams at the top level sometimes just go, okay, next map. Let's just try and brush it off, or at least brush off this half, you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe.
Regardless, Metizport have so much to do to bring this back in the second half.
It's not over. So Cake, this time, wasn't accurate with a headshot, but he's able to find the pickup eventually. He is being chased after. Thankfully for him, there is a trip, but it doesn't really matter. Famzy now finds himself to the back of the site. one more flash available if he wants to use it to exit his dimensional drift, but will use it without having to do that. TP away as Metizport are permitted entry into the seaside, but it's treacherous. Oh, it is so damn tough to get the spike down when shock darts and lead is flying at you in every single direction. A solid half for HGE as they end things in a 10-2.
There's so much to do when it comes to the half, right? Metizport chose this map. 2-10 down on their choice. They have to go defend now. HGE, see how they do after a short break.
Solid start for HGE for sure in this first half, 10-2 being the score against Metizport. Now the switch of sides though, the attacking side being taken up by the Spanish representative, while the Norwegian org has a lot to do now, entering on the defensive.
It's just the pistol and the anti-eco that Metizport won. Both timeouts used. Fair to say they can make it 2 pistols, but it's what the rest of the half does for them on this defense. That aggressive tail breach double initiator comp, lacking a Sova, fade, some hardcore information. Feels like it was lacking on the attacking side, but maybe on the defensive they can go and try and take and fight for space. I'm going for a similar play to what Kellogg's was doing over on Mandatory, trying to sneak into sewers and get timings on players, but instead it's a fast reset to a C-split.
It is Burzy trying to hold the line here, able to connect with the first shot, finding the opener goes to Metizport, and the follow-up as well from Anguist, although it's still a 4v3 as Sakei keeps it close. HG react by dropping back. C is not where they want to go.
I'm going to try and reset to B. So whether the Omen can actually get this peak from Nest, this has been pretty much a consistent death spot when Metizport were attacking. The Paranoia is even going to be dedicated. With serial killer check. Oh, that's a hell of a flick actually.
And now there's some extra pieces falling together here for HG, but Chinook now has easy pickings as the 2 remaining players are very low. Sakei on 27. That's where Jusu is, which is a positive. He's able to block from where he's coming from. The read drops the smoke. Jusu peeks and Sakei knows. But again, 1 shot away from his death. And he knows. Has to go for the spike pickup. Chinook is patient. Makes it a headshot for good measure as Metizport are able to win the pistol of the second half.
Both pistols so far this map, but that has literally been all she wrote for Metizport thus far. Really nice round for Chinook. Nice and clean to win out the clutch, but some good damage done again. Burzy able to just get 1 kill and the trade coming in from Anguist. I was a bit worried when I saw him take that peek on the column when he got the Euro in C-long. At least HGE making it competitive and Chinook keeping a composure. I think for Metizport's future, like Chinook's the player that I'm keeping an eye on.
Okay. Definitely a strong one. And the youngest in the server at 17. And next is Mitchell on HGE, where he's 19. And the rest of them are boomers, 20.
Yeah.
21, 23 years old.
Old man.
Yeah. Old man. This is looking clean, though. This is looking a lot better, and probably a boost of confidence, I'd imagine. But I think it's... The test will be the buy rounds. The test will really be how they can do when their opponents have rifles as well.
I find them. I kill them. Simple
It
as that.
wasn't even that Metizport had that bad of a bonus. Actually, no, it was exactly that. What am I saying? So basically, it's the fact that Metizport, when they had that bonus, it's a round where you have a lot of freedom to kind of just make a play. You should lose that round. So you're either looking to surprise them, catch them out, and maybe steal the round away from them, or at least get a plant when you're attacking. Get a lot of eliminations, force HGE onto a lower buy when you have a full buy in the round after this one. For Metizport on attack, it just didn't go anywhere. I think it was 2 kills that they got. They didn't get to plant the spike. They're trying to be aggressive, and Chinook has found another one, which is a great opening and a great chance for Metizport to win this bonus round.
It was kind of funny how Famzy just said, I'm out, and let Mitchell to die. Either way, though, HGE are going to keep their composure and stick to that right-hand side, though Metizport have also reinforced it with a third.
Camera's broken on the C site, but you got so many trips just cutting across the main way that the Cypher isn't too concerned about anybody flanking all the way past them. He's moved over to Nest to make sure that there's not going to be a garage split. And this attacking smoke, isolating some of the angles, but with the jet up on the high ground, they can see if anybody goes left or right. It has left the tail of Chinook alone here. That's the opening HG would want. Looking like an open site on A to go for this execute.
Yeah, it's Baron. It's exactly what HGE needed here.
30
With the early
seconds
pick,
left.
keeping things
Spike
close.
planted.
Anyone's round. Now, they're going to have to break this trip. Actually, there's a jump-up position for both of these players to move through, so maybe HGE won't be thinking about it, but they do jump, and Famzy has heard it. He's nearby to try and deal with it as well. That's the first. He did hear a second jump, so he's knowing that someone else is around, so turns around just in time against Cider. And Famzy just keeps it going. And I think he's calling, give me the ace, lads. He's running right after it. Look at him. He's looking for it. But Jusu isn't going to be handing it off that easy. He might try to drop back here, but he's been revealed as well by the recon, holding the line of fire. They know he's got a sniper on him as well. Famzy's just going to go after it. They're going to just use him as cannon fodder. I don't think he'll be surviving the spike. Oh, he does survive the spike explosion. Okay. Well, 11-4. And 4 survivors for HGE as well.
I got to admire at this point that Famzy didn't actually just overcommit to try and get the ace and instead teleports out with the gun. If he was left with like a Spectre because it was a lower buy for them or whatever, then I'd be fine. But they know that keeping the weaponry is important. Same as the last bonus for Metizport, not enough damage done, especially when you're Chinook finding the first kill. It was the only kill the Metizport found that round. HGE get the plant, extra money, and 4 players surviving with these weapons means that they have plenty to work with. Some half armors for Metizport, ultimate's not quite available for either team.
Standard approach to try and bait out some more players into the A side, while the brunt force of this attack is clearly onto B. Metizport looking to reroute their efforts, but it seems like a clean plant with just a hint of damage onto the cake. Garage. That's where Metizport look to push through, actually. And I don't mind it, it's just that they have to deal with Serial Killer. And there are also a couple more guarantees with the like of Famzy. Mitchell's around as well. Cage drops, and I think it's just on time. Oh, the trip might have just come after, so Jusu is able to
good trade.
Flow under the radar for just a little bit. Still, though, this is close. 2 versus 2 as a collapse from the B side has come in as well on the defuse, but not enough. HGE are clean on these holds.
Yeah, 12-4. Famzy had a really nice round there. I've actually really rated how he's played this so far. 19-9. Just behind Sakake, who's also had a bit of a blinder. I think the players that we were looking to, like your Mitchell, Serial Killer, even Hyber sort of being on a team like this when he's had such a strong career in Tier 2. Sort of taking a back seat for the time being, whilst HG let their boomers thrive, it feels like a little bit, you know? But Famzy, just the way that he's playing, positioning off of people, almost just peeling with support. He's going to come in with a dimensional drift. Maybe put the last nail in the coffin for Haven.
Oh.
It's you and me.
Okay, well, Famzy just gives out the information, but it's Cider that gets caught against Mitchell. Mitchell will be winning it. He has been super good on these kill contracts. And I think Metizport will want to forget about this map. Has not gone their way at all. Armageddon forced out as well. And I felt like that was the final answer really for Chinook. Guided salvos avoided. Hyber disallowing the entry for Chinook, leaving Anguis all to himself. This is not easy at all, especially when Famzy is running at you with the shorty. 13-4, a dominating showing here for HGE side. And look, they are the #1 representative from Spain for a reason, and now they just wanted to show why.
Yeah, I mean, it's all to play for, and I say all to play for, it's 1 point of Ascension, but I still think that's an important thing for Metizport to get right. They still have a lot to come through. So yeah, Pavlos, I don't really know where it's going to go for Metizport going on to Abyss, which looked good for HGE last time.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough road ahead for Metizport, but let's see what they've got in store for him. We'll be throwing it over to the desk to see what their thoughts are as well.
I mean, I don't really have any time to formulate thoughts on that one. That was an absolute slamming. That's a brilliant look for HGE Esports. Again, as I said earlier, it's a shame that we're not going to get to see more of them in this tournament. You know, their fate has already been sealed by mandatory, but that's a brilliant start to the series. I mean, there's not many other ways that you could establish your dominance there.
No, absolutely not. That was absolutely a crush, and we have to remember that was Metizport's pick.
Yeah.
That was Haven, where they are actually, in my opinion, they are a great team in Haven, but it didn't look like that here. I think it was a rough situation. Famzy was popping off, Sakake as well. And one thing that you need to make sure with this composition that Metizport had, that the Yoru doesn't have any extra space. I think there was no problem for Famzy just to play around, play with that operator, get those picks, absolutely demolish this team. And I feel like the utility that you need to have with the Metizport composition wasn't there. Look at this, you have that breach blast in the corner, but Famzy goes for a second pick there. I think it was a crazy matchup, and they weren't quite ready for the aggression that HGE was showing.
Yeah, I mean, look, the last time we saw Metizport play Abyss as well was against Pixel Lumina, the final best of one in the Upper Swiss phase of Northeast. So, and that was barely a win for them. 13-11 for them against that team. I think it's going to be a little more difficult against HGE Esports as well. And look, I mean, yeah, they had a slightly difficult time against mandatory, sure, but that's mandatory. And I think HGE Esport, with a performance like that in map 1, going on to their map pick, are looking insanely strong right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was one crucial round, well, quote-unquote crucial round that absolutely broke Metizport's back in the end. Like, that was the final pinpoint where there was no coming back. I think it was this round 10. It's going to be interesting to see what HGE is looking here, because obviously you have the Sova ulti, you have that ISO double damage stuff. There's only one thing you have to remember when playing against this composition. Don't stack in A lobby. And what they do? Well, they stack in the A lobby. We let the round play out. Look at this. 3, 2, 1. 2 players revealed. Look at the ISO double damage coming through the Sova ult. They even mess up the ISO double damage, and that's a pick gone instantly. That's your smokes gone. Cider is dead. And honestly, after that, I think it was a GG. This round was already over. And that's the kind of mistake that Metizport usually doesn't do. But in this situation, in this pressure situation, after a timeout, they did. And honestly, I think the game was over after that.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can put it that way, but I feel like the pressure is completely left, you know, the tournament for them. They're only playing for one Ascension, but we should, obviously nothing to, you know, turn your nose up at. You want the Ascension point, especially if you want to be competing later down the line for Ascension, but you know, there's no pressure. They're not going into the playoffs no matter how they perform in this one. So this is the perfect stage for them to just show what they're capable of. They haven't been able to so far. Hopefully, after this short break, Metizport will be able to recollect their thoughts and bring something different into Abyss. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers EMEA, everybody. It's, if you have been watching from the start, you know what's going on. If you just joined us, we're already finished with map 1. We're on to map 2 now, and we have absolutely no data for Metizport coming into this one. They have not played Abyss for quite a while, and I doubt they've cracked it that much. It's leaving the map pool. There's not much going for them on this one. They didn't win a single rifle round on Haven. Things are not looking so great.
Yeah, it is a dire situation right now. Obviously, you have only one Abyss official played throughout this year, which indicates that you don't really want to play that map. And when that Abyss is against Pixel Lumina, it doesn't make me convinced. Obviously, HGE, they have had great Abyss throughout the whole season. They lost their first Abyss match yesterday, which was or 2 days ago rather, which was a devastating loss. But in that matchup as well, they were up 12-5.
Yeah.
So obviously they have a great Abyss in their hands. And like you said, Metizport, they didn't win a single gun round. What can you do in Abyss if you cannot win those?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, you know, strategically, I think there were things that Metizport brought out. We saw, you know, glimpses of something in terms of plans, but it just seemed like they were getting outgunned at every single situation. Even the pistol rounds that they won were not convincing. The second half pistol round was won, you know, by one player in the end. So, yeah. I don't really know. There's not a lot I can say in terms of, like, giving a positive point here for Metizport. Things are pretty dire, and thankfully for them at the least, there couldn't really have been anything they could have done. If they win the game, they get an ascension point. That's it. They have no chance of getting through. I think that's the silver lining for them, is that it doesn't really matter in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think this highlights the 4th seed versus the 1st seed, obviously.
Right.
I think it's a great showing of how these leagues are kind of matched up against each other. You have the absolute best of the Spanish region, and then you have the 4th seed of Northeast region. Obviously, you expect it to go kind of like this. HGE, they have had great performance. Obviously, I think that previous map was amazing for FAMSI. And when we look at that matchup yesterday, 2 days ago against Mandatory, FAMSI was popping off in that one as well. With the Sova, it's gonna be so hard for Metizport to break that Sova, break FAMSI's strive. But then you had Serial Killer as well as a Cypher popping off completely. What are you gonna do on the attacking side when you cannot really win any gun duels? And I feel like that was a big issue for Metizport. They weren't quite up to par with HGE's gun performance or aiming performance. I think they were really heavily stacked up against HGE. English is hard sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, look, Serial Killer, one of the highest ACSs in the league, got one of the highest clutch percentages in the league. This is a player that has proven himself a lot. And on a team when FAMSI is, you know, fragging out, you've got a duelist who really doesn't have to get involved that much. Michelle has great stats, doesn't really need to do all that much a lot of the time, but here on Abyss is probably going to be the linchpin for the team. Metizport are staring down the barrel of a very difficult elimination from the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's gonna be really tough for Metizport to actually break this KO, but I'm not quite sure if they have a chance here. Pavlos and Ryan, please tell us if they do.
We'll have to wait and see, right? That's what we're all here for, to see if the Vikings have got one final fight left in them, and that's all they can really have, right? This is it for them, the last match of Challengers EMEA. And now, Ryan, look, we knew that HGE coming into this one were probably going to be favorites, considering how both teams stacked up against Metizport. Did we really think it'd be this big of a difference?
I don't know. I don't think, like, pound for pound, player for player on the teams, probably not. It's just writer's block, it feels like, for Metizport. It's hard to really define it in any way.
I like it.
And you can't, like, it's not as if they don't have an RGL that's tenured that has that experience to sort of do what Enzo did for Mandatory. Siders in the game.
Yeah,
Spike
and Cider
down,
definitely
B.
very valuable for the strategical side of things. But for now, still HGE seem to have the better of the situation, having 2 players taken down already. Paranoia is so good. Hits both players back of sight. And now they're slowly closing in on them. Anguist, all that remains. He's going all the way around. You can expect that to be the case. But Famzy, he's low. Could be doable, and it is. Anguist, can he isolate another? Yes, he can. Oh, dear me.
Timing.
But the smoke drops. So avoiding that contact, going all the way around to Cake. Now he's realized that enough time has passed, but who's getting the kill here? We get the spoiler that the round win does go to HGE, and that's Cake. That will put 4 on his belt already.
He's having a blinder today, isn't he? Top ACS, I think, in the last map. Maybe Famzy took over towards the end. But 4 kills to start off this, and Anguist, this is much better. This is what you sort of expect from him when it goes for those lurks. I think it was just the fact that Cake, with a ghost, 100 HP, gets the headshot kill anyway, so it doesn't matter, but was just more confident to be on the off angle. The first pistol of Metizport has lost today.
Oh, gets away. All right. Mitchell gets away. He just pops in, says hi, and just gets out again.
It's done enough for Metizport to reset and try to go more towards mid. Recon that, don't know if it was used right. It can't be used right to start the round. Was held on to by Famzy. And then checks mid, so just saving some of that utility. As a Bulldog, so I don't think he would have had enough money to owl drone as well. But regardless, Bob's going to be picked up. Metizport wanted to try to skulk over on the B side potentially. Serial Killer is outfacing hits by the recon that, so Chinook is able to trade one. And now Metizport have found their way into a 4 versus 3 with a spike planted and a Bulldog in hands. Chinook.
Spike planted.
How about that? Just a single Nebula just gives him so much. Chinook, though, with a Bulldog. Nearly got away with 3, but at least he stabilized the ordeal, having it being a 2v2. So Cake approaching from the back line, and I don't think they have any clue that he's around, though maybe losing his teammate now as he disappears from the HUD, leaving it into a 1v1. Chinook up against him. Oh, he's able to avoid the fight altogether. Paranoia. He can't hear, he can't see. Some CTP from Cake is brilliant. Damn, Metizport got so close to securing a thrifty round, but Cake just had to deny it.
I mean, they'll take it. I think that's the main thing. It's just some damage done. Yeah, you're going to be frustrated that you didn't win that round, because getting a thrifty would be a great way to just instill a bit more passion into this team and how they're playing. I think it's just a complete lack of respect there from Serial Killer, but Famzy pretty much clears up, does a lot of damage to Jusu that makes this whole side of it very easy. And it's down to Cake to clear up again. 2k to add to his 6 now total. Has to clutch out these rounds, but he is like the experienced one on this HGE team. There's nobody more suited to do it right now.
Well, Cake will be handing that Phantom over. So it seems like HG will have to rely on just the pistols for now. But this is a positive sign for Metizport, Ryan. You were talking about, yes, you get damage, build confidence here. But it's really set themselves nicely. Did they just give a Vandal over to Mitchell? It has. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that.
No need to play that aggressive when you know that you're pretty much on a full buy against a bonus. 3 versus 2. I need to double check with the UI. It's just constantly setting us for a spin.
But it's Famzy now all to himself. Finds a Vandal. Gravity well avoided, but has to go for the reload. At least the Gouted Cyphers missed the mark. He goes deep, but it's up against 2. And with no time, this round is down and out. But HGE can already be happy with the 3 picks they have collected. Spike Explosion. Anguist drops.
Yeah.
So Metizport 1 and 2, but only 1 survivor.
Okay, I think the UI is synced up now. Because I was just wondering, like, I need to check the minimap, see how many players are, but you are completely right with this, Pavlos. Like, you're on a 4 buy, and you know that they're going to be on something lesser, and a lot lesser as well, because of how close that round 2 was. But if it is, it's either going to have to be a force-up from HG, which nobody tends to do unless they really need to, or it's basically going to be an eco round. Regardless, you just need to be a little bit more respectful, I think, now for Jusu. Don't want to give them a way back into a round like that. But regardless, well played from Metizport. Armageddon's going to come through on one side, stun on the other, which allows Jusu to try and push and peek in. The players were flashed, but not by much. Mitchell able to catch Jusu on that entry again.
And now Metizport take ground control, but HGE are happy to go for that. Anguist with the back stab. Although there is a tripwire that he needs to take down. Metizport sort of hoping that they can deal with serial killer before that even happens. Drone coming through, so it does reveal the position of the couple. It does get broken. Paranoia out. Burzy needs to be careful here as he is holding down the backside. He doesn't have any reinforcements. He has to deal with this fight alone as the rest of them have dropped back. Still gets one down with him. But here come the salvos to deny the defusal. Cider trying to hold that line of fire, but you know that Mitchell's going aggro here, and he's buying enough space for his teammates to get onto the spike. Gravity Well denies it yet again, though. HG still can keep the numbers going for them, but now they're running out of pieces of utility. Anguist getting himself to the backlines, has himself control over the heavens, and he's there just in time to deny the defuse. What on earth are these rounds? But it's Metizport to take the cake.
Metizport losing a play very early on. Actually able to win a couple of rounds back-to-back that aren't the pistols. HG forced onto an eco there, and some really nice work from Anguist that's feeling a lot better on this map. It's a good idea for an execute. It's something that we didn't even really get to see on Haven. It's just ultimates being used to hit on a site. It felt that the rounds were won way before it. Just a little bit of a fumble there from Mitchell. I don't think it would have mattered too much, but if he takes that fight, wastes a bit more time, maybe that defuse could have been caught from HG, because it was very close from them.
That's more like it. That's a lot more like it. Timing and everything. Metizport starting to show the qualities that we know them for. And it's given the chance to get the lead here, right? Winning this round will get them onto third.
Your ultimate economy is looking really good as well. You used the Armageddon in the last round from Cider. Chinook 1-0 all the way from having a Hunter's Fury. Really good stuff on the attack with his triple initiator.
Not too bad of a read from HGE either, having a lot of players ready for this ace side. But Hyper's the only one to be able to find one, while the rest of them from Metizport are pretty eager to clean up. Get the mops out and get the job done. 3-2. The Norwegian Org have found themselves at the top here, and I think that's the first time since the second round of Haven there.
Interesting timeout from HGE. Feels a little bit earlier on the doors, perhaps. Maybe there's just something about the way that they're playing that has the coach a little bit annoyed, I guess. Because as a reminder, this series in itself won't qualify either of these teams out of groups to go on further for playoffs and EMEA challenges. But it will give a consolidarity. It gives them an ascension point. Hold on, I need to Google what that word is.
Consolidary.
Is it consolidary?
Consolidary. I have no idea, mate. It sounds right.
Yeah, consolidary is right. You're right.
Okay, cool. Wow, I was correct. Usually I get these wrong. Nice. Operator in play here for Mitchell. I'm looking forward to see how that's being put to place.
Yeah, but it could also be a consolidary round, Pavlos. There we go. The repetition, I'm trying to get it into my lexicon.
Take flight.
The main thing for this round for Metizport is just having so much. Rolling Thunder's the main one. I think that's instantly why Famsi's just used that utility early, recon darted, and initially skipped back off of the site, but is now perusing forward just for a bit more information. And speaking of which, Mitchell's done the exact same thing, just full contact walking up with the operator on B. Feels like it is going to force Metizport into a fast A execute. But first and foremost, they want to reclear the space. Breaking this camera becomes a bit of a necessity too. If that stays up, HG gets so much information, and they could pretty much call what this play's going to do.
Cosmic Divide, but the camera hasn't popped. Oh, now they've heard it, and it will be broken. Rolling Thunder, that is a big sell, and it works, because the A site completely opened up. Now, you kind of want Berza to keep himself alive, and that's what he's done so far. Looking to escape. Look how deep HGE found themselves into B. But Berza doesn't get out, meaning that HGE have double the amount of players available for the retake.
Oh, and the neural theft as well, showing that Anguist is pushed up. He's going to try to really show that he's scaring for that point. Hyber was the one with the massive flank that went all the way around on B. With this doorway broken, forces Metizport to push CT.
Good timing in the smoke. That's as soon as Hyber does break out there. Shinnick and Anguist able to win most of the fights here, but they need to do a lot more than that. Anguist, that is mad accurate. And now he's able to reset. Cake, knowing that time is against him, has to close the distance. And Anguist now has set down a gravity well as well for a good measure. So Cake won't be able to defuse. That is a brilliant 2v4 from Metizport. I'm very, very impressed.
It felt like it was very much on the precipice of working for Metizport, I'd say. You lose your player early on, Jusu goes down, and you dedicate 2 massive ultimates for this fake. It does work, but it doesn't matter really. You get the plant on A, but you're in a 2 versus 4. The numbers are not in favor. There was one play realistically that Metizport could make, and it was that one. Really nicely done for HGE. Have lost a lot of these kind of 2v4, 2v5 situations against Mandatory. Maybe that's an area for HGE. It's also HGE called the timeout themselves, right? And Metizport must have cooked up that round during that timeout themselves.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe let them do it, you know?
Sure. Again, Mitchell playing aggressively, but this time on the other side of the map. Won't be finding anyone. He will be relying on the blades to do most of the fragging out this round, as no rifle is in his hands. Metizport, on the other hand, have lost a lot of health onto Jusu. He does have the blades available, but he is just a hint away from death, so probably avoid from doing that. But they do group up together. This mid push could be very important, given that there's only one player on to B. So if they choose to move into that position, this could be a very decent round for Metizport.
It's just to break the trip and then go quickly. Not going quickly at all, actually. Full shift walking. I don't think Serial Killer's going to expect everybody here. But sees 2. It's enough for a fast rotation. The stun is going to come in, and he's still managing to hold down this ground. He's surrounded, and he's able to get one onto Jusu.
The thing is, you have it from the shadows from Sakake that makes him appear to the back of the site already. Famzi also winning his fight with Anguish trying to cut off rotation. Sakake's still alive, still a menace. Spike not going down, you can't be comfortable. It can't be easy, but look how far away Sakake has gone, all the way around but caught off by Shinnick. 2v3. Make that a no v3 because HGE was so quick to pounce. Do not allow Metizport to set up.
Just so much work done from Serial Killer to hold on to the site. Sakake, fast rotation. They are the 2 players that die, but it buys time, buys a couple more kills. Forces Metizport to try and push defender spawn to go for a fight to find a numbers advantage. But players like Famzi holding down the hatches. Like, look at where the Astra is on the minimap in the top left. That's the kind of play they have to go for, and it was just cleared up nicely.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Damn, the timing on that. And let's put HG right back in the mix. But again, Metizport grouped up here. Blaze-Storm enabled here from Jusu as well. Spotting them with a KO dagger is important, and it does give Mitchell the opportunity to peek in again. But with the dash expiring, you know he can't be that comfortable to take the close engagement, but he goes in again, he gets spotted, so he's going to have to use his feet to run away from this. Updraft as well from Juicy as he uses the blade to walk forwards. Hunter's Fury as well, and it's caught off one. So Metizport now can make this A site their own, but Hyber is willing to give it a look. No. Drops back, wait for his team.
Spike planted.
5v4. No ultimates, no salve yet for Cider, 2 shock darts for Shinup, so you can play this post plant a little bit more with the Astra. Maybe not, actually, because a null command is going to stop you from doing any of that. No pinging the spike anymore, so they have to be really careful on how they approach this fight.
Up this Fury onto Cider, it's already tagged him very low. What was that flick? And now has to run out of bullets, so does reload, but Birdie's got his teammates back for a little while. It's hard to stay on the stick when Metizport are just pounding at the door with lead, with util. Solid hold this time around. HG had no business winning that one.
Inside of 5 HP, lovely little kill onto Serial. Hunter's Fury just really missing. And as the null command ended, HG going to be taking a second time out. I mean, this is one of the few times it feels like that we've seen Metizport lose a round and then not lose 453 rounds consecutively afterwards. But they're able to like bring it back into their control very quickly. And it was a good round too. I think that was one of my concerns for Metizport. It's like they had some really good ultimate rounds with these executes. Really highlights the lack of that we saw on Haven beforehand, now that we're seeing it on Abyss. But when they don't have those ultimates, do they have many ideas? Do they have good utility? Can they scale well? Or are they just relying on having a Hunter's Fury, a Cosmic Divide, a Rolling Thunder, an Armageddon to open stuff up? That round they didn't have anything. In fact, the big ultimate was on the side of HGE and they still dealt with it masterfully. They have an Armageddon now. Didn't really do too much in the 3rd, 4th round, whichever it was that Metizport used it over on the B side. I wonder what they're going to be doing with it here. It's looking like a fast A execute. It's looking like an eco round for HGE. Maybe they're just going to cut noise, wait for a recon dart, and then slowly walk up.
Now in close proximity, so it gives Metizport the comfort to just walk in. So the smoke does get placed, and Hyper does show his presence, so you've got to be wondering. But he also hands off the card that Sheriffs are in play. Jusu nearly kills 2 players with 2 shots from the shorty. But he does able to clean up with the Vandal eventually. So this is looking mighty clean from Metizport. They get the spike down on everything, and Jusu's just going to be a thorn that HG can't get rid of. It feels like they kind of know that he could be here, which is why the peaks come his way, but there's a real chance we get another ace here. But this time for Jusu, this time for Metizport. He wants a piece of this. He's going to chase after it, surely he is. Another flash expended, no more remaining. Serial killer denies, of course he will. So damn clean on the headshots. But I don't think he'll be able to take too many down with him after that. So Metizport are able to double the score of their opposition.
Nice round again. Really showing some of the impact that Teo can bring. The big dedication with the triple initiator. Just to have that many bodies to find speed, movement, spots on the map that can be contested. You flush them out very easily. And Jusu's also been playing really well off of that utility. And he showed he's got plenty of it to go around to help aid him onto those sites. So timeout for HG, the round before this, they were on an eco. Now they've got their full buy. No ultimates to realistically rely on other than maybe a neural theft for serial killer. What was the call? What are they going to try and do differently here?
Taken out.
Jusu, a little bit of move in. Does get affected by a couple of trips here, but he still stays alive, which is crucial. Serial killer's within a smoke. Very dangerous, but I think he has a way to get out. He doesn't get out. He wants to get even deeper into the fight, though HG are winning so many of these engagements. Side are not able to escape the brawl. Chinook cannot take that fight as he pleases, as HG are hop, skipping and jumping on their screens and are deleting them from existence.
Yeah, these defensive rounds on B for HGE have been great. They were against Mandatory as well. It was the A site that was a little bit more open, but not by much. It's just the fast flooding retakes. They're not afraid to close down that space, jump and explode out, play off each other together. And just when you go for these kind of plans for Metizport, you've got 4 players on site. Everybody has to sort of scurry away. It's a really nice paranoia. The quick adjustment from the likes of Famty and Juicy to follow that paranoia makes it incredibly hard for Metizport to play that post-plant meta that they want to approach over on that site.
for once, I think the game has now reached a state where there's a bit of a back and forth, and I'm enjoying it. Deep position for Mitchell there. A lot of info gathered in mid. And if Metizport elect to just go deep onto the A side, could be a potential lurk as well. A flurk and a lurk. A flank and a lurk is a flurk.
Well, that's what Anguis likes to do. Big fan of flirking. But here on this round, he's taking it a little bit more passively. Not on his typical sentinel role, instead of playing the controller. Mitchell just reads and gets the timing perfect. It's a lovely shot too. 3 defenders over on HGE's A site, and Metizport are about to run right into them.
I mean, Mitchell's done it all, right? He's figured out that there's no one towards the B site, so by process of elimination, they can just hold down the fort. Now, Burzy knows Mitchell could potentially come in from the back line. That's exactly what happens, but doesn't connect the shot first. HG solid right now. Mitchell does know that he doesn't really need to go any more into that fight. He can just back off, group with his team. He's done what he needed to. He's done everything, to be fair. 10 seconds and Metizport can't do a thing. All they can hope for is that they'll be ending this round with their rifles in their hands.
The money's good enough to have a full buy. It's round 11 now, so the last round of Metizport's attacking half. They don't really want money to be something that they can't rely on. Decided with 3k, Angrist with 3. Plenty of money for a full buy now. And all it really came down to was Mitchell just pushing, getting that information. And this was like 30 seconds left on the clock for Metizport. As soon as Mitchell gets this kill onto Burzy, it feels like there's just not too much that they can do. Really was just set up for them to fail. And there's a lot of ultimates ready to be ready for Metizport. Ultimate divide for Anguist would be nice, but they're not looking to fight for any of the orbs on the wings of the map. They're going to try and push mid. First time we've seen Metizport really do it.
That's really good. That's really, really nice. Yeah, that not so much. Not much of a follow-up there for Jusu. Angus, though, is able to bring things to a doable standpoint.
Are we playing a game of nice, not nice?
Yeah, hot on cold, maybe?
Yeah. Well, when you see something that's nice, you go, that's nice. And then when it's not nice, you say it's not nice. Yeah. Really break casting down to its core components, you know?
I mean, the best casters are the ones that take it simple. I don't know if that's actually true, but either way, they could be. Not nice. Look, we've seen a 2v4 before, but I feel the fact that HGE hold all the cards here. And they know that they're just hiding in this mode because they've just looked everywhere else.
Yeah.
So we're looking at it. That's just ridiculous. 6-6, HGE, after not having the strongest of starts on Abyss, are able to turn the tides and now be on complete equilibrium by the end of this half. Bit of a back and forth for the first half of Abyss. A completely different story from what you would have seen if you tuned in for Haven. I'm glad that now we have a bit of competition as Metizport look to see if they can take a map home, bring Pearl on, and see if they can collect an ascension point for themselves.
Might be the last time that we see Abyss. Really, this week is going to be heading out of the rotation for a while, so at least for these two teams, it is their last chance at showing it for now. Both controllers showing up. For Sakake, it's been a case of being there throughout the whole series. Fantastic performances, top of the boards. And Anguish showing up when Metizport need him most. Very quiet on Haven. Playing those flirking plays, as we called it. The flank lurking plays nicely on attack, but on defense, he's got to sit back a little bit more. Be ready for these executes from the Silver KO comp.
You know what? The flirk sounds like a milkshake.
It doesn't sound like a very nice milkshake.
No? How about a flirk?
Like a flake yogurt. Flake flavored yogurt.
Maybe. Maybe. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. We'll make a business someday.
We're getting nowhere. Nobody's using that name.
I don't know, man.
I think you would just call it a flake yogurt. I don't think you'd call it a flirk.
Shutting them down.
Hey, maybe. I don't know. Flirk sounds cool. You know what is cool? Shinnick's headshot onto Hyber. That was pretty damn ridiculous. Now, what else can be done about this? HGE turn their attention towards the B side, but that's where most of Metizport have their defenses. Anguish and Juicy win their individual fights, and just like that, the site has been pretty much taken over by Metizport. Sakake tried to create some sort of an off angle, but with so many players hiding around, there wasn't much he could realistically do.
As Metizport winning the third pistol out of 4. When you look at the top of the score, like top left of your screen, 13-4. There's really not much that Metizport won outside of the pistols and the rounds that followed. Maybe that's why Metizport were more competitive here, because they lost the pistol. And you can sort of see on the scoreboard. Metizport had a few rounds in a row. HG, did they blow both of their timeouts? They did, didn't they?
Yeah, kids, hint to winning your games, lose your pistol rounds.
All missiles away.
This is such terrible advice.
Look, there is terrible advice and a good advice, but I think the difference between the two is timing.
Drone used from Cider to get that information on A, but it's a fast execute onto B. Metizport are set up to try and deal with it. Jason Anguished up, he's just got the Ghost, and he's found 2 lovely kills. Verzi is just going to rush the site. 1 player left of live, the serial killer. Just a classic and a dream.
Yeah, that dream just went good night together with serial killer. As he was tucked into bed there, Metizport 8 in the bag as they look to extend even further. They don't lose too many players, and I think that was just that was unlike the previous half on the pistol where things got a little bit close, a little too many times. So now they'll have something decent to fend off against the buy round of their opponents.
It's just good to know that there's like confidence that could be built from Metizport here. Verzi found up that orb to more than halfway to having a rolling thunder. You compare that to Hyber that's still working towards a null command, probably the furthest away from an ultimate out of everybody in the server. You don't have triple initiators to open up sites like Metizport did.
Deploying drone.
And they're relaxing, really. Both teams just checking. All drones used. Lovely observing to just see just all of them used back to back. And it's just a minute of posture in Metizport. I don't really know how you can play this realistically. It's just you lack that information. Hoping for a good recon though. Yeah, they've got 4 people stacked on B.
They spot out Shusu here. Mitchell ends up with the first pick, so it might be encouraging for them to just drop in. He's low. But a lot of players just lurking around, but there are so many smokes all over the place. You don't know where, who is hiding, and when, and how. Sakake with a double. It is brilliant, but now HGE need to make sure that the spike goes down 20 seconds. Anguis being a menace. Famzi finally putting him to rest. Poseida is now just rotated around from the A site. Guided salvo to try and do some damage, get side out of position, but Famzi holds down the line, saves his teammate's life, and it's HGE to win their buy round.
I think it's actually really key that HGE plant the spike there right at the end just for a bit more money. Losing 3 players would have been a really, still, regardless, it's a good bonus for Metizport. Just closing the line, it took Sakake. Honestly, just buying so much time here. Him not dying too sort of forces Anguished out into the open. Runs out of bullets at this point too. There's Famzi just shutting this one down, allowing HGE a round deficit. And an operator very early on from Jusu. He's playing towards mid.
Yeah, when Mitchell had the operator over on the defensive side, you saw him be a little bit aggressive, take the flanks, take the extremities really outside of B, outside of A, but this time Jusu is making sure that mid isn't under their control, that they can make sure that if there's any approach coming from the opposing side, it's from one direction only.
I mean, he held W a lot with Mitchell. I think Jusu's going to feel that comfortable. But it seems like they might be making the same play, lacking information on Metizport, so they're gambling 3 people onto the B site. But HGE going elsewhere. Teo and Breacher here to deal.
Good paranoia. I think it catches both of them. Mitchell, high ground, but Buzzy's able to read it, and he has to drop below. And he's even able to find a second one here. Metizport have been solid on the defensive. They're very disruptive. Sakake, stellar performance all day, but Serial Killer didn't quite realize that corner was covered by an opponent. Sakake again able to clean up just a little bit, give him some space for the plant. Walks into the TP, they know where he is, so the pre-fire from Anguis will do the job. It's a close affair, but it's Metizport that end up on top, getting onto a 9th round.
Nice idea from Sakake, 1 versus 3 to try and go up into the smoke, but it was red, dealt with. Metizport keeping things in control as HGE are looking to have to eco this next round.
Don't worry, there are other ways to be
Really is now Metizport banking in the right positions, lacking information there, but just holding it down, making sure that Mitchell can't get too much. Burzy getting 2, Cider holding it down. A big player disadvantage on the site itself, but Burzy is just a wall, stopping HGE finding their way onto those A sites and playing the post plants.
Scanning ahead.
It's as good a situation as Metizport could have hoped for sure.
Shouldn't have actually wanted to get caught by the recon dart there, so it took the attention away from this position that Juicy's playing on.
Smart.
Who's like, oh, I missed breaking the recon dart, what am I going to do?
Is that your Shinnick impression?
It probably doesn't sound like that.
No, probably not. Hey. Good 1-2 there. The info of the drone. But yeah, all the HG players actually playing very disjointed in this round. You know, when Metizport won the pistols, it felt like they were trying to, you know, try and overwhelm, playing together. Maybe they'd have, you know, Juicy trying to play alone, or Anguist rather, but no. This is as straightforward as it could be. Metizport don't even take a hint of damage.
Really does sort of highlight, I guess, the problem for this group as a whole. Losing on your pick, winning on your opponents. It's what happened through HG versus Mandatory, and I'm pretty sure it happened yesterday for Metizport and Mandatory too. And it's happening here from the looks of it. Full buy again available for HG. Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide on this defense. Hunter's Fury from the Shadows on attack. And that from the Shadows is going to be used very early on. Sent back instantly, but it gets information, and the Hunter's Fury is going to be used off the back. Does tag onto Chinook, and he does survive.
Mitchell, what can he really do here as he looks onto the A site? Now looks to push forwards. Metizport have got a lot around. Shotgun does break the trip, so it might be a bait for them to just walk in. Metizport, though, when the first engagement, are able to make the first exchange work. Smokes, the cake TP's instantly in.
Can't use
So
that.
takes the high ground here, and just Jusu's waiting onto the back line, waiting to see if they can deal with the Cypher before he takes the fight in. But they're just wasting a lot of time at this point. The spike is ticking down. Metizport looking to go aggressive. Rolling Thunder used up. Anguis not missing it, not quite creating his chance. HGE just taking it over. And now Jusu is too late to the party. Can't help out on time. Will end up being eliminated. And HGE are definitely right back in this.
What a weird round. I feel like it was just a bit of a Mandela effect from HGE. It just feels that more players actually went down from them than Mitchell. Because I think Mitchell was the first to die. And HGE, they execute hard and fast. They try to get a kill off the Hunter's Fury. It doesn't really amount to too much, but once the spike is planted, it's attacking seed looking a lot more comfortable. 2 rounds in between, but the money was still good enough for Metizport that they've got the operator again for Jusu. He's playing more towards A main. That's a lot of util used actually from Metizport to clear that area.
Yeah, and HGE, look how fast they are with the push towards B. The fact that they've got Mitchell so deep here, it's going to keep a couple of players busy for sure. But it seems like Metizport might have some sort of a read. HGE to get the spike down, but Anguis can't do anything about stopping the players approaching. Chinook, this is a Hail Mary. It's a bit risky, and it doesn't pay off. Therefore, HGE are in pole for this round.
Cake finds 2 on the high ground, is teleported back onto site. Immediately, Metizport, they're looking at their money and going, it's probably worth saving, especially Jusu. He has the op. He's going to keep a hold. And Burzy not on the right site this time. It feels that if you do try and execute where Burzy is, he will stop you. He will shut you down. I think it was him that found that first kill in the last round, but that was the only kill the Metizport got. Flawless for HGE means that their money is starting to look really comfortable as Metizport near 12 rounds. HGE on 9 now. Looming. Jusu survives with this. HGE have a big round ahead of themselves now. You look at the ultimates, null command is available. That feels like that could really break the economy for Metizport and give HGE the lead.
There's 2 Spain games being played out today, both Dynasty and HGE having their matches. And I think for Dynasty, on one hand, there is a chance that they qualify into playoffs, get that first seed, but they need to play tremendous Valorant. On HGE, the other hand, they are the first seed. They're supposed to be the team, you know, spear-rocketing this mission, being the leader here, showing what the Spanish region is all about, but they weren't quite able to do that. So I'm sure they'd like to go out with a bang here, and the way to do that is getting a 2-0. They're slowly closing up the gap here, but Metizport are giving up a good fight.
They're giving up a good chance for a timeout too. It's so really for Shadow to get a hold of this now with what ultimates you have available. He's recognized that this is a solid round. Might be the most impactful for HG to win. So Metizport taking the chance to just have a talk, really setting the stakes, looking at what we have available, what they have available, what has the data told us about what HG likes to do with these ultimates. I guess HG looking to change it up by going to fight mid very early on. Jusu operator, it's the same play as last time. Whether Chinook gets caught by the recon dart this time, it's not going to be used. But they know he's there.
Shadows traveling.
This is interesting from Cake. Oh, I just spotted him. So he's going to give the call over, but does he want to stick around? Does he really want to exert extra efforts to pick up a frag here or two? He's playing the patient way. Spike going down directly underneath Anguis's nose. He knows of it, but he doesn't know when to pounce. It's a bit awkward. But Cake can't quite deliver on that fight. Hyber knows he has to play aggressive. Jusu and Anguis from Metizport are holding down the fort. And now it's all down to Serial. Metizport for once are actually grouping up together and not going to be taking any chances with this one. Clearing out backside. Serial Killer with a swing. Gets some damage across, but he needs more than that. He needs a pick and he needs it quick. Stand up from the start. And Cider gets the cleanup. Metizport deny the round after the timeout and get very, very close to getting a map of their own.
Bersy stonewalling that entranceway into Secret and all of the information that Anguist gets from playing in the high ground. Good read here. And just buys time. Uses 2 smokes to just almost suffocate HGE out of information when they're stuck in this position. Means Heaven Control can get into the defenders' hands very easily. And it's just nowhere comfortable for these attackers to play in the post plant. The money still fine. Blade Storm going to be used for Mitchell. Soak up some of the damage that was done. It's a similar play to last that they're going to try and fight mid. Separate Juicy away from the fight where he has the operator. Bersy's in the same exact spot he was last too.
Stand still for now. Very spread out default approach from HGE. But well respected from Metizport. Know that the pressure is on their opponents here. And they can just react to it.
Flashback.
HGE just posturing some stuff out, trying to set the Cypher up to lurk over on A. He's pulling that operator out of mid and over towards that site. An Aldron used before. The Astra breaks it just to make sure that the Silver wasn't spotted in the high ground, but the Execute's going to be coming in. Anguist holding the ground, but Mitchell wins the fight. Is Chinook able to trade? He can. The recon dart is able to get him, but Sakate gets him through the smoke. Means that the numbers are in favor. No Cosmic Divide available or Hunter's Fury. 2 players from Metizport dying with ults.
Yeah, Juice is going to try and chase after them though. And he's able to isolate one. Sakate usually really good in positions like this, but this time won't be able to help out his team. Serial, though, is the one that has done a lot so far this round. How much more can he find? Damage done. Juice tries to find the opportunity with a stun. Goes completely berserk. Gets a 4-piece in this round and puts Metizport on map point.
Major round from Jusu. Needs to make a play as the rest of his team start to fall apart. It was a nice execute, Mitchell. Really important trade that came in there for Chinook, but still the fight was in favor. Good first few kills, but just a flick up to keep control to catch Serial. There was so much utility forced out when that Blade Storm was first used, like flashes and stuff to stop GFC from making that play, but he makes it anyway. 12-9 for Metizport to bring us to a 3rd map. HG have enough, but they don't have those big ultimates anymore.
In that moment, it felt like Juicer was going in so quick that everything else around him looked like it was in slow motion.
Yeah.
I am the hunter.
The Shuri out. Got an early tag, but no damage. No damage at all from it.
My ult is ready. Deploying drone.
Famsy's got a Hunter's Fury of his own now as they look to push into the B site. Now, this might be a good chance for them to push, but they mustn't lose any players in the process. And Anguist has been damn good of a gatekeeper.
Wow,
Armageddon out already. Hunter's Fury will be utilized in counteraction. It looks like Metizport want to take the fight to them straight away. But there's no comfort to get the spike down. Only now trying to just punch it in the ground. Metizport being patient for now, trying to see what type of push HGE will try and go for. As you want to try and split up the effort, Hyber does go aggressive, get the pickup. Mitchell and Famsy and Hyber all drop instantly. Metizport win on all fronts, determined to make Abyss their own, wanting to go over to the decider on Pearl to see if they can get themselves that final Ascension point.
It's the same as the group has been throughout this tournament. The teams winning on their opponent's map pick and losing on theirs. And that's one of the main reasons why these two teams are in this situation in the first place, right? HG, it's been a map that they were 7-0 on coming into this tournament. Now it's 7-2. They can't catch a win here. And it's probably the last time we'll see these teams play it in quite some time. And now we go over to Pearl. to see if they're going to be able to turn things around to get that one ascension point in the mighty.
True, and unlike the first map where there wasn't really much to talk about, it was a complete stomp from HGE, this time around there was a big back and forth, so hopefully the analyst desk likes this one.
We do like it. We definitely do like it. Metizport showing a lot of signs of life there. That was so much better on a map that we haven't seen them play for ages, and we barely even saw them play that one. It was just kind of an upper Swiss game. Whatever, you know, they won it, they got into playoffs, and this was completely different. We had no expectations going into that, but I mean, that's an incredibly positive map from Metizport, and incredibly not positive from HGE, again losing their map pick.
Yeah, and for our series, it's a really positive. I really love seeing these matches going all the way to the best of 3. And Pearl, we already talked a little bit about that. I'm interested to see what Metizport can actually do against HGE, because this was really, really convincing. It seemed like HGE, they couldn't really do anything against this triple duelist, and it seemed like HGE were very comfortable with Abyss in their own league, but instantly when they come into the challengers EMEA, they feel out of place against these triple initiator compositions. Once again, it felt like they couldn't do anything on the server, and they had to slow their game down so much on the attacking side as well, and they couldn't pull out all of the utility. And when you have Jusu popping off with knives like that, how can you stop him?
Yeah, I was going to kind of say that, you know, Metizport, I mean, they didn't look like a team that has, you know, drilled this map over and over again. They just looked good. They just looked good. Yeah. Like, aiming well, you know, playing well as a team. And that was the, you know, that was the difference maker here. It seems like, you know, HG, for all of their kind of, I assume they have a strat book. It's their first map pick in every series so far. Just for all of that, it doesn't seem to matter once, you know, Jusu starts fragging out, once Anguis starts fragging out, once Metizport, you know, kind of get together as a team and start playing like we know they can.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel like Metizport absolutely adjusted from that haven, because from that haven I feel like HGE were able to do a lot of aggressive plays on the defensive side. Sure, they were able to put Mitchell in a great positions here, find those entry picks as well, but I felt like it was such a harder thing to do in this map, especially because you have the triple initiator comp against you. You have double recons there, then you have a stun, then you have blast. I think Michel it was really hard for him to play that operator in multiple positions. He was forced out in those situations, and even though he was able to get a few kills here and there with the operator, it wasn't much. That's 10 kills total in the whole match.
Well, we're moving on to Pearl next, and for Metizport, when they played this against Mandatory, I mean, it was not that great. I hate to say that again, you know, I don't want to go back to, oh, Metizport are going to lose kind of thing, but HGE Esports, the last time they played it 13-4, pretty much the opposite last time for Metizport, so they're really fighting an uphill battle from now on, and that's what happens when you lose your map pick, so we'll see what happens. We're going to go to a break quickly, and then we'll be back with map 3.
stressing right. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to Challengers EMEA. The series is heating up. We didn't quite expect it to after a 13-4 first map against Metizport, but they brought it back. Things are looking good for them, and they're moving now onto Pearl. Not historically a great map for them, but we didn't know anything about Abyss, and they managed to win that one, so who knows what's coming up next.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Pearl could be interesting, especially Metizport switching up the composition to the double, well, I would say double duelist chamber, obviously a sentinel, as everybody knows. But I would say it's a duelist, more or less, at least on Pearl. Yep. Lurking duelist, mostly. I think this composition is great. It's absolutely perfect for people like Chinook, but HGE is running this comp as well. You have the chamber, you have the vice. It's really hard to attack on any of these sites because you might have that vice, you might run into him, and yeah, it's a really difficult situation to deal with the vice. And I'm gonna be interested to see whether Metizport can actually pick up the pace here, because that 3-13 loss against Mandatory, that was brutal.
Yeah, it's got to be weighing on their minds a little bit going into this one as well. Obviously, going to another map 3, having it be Pearl again, and then, you know, against, a team that also did quite well against Mandatory. Now, you know, you've got the similar situation. They lost 13 rounds in a row. It wasn't just, you know, they were getting rounds whenever they had good economy. They won 3 rounds, and then they lost 13 rounds to Mandatory here. And that's not a great look to have going into this final map. Again, look, the stakes are completely different for this team, and I feel like, obviously, they were able to pull themselves together for the last map and bring things back. Very possible that they could do the same thing here.
Yeah, absolutely, but I do still have to paint a picture of that Mandatory loss. Yeah. That was the 3rd map as well, against Mandatory. It was a rough loss. Obviously, there is some scrimbucks from me.
Oh, yeah.
Metizport, they were great in that game, but it's a different situation to go against HGE. Obviously, they had a great performance in that previous map, which indicates that they could actually go here full on blast, and Juju popping off with the jet allows him to maybe make some plays with the Yoru as well. And when you have confident Yoru in that map in Pearl, it's really hard to deal with that, especially when you go to the ultimate, the dimensional drift. It's gonna be really rough, really annoying when the Yoru is just circling around you. But I think where it comes down to is mid pressure and B main pressure. Can Chinook actually lurk with that chamber on B main, or will he be denied? Where is he gonna go after that B long pressure? It's gonna be denied, most likely. Is it gonna be mid, and how HGE and Metizport are gonna handle that mid, because Art and B link area is such a crucial position in Pearl.
Yeah, it's been about 3 weeks now since HGE have played this one, so hopefully they've, you know, kept it up. You know, they haven't let it slip over that time, because it was a 13-4 against Koi Phoenix last time. They played that one a very convincing way to end out a best-of-5 series for them. So I see it being, it's difficult really to go with anything other than it being an HGE blowout a little bit based off of results. I mean, that's not all that matters going into this one. You always try and kind of look back at previous things and go, oh, you know, this is what's going to happen. But these two teams are playing pretty much the exact same stuff that they have been playing already. So they're just going into it the same way they did their final maps, or their final times playing it.
Yeah, mirror composition. Obviously, it's gonna come down to the chamber duels quite a lot on that B long position, especially. But then you have to have rest of the team working the other side of the map, and I think it's gonna be interesting to see, because I think in those two previous maps, it was pretty much players popping off, dropping those 20 kills. Now you have to bring it in with the team. I'm gonna be interested to see what is gonna happen here. Pavlos, Ryan, one more time in this series.
Thank you very much, guys. What I appreciated the most through that were the scrimbucks. The scrimbucks for days. We always appreciate those, although they essentially don't mean anything. They mean everything to us, and it's what we base our entire analysis on. All right, let's see how this one goes. And I think what the analysts hit right, what both MP and Twiggy said, is that there are some pains on this map. There are some moments where Metizport would love to forget.
No doubt. It's just one of those maps that tends to cause more problems for teams than elating moments, I'd say. And it is one of those maps that's sticking around at least a while longer. Something like Bind or Abyss, you know, Bind being a pretty common permaban. I don't think we've cast it. We've cast it once so far this year, I think, Pavlos, just because of how little teams want to play it. Metizport just want to win a pistol again. Well, most of them.
Yeah, they have, and it really helped them out on the previous map. Let's see if it will this time. Shot that running directly where Anguist is. Oh no! And now there's only one left for Metizport, albeit the HUD saying that there were a few around for a little while. Maybe it was just them, you know, grasping for air, fallen bodies on the ground. That's a brutal thought to have. Damn. Either way, Chinook, there are a couple of players that are low, so I would never really consider this player out. He's quite cracked.
He's got 6 bullets.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. No one said it was going to be. Cake, though, triple kill to his name as HGE are able to eventually find themselves a pistol round.
How many multi-kills is that now for Cake in these pistols? Did 3, 4-0. Did a lot of damage on Abyss, but the map didn't really go his way. Just that typical walk-up play. Maybe you're thinking because he's 9 HP that just a lick of damage would be able to take Cake out. Metizport on a low buy, all grouping up. Similar play, but on the other side of the map.
Indeed. And Metizport would love to make something like this work. Chinook, that's a bit of an exploration for you, but gets dealt with by Cake, just like the previous round. So not optimal, really, to be honest. But yeah, HGE, this is, you know, them back getting into it. And obviously there were some mini comebacks for HGE in the previous map. And I think that, you know, they happened at the first half, maybe at the start of the second. But, you know, Metizport eventually did manage to close things out. I still feel it's not an easy one for Metizport. I still feel like HGE, overall, if you look at the both maps together, HG still had the better performances. Still looked the most dominant, if you will.
Really, it's just about setting some conditions, I think, for Metizport. I don't hate the idea for Chinook to try and push towards shops. It means that HG are not going to be comfortable leaving that space completely open. They're going to expect people to flank.
30 seconds left.
The Vice Wall should shut down a lot of that. You've obviously got the chamber as well. It's going to have traps to keep an eye on behind.
Spike planted.
This round looking flawless for the most part. Wall triggered on the flanks. That's going to pull some of the attention back for HG towards their own spawn. But it looks like Anguist is just grouping up with the rest of his team, hoping to die to the spike and not give any more ult charge over towards HGE.
Yeah, the only player that will kind of go looking is Mitchell, who's got a ghost in him. Famzy, double kill with the Outlaw. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. I wonder if Mitchell can find Angus here. That'd be fun. Or not. No, never mind. We'll have to go down to the spike explosion, and it's Spain's #1 seed to get up onto a 2-0 status first.
Let's see how the bonus goes now. Has been some success from them, but most it has been the teams on the bonus not really able to do the damage. It's not even about winning a round, it's just making it so Metizport Spy is worse in the next round than it is here, because it is full rifles, full armor, other than for Cider. Most of the team yet to get a kill on the board. It's a Cake, 5-0, not died yet. The chamber set up flash. Mitchell trying to jump peek. It's going to force the TP out. Yoru's also teleported back. That high line aggression that Metizport were trying to play with on his defense has to be rescinded and a lot of space given up.
Missile drone. Try and clear Famzy, but it's just gone all the way around. Wow, okay, and he ends up with a pick. Could have gone with a second one if he was accurate with a headhunter, but no. I think HGE will want to use this as an opportunity to walk into the A site now that they knew how far forward Cider had to walk. Outlaw coming out from the hands of Mitchell. It's the Bucky that does its work. Juicy though at the backside denies it all. Blinking, you miss it. This round has changed situations 2 times already. But it's Jusu's dominance on the A site that will be the theme of it all.
Metizport making a big statement against the bonus. It's been par for the course for both teams, right? HGE defined an opening. Got the dimensional drift A split too, just to try and put that pressure onto Cider, and it's a really nice play actually from Mitchell. The player advantage was in favor for HGE here. And Jusu had an amazing round at the end of Abyss. Start of Pearl is giving him 1-2, has his ultimate. Cake one away from a Cosmic Divide. To buy still, but a lot of half armors on the attacking side. But where are they going to use this Cosmic Divide? It's definitely worth using this Astra ult somewhere in this round, just to bait rotations. Metizport leaning towards A with 3 players.
Yeah, Metizport, when they won the attack, were very keen to use the Astra on Abyss as kind of a fake. A lot of the times went for those obscurements of their real intentions, but now it's a bit of a spread out approach from HGE, a bit of a feel up, setup, see what the defense looks like. Cyril nearly had to deal with 2 players there, drops back and nearly avoids them yet again. Famzy looks to trigger some utility onto B, keep players busy there, but it's Buzz's exploration outside of Art that bears fruit first.
Teleport's ready.
Pressure over towards B is going to keep 2 defenders rotated over, so on the site itself it is going to be a 3 versus 1, maybe 2, as it is looking like Bursey's about to join into the fray, try to peek for a smoke to catch people. He does, but he's traded.
The defenders from Metizport seem to be really solid on this A side. Hyper wants to take the fight to them, but the high-low is just too strong. And now the spike is in no man's land. Famzy only with an outlaw. Sure, the best he can do is trying to get closer to the tour de force. But with 10 seconds remaining, this round is done. It's dusted.
10 seconds left.
Upgrade onto the Vandal, or Phantom rather. But the round's over with Metizport able to gain the lead. Well, equalize at least the round score.
It's at the economy advantage. That's a win. It's the worst kind of stat that you can have as a team, where you lose the pistol, you win against the bonus, but you lose the full buy afterwards. Means that you have to eco. And in the first 5 rounds, you're 4-1 down. I imagine the team that's 4-1 up is going to have just good ult economy, more so than you.
That's a good spot.
And that's what Metizport have in droves. Still got that dimensional drift. Cosmic Divide themselves. And Chinook, it really does feel that when both teams are playing Chamber, it's a bit of a base race in order to get the sniper rifles online and the economy well suited.
Mitchell up first, following up the drone. Gets caught by Anguist. Metizport, again, being really good on holding up this first engagements and playing the buddy system as well. You can see the push coming in from stairs. And they'll be ready to deal with it if it happens together.
Cider looks like he wants to peek around this corner, but he really shouldn't. Finds the timing though, it's just waiting off that Vice util. He looked a little bit like he wanted to go. Antsy. He was just waiting for that util, making sure that he was ready. 3 versus 5. That 1 hero rifle that Mitchell had at the start of the round in the hands of Cake, so he can do a lot with it. And as somewhat of a crossfire for Metizport with Cider on the site alongside Bursey.
Really nice shot from Hyber. And if they pick up Bursey, this might actually be a chance for them. No, never mind. Bursey getting both kills here. It just doesn't give their opponents a chance. And even though HG might have thought there would have been a silver lining in this round, it's just Bursey that is able to hold onto this A site single-handedly. and put Metizport on top.
I really like how Bersy played that, to be fair. He gets the kill on the play that's planting. Nobody was around to sort of protect them. And he knows because he's on the site alone, because Cider just died, that he needs to sort of start to back up. Wins a good fight still, regardless. But he didn't overstep. I think this restraint from Metizport has been nice to watch. And they also give over the defused device, I think. Bersy obviously having the ultimate at this point means that ult's now looking pretty sharp for Metizport. Eventually, we'll get to see them. Oh, there we are. Dimensional Drift used instantly. Hunter's Fury combo. Just ping in. It's the whole low-far trick. But it's not quite working on the Yoru.
No, not quite. But it's Shinik that's able to find the first pick. And that's towards Art as well. Wasn't where the earlier engagement was happening. And again, HGE struggling to be the team on top in numbers early on. And it feels like this story has been kind of completely reverted, right? If you look at Haven.
Ooh, that might be big for HGE. Aldron was used, the chamber broke it, and he made footsteps running back. Trying to bait away from Mitchell. I don't think he's really going to find an opening here. Mitchell's even considering just getting out too, trying to teleport all the way back towards attacker spawn. Metizport.
That works.
Used the word restraint in the round before this. Really doesn't seem like the kind of team that's just going to push out of A main for no reason. Unless there's a huge amount of pressure. It comes in through Art. Which is kind of given up completely this time. Vice has moved all the utility over back towards B. So this space is open for the attackers to start lurking through.
And that's exactly what's going to happen.
You want to fight it?
We just rolled the tape a few rounds ago. Juicy was super good at holding on the site, but not this time. Famzy is quick to deal with him. Cosmic Divide drops, so it gives him the alleviation to get the spike down and not hand over too many audio cues, reposition accordingly, and it's a 4v4 now on this retake, and Metizport have already arrived. 2 Cosmic Divides, and there's a slither where 2 attackers are hiding within. Cider is able to drop out, catch out Famzy, so things are looking better for Metizport on this retake. They're getting most of these kills. Sakake is all by himself, and he's up against a 3. The jump up from Anguist is exactly what he needed, albeit he goes down, Cider collects the pieces, and Metizport keep on showing that they're really, really strong on this defensive side.
Yeah, I've really liked how they've played this map thus far. Just the timing, they're not really thrown off at all by the Cosmic Divide. They use their own side of just finding that little pocket of space. But all of these fights, just look at how well grouped these players from Metizport are. Even this fight, Anguist jump peeking, trade instantly from Cider. Really playing as a team. They give up a lot of control over on that A site, probably expecting that Sakake has a round with the Cosmic Divide in mind. So they just wait, give up a lot of space, try to make sure the HGE can't take the back of the A site, and just play a really solid retake. Chinook getting the operator online is a bit of a bad omen, I think, for HGE. This money doesn't look great, but it's a timeout for them. They do have a tour de force. That's probably what they're looking to lock in now. And that Metizport team that we've seen sporadically through this time in the tournament, showing a bit more consistency than what we've seen in the last couple of days.
Sure. If you look at the rest of the teams at Metizport, at the Challengers Northeast, right, you've got Enterprise, who don't look like they're going to be, well, I don't think they're getting out of their group. I think their group have already a confirmed team, but, you know, I doubt they'll be getting themselves a point. You've got Liquid Academy that are likely to get a point. Of an Ascension point. You've got Go Next to await for the next matchup to be played for them to know if they'll be getting a point. Metizport might be paired at the top of the leaderboard when it comes to Challengers North with Ascension points accumulated if they win this series. And they are the 4th seed of this region. So that would be already a big W in their book.
They do have a bye together.
No more
Chamber
thorns.
ultimates just filling the gap in. Spawn's broken for Anguist. He's not really looking that afraid to give up this space. The Euro flash making some noise is broken. And what an opening for Famzy to find over towards B. Jusu has taken this chance to be proactive and fight. Flashes himself, TP's out. And yet again, Metizport playing super tight Valorant. there is no real way for HGE to find an opening other than Famsi with this tour de force. Anguist is dicing with death with plays like that, though.
Yeah, but he's just noticed them, right? So now there's the information. Gets himself an operator, now could be a real answer to Famsi's position. He's called in for reinforcements, not really knowing if Anguist has got the info here, but he does. And 3 players of Metizport are looking to defend. Famsi looking at front line, allowing the clone to go in first and the TP potential to find it, get close to it. Here we go. Mitchell catches Anguist off guard, not knowing when to shoot and when and how. Burzy, Jusu, the only 2 players remaining. I feel like HGE might have just done it. Finally able to make and execute work off the back of a timeout, with leaving Burzy to himself. He's got plenty of money, so I don't mind him going for this. Especially when so many players on the opposing side are running out of funds themselves, already dealing with Cake. Mitchell also low. So there's more potential for Burzy to get even more collections, but the fact that the spike is planted directly in Famsi's arms, you don't really expect anything more than that. So Burzy looking to drop back here, happy with the picks that he has collected. But for HG, some positive signs, a silver lining.
And a way back into this. They managed to scramble up stuff with a timeout and with money. You gotta say, good work from Famsi to be the one that really opens the door for HGE. Metizport were really prioritizing surviving over everything. They tried to go for a counterplay in mid, backfired a little bit, just micro little plays from Jusu with the flash, making it a little bit harder. Yeah, you're right, Pavlos, that it's like a lifeline for HG to keep themselves within arm's reach of this one. Money is still really nice for Metizport. Having the operator for Chinook wants to be aggressive here. It's not really the play that we've seen for quite some time, but he needs to be careful of this Eldron, whether it spots him out.
He does have the opportunity to just get out of there with the rendezvous, and that's exactly what he does, but he doesn't go down without a kill. He gets to pick up onto Famsi. The trade of the chambers makes she need to find an advantage elsewhere, and it looks like they'll try and do that in mid.
Yeah, it's a nice play. Like Metizport, when they have this Vice dancing between the B site and Art, they're going to make sure that if the Vice isn't on B, that they're still making pressure here. That it's not just going to be an easy walk-up for HGE. Operator's been picked up by Hyber. He's a duelist player previously, so he's used to running with it. And 3 players pulled over in this direction from Metizport. That's how nervous they are. And that's how much control they have over mid. They don't really have much info when it comes to double doors. And Cake even might find that space themselves. But a B split. 3 players already from Metizport here prepared for it.
30 seconds left.
Time to jump. Who's next?
Chinook drops. Wow. Spotted though, so he has to rendezvous back. Serial killer trying to follow up on Mitchell's. What? Chinook gets a shot through the smoke and now backs up Anguist on his turn. His spree. Cake on the lurk, but it's well telegraphed. Chinook was online this round and gives Metizport a win.
I think that's just a really nice round for Metizport. It really comes down to early on Chinook winning that duel between the chambers. But the comfort to give up parts of the map and really bank that HG were going to go for a B execute. Everybody was there to deal with it.
Spike planted.
There's been a lot of really good plays from Metizport off of recon darts too. Whether it was Chinook playing the silver on Abyss or, in this case, it's in the hands of Cider. Always good to get a kill off of a character that has been nerfed through the fact that you can't ping through the map anymore. So those pings that come in from recon can find so much value on this map. It's one of the main reasons why Silver's really come back in popularity over the likes of Fade, that was probably the strongest main initiator for quite some time here on Pearl.
Sure. At their best, Metizport look really cool. Look really good. Chinook with the individual fights, sure, makes it look even better, but right now, there's just something about this Metizport roster that has rejuvenated after that first map loss against HG on Haven. Jusu also in this fight. HGE have found themselves side control. Metizport have handed it over, laid it in front of them on a silver platter, but they still are hitting them from sidelines. Hyber wants to go aggressive here, tries to see what he could do, but he is jammed. It's difficult in a situation like this. Mitchell and Serial Killer try to keep it close, but Metizport just collapse on them with sheer numbers, and it's just enough to just put them across the finish line.
Yeah, patience again winning out for Metizport. Helps when you find these first kills consistently with a chamber, but a nice steel garden that HGE didn't really seem to be prepared for. Just away to Chinook too, he hears that the Yoru had TP'd into elbow and was just happy to kind of give up that spot, not overextend, wait for some of that util to come in.
Here.
Dimensional drift, very close to being usable for Jusu, 1-0 ob away. And HG, it's looking like a low buy. They've got so many ultimates that they want to work with. Only 2 more rounds of this half.
Indeed.
Deploying drone. Enemy.
Potential for Metizport to extend, but also potential for HG to just close up this gap, just like they did on Abyss. But Chinook, again, on the operator, he feels unleashed.
Yeah.
It's a completely different look. He's been getting first kill after first kill after first kill, and it's just giving Metizport such a big advantage.
Yeah, quite literally. Last 3 rounds. Been all cleaned up from Chinook, who's looking the most comfortable. Incredibly flexible player. Now Mitchell's managed to weave his way in onto the A site. Whether this noise is going to be heard that much, I don't think Side is expecting it. He's not prepared for it. That's a moment.
Oh, what a swing. What a flick, rather. A flawless round for Metizport. And with Cider surviving 1 HP, that is also not the nicest of feelings for HGE.
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to be too upset, though. He's ADSing as well, so his burst is firing. Cider's like, huh? Must have been the wind.
It must have been. Must have been. Look at Metizport. A bit of a change in approach. 4 players looking at pushing outside of the A site. Hunter's Fury enabled. Is that enough of a distraction? Flash coming through. Buzzy is able to find 1 pick, but has to drop back here. Metizport respect the presence of HGE.
That's your controller player gone. No smoking at A main choke, and so the Cosmic Divide is going to enable HG to go for this execute. Aldrin to see if it's a fake or not to get information, maybe even a kill for the pings, but Jusu getting the player that was just out in the open. Sakake, both Astras down.
Here.
And HG, instead of going on the site with this Cosmic Divide, they're looking to resetting the Hey Macarena and just in and out of this site. They haven't quite worked it out just yet.
Spike planted.
Shock dart.
You even have the recon in 30 seconds, but I don't know if you want to be waiting for that one. Oh, still guarded. They know where Hyber is, so Chinook is able to pre-fire through the wall. Make sure he gets the guarantee pick, not quite the flick onto Serial Killer. So it is some sort of a stabilization for HGE, but you require Famzy. A 1v3 clutch that won't be going his way. Metizport, I mean, this defensive side has been a complete fortress for them.
Thorns activated.
Probably prefer to have picked it themselves instead of Haven before. But you're right, it's been a dominant side, plenty of diffuses and change of pace, I suppose, from Metizport themselves by being aggressive. Since Chinook has had this operator, though, it has been incredibly clean. Not him that got the first kill this round, so that trend has been broken. But it's not going to matter. He's having a great game. Anguist has really come alive these last 2 maps. 10-3, Bursey 10-7. It's the kind of team that could really do damage in Northeast in the future, this Metizport squad.
I mean, if this is the floor of the representatives of Challengers Northeast, then it's not too bad. Sure, we haven't had the greatest of ceilings. I think the biggest ceiling is definitely the Turkish representatives, both BBL Pacific and Eternal Fire. But Metizport are really taking HGE to their paces and are looking poised to winning this map. Sure, it's just the defense. We'll have to see if it changes anything. I guess all the information this gives is that Juicy is on an operator, really, but that's no news. 1 minute on the clock and HGE need to make a decision.
Dimensional Drift, Mitchell setting a teleporter up towards A, but he's going with the gang through Art. It's going to be a slow play for Sakake. We said this before, the Metizport not the kind of team to go push A main without any reason, and this is the passive retake play that's been working for them. Hunter's Fury trying to catch these players as they make their way into Art. No kills, but 2 tags. Famzy high below.
And you have to play respects to that here. HGE have to drop back and not really go too aggressive, but Hyber's position, even though it's telegraphed, ends up getting the 1 pick before he drops. Not too bad for HGE. Can they set up in defensive positions? I think they can. They've been able to get away. It's just how Metizport responds to this now. The Vice utility dropping, making it a little bit more treacherous. Aldroin, not initially taken down, but it spotted 2 players in the process. Touching the spike, keeping them busy. Gravity well still available though, so this is going to be difficult. I feel this time HGE have got this under lock and key. Serial Killer gets a triple to at least pad up the stats. Anguist wants to make it some way competitive, but it won't be happening this time. HGE at least close out the half on a high note. Not too bad for the Vikings, getting things started off well on the defensive side here on Pearl, but now they switch sides to see if they can seal the deal for a reverse sweep against the Spanish #1 seed. What a feat would that be?
It would, and going into the game, going back into pistols, it really does feel that if you have a team that wins a pistol, they end up losing the map. HG picked it up in the first half, but it was one of the 4 rounds that they were able to take. Metizport, 2 pistols on Haven, 13-4 scoreline. Abyss, I think HG won the pistols too. Metizport take that map. So it feels a bit of a bad omen here too. But it's HG's best chance to bring themselves back into Pearl. Mitchell traded out an aggressive hold, and Famzy is not afraid to sort of go and face this.
Similar to what we saw from Metizport earlier on with Anguist taking aggressive positions here to the back of the side, but it doesn't seem like he needs to go too aggressive as Metizport appear to walk into him themselves. They have fallen low, both in players and HP, so they need to find something, a solution to this round as they've fallen quite far behind already. They decide not to take the spike into the A site, go for a different traversal, And now HGE have got question marks in their minds. This is a bit weird. This is non-traditional. Hyper will be receiving it though. And he's the best player for the case. Drops back. How smart. Really smart. He can hear it. He can sense it. And Metizport, the fact that they've been so quiet, sure, HGE started to explore the A site, but it's B that they're going, and now their opponents know.
I love this adjustment, actually, from Hyber. Knowing that these two players alive are probably stood next to each other. Going to clear all the way on B long. It's not a position you're going to expect a defender in. But Metizport with 10 seconds left have to think about planting. They don't have all of the information. They've flashed. They don't get information onto Hyber, though. He's around the corner.
They've now just figured out he's here, so they'd love to take care of him before the rest arrive, but Hyber's not going to give him that delicacy. He might. He really might. He knows both players are a little bit low, so he's going to give it a good go. That's Anguis down, and 12 points of health, and Burzy is nothing for Hyber. That is just very smart playing from him.
And a second pistol for HGE. Long way to go. Even if it is only 3 rounds, it just feels that this is so much in favor of Metizport currently, but we have seen that momentum just dissipate in an instant. It was just all the smart plays of Famzy getting onto the back side, taking those fights, and Hyber just chilling in that spot. Played the information game nicely. It was always going to be hard for Metizport to come back. It's 2 rounds in a row. Not really been many opportunities for HGE to get a streak going. It's been all Metizport. But it was maybe the comp that you're looking at too, right? Double Sentinel was good on the defense. Chamber, Vice, it works fine. But on attack, there's a lot of pressure that goes onto side. You don't have a KO, you don't have a breach, you don't have a tail, you don't have any way to really clear up the sites themselves. So Famzy might be able to set up and do a lot here. Mirror comps leaning towards that defensive side.
Outlaw on round 2. It's a perfect situation, and he's got a get out of jail free card as well. Not too shabby. So a bit of a switch of approach for Metizport as they decide A side's probably not for them, and put the spike and lean it towards the left hand side. They can't go anywhere. Nowhere's safe.
And just a very high line from HGE. Not even really a big buy-up here either. 2 ghosts still in hand. A Bulldog for Hyber, Guardian for Mitchell. Nobody on HGE is really on the attacking side of the map at all. Very passive to say the very least.
1 enemy remaining.
Nice shot from Jusu. Nice try. There was a nice little microplay there from him in mid where he dropped the gun further up in mid, so when he switched to the Sheriff further down close to Art, it wouldn't be audible from the players nearby. Nice little touch, but didn't end up doing anything as the defenders were already aware of the position. Still, a good 2-0 for HGE.
Because they had so little of a buy, it means that the bonus here for HGE is a little bit more bolstered than we'd usually see, perhaps.
1 enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Yeah, a couple of bits of damage done for Metizport, but nothing really to write home about. Outlaw. Chinook. Trying to work out where he is. Towards B long with the Sova and the Yoru. I think they're just doing the typical posturing stuff. Yoru trying to not give away that he's part of this little pack that's here. And Eldron used very early on, actually, from Hyber through Art.
Here.
Irrelevant.
Yeah, Famzy can't escape from that one. Anguis was very quick to pounce.
Still crazy that he got one still. Just pushes out double doors aggressively. Finds our first kill onto Burzy, so no smokes. No controller available for Metizport on this attacking side. If they're going to try and go B, that's going to be really hard without the Astra.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and clear these corners quick, right? But not allow any other players approach so they can just close this one out together. Going to try and play as a unit. Cake has been spotted. Serial killer, not though. So that he allows to do anything he pleases. That is clean stuff for Serial Killer and Cake on this defensive side. And it did prove that without a controller, it's not easy to play Take on B.
That's all we need.
Take on B. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
That's all right. We love that. We love that from you.
Still a good trade for Metizport, regardless. Just the crossfire here. Hard to isolate those angles. You don't have a lot of utility naturally because you only have the one initiator to clear these corners. And then, yeah, no smokes. HG knew the assignment and they played it well.
I mean, it looks like HGE are good at their homework, especially on this defensive side. Talking about school lingo. A grade A start to this second half. Distinction.
Maybe not distinction. Both teams haven't qualified out their group.
I'd say distinction to the second half. You know, there are terms, there are half terms, you know, there are tests. Step by step, Ryan. Come on.
This whole game is a see me after class.
That is so true. That is so true. Not quite detention. That would be if we had an elimination match.
But a suspension.
Yeah, no one's really been that naughty.
I take them out.
That was a naughty play for 30.
Remaining.
It's okay, good for 2 there. Actually, Metizport this round, they've done a lot of damage. Potential upgrade, wondering which weapon he should pick up out of a Guardian and a Marshal, hoping that one of them could have been a Vandal or a Phantom. Instead, Spike goes down, and he's actually given himself a real opportunity here for a clutch.
He's got 2 stars, but they're on cooldown for the time being, so he does have a grav. He didn't pick up a main rifle, he's playing it with a Guardian.
Let's see if he will ace this test. Oh, so far so good, but can't quite find the player defusing. Oh, the angle is rough. Mitchell able to put himself behind the corner. So even though Burzy really made it close, it's still a flawless streak of rounds for Formulation.
Must be good awareness from HG to sort of know that maybe the stars aren't available yet. Because of where the plant was, he was so scared Burzy was to plant anywhere else other than this corner. Had a star at this point, just no real opportunity to use it.
I realised I called HG a Formulation a second ago. Don't know why.
Why? Yeah.
I really don't know. It just did. Blurted out of my mouth.
It's Jaff. He snuck in to challenges.
Juicy, Jaff. Either way, it's Juicy completely taking over the back line, though he really didn't have any help with them. A bit disjointed, meaning that Hyber gets first blood.
Can't quite get in onto the B site. I'm getting memories, I suppose, flashing by of Haven. Where Metizport getting onto the site was enough of an issue. Never mind playing a post plant. Never mind winning an attacking round.
Teleport's ready.
Been easy for HG so far in its defense. So Metizport having it all to do. Haven't won a round on this attacking side yet, but Chinook has found a lot of space over towards A. Getting more info is good, but he has to win that fight because all of that space that he's just taken has dissipated. And maybe Metizport at this point were hoping that more people would rotate over towards A, but no, none of them over on HGE have moved up until now. They're a little bit nervous in this position, but with 20 seconds left, yeah, it just looks like they're saving.
They're not going for this. They know that their chances are minimal. They know they have no information. They know they have no space control. So this is the only decision they've got left, given they want to have a buy in the next one.
10 seconds left.
Ouch. And they used the dimensional drift earlier, and it didn't really give them much, apart from reveal that there were quite a lot of people on that B site. But damn, HG really reinforced that B bomb site. They had 4 players just waiting there.
It's kind of surprising, I suppose, that Metizport did just give that up a little bit. That you had the chamber finding all that space, and there was no attempt from Metizport to actually go over towards A as a team. Maybe they were just hoping that if Chinook gets a kill, then maybe they would follow suit. I don't know, I just felt a little bit without a plan, which isn't the first time I felt that with Metizport, full stop. Not only this series, but in the 2 games that we've seen from them.
Big change, really, in tempo. It seems that the teams really do like being on the defensive here, really finding comfort in it. And the opposite for the attack. I mean, I guess that's where these comps sort of thrive. You've got the double sentinel for a reason. It's going to be strong. But damn, didn't expect it to be this much of a difference, did you?
I don't know. I mean, on Metizport specifically, they just seem such a flippy-flop team, hot and cold at the best of times. Like, does this team have the players and the infrastructure to go on and make Ascension? Yeah, I genuinely think so. But there's just something in that core that's not translating, whether it's the communication, whether it's, you know, they're still adjusting to a new coach. And the coach is adjusting to coaching for the first time.
You want to play? Let's play.
Tour de force out from Chinook. Trying to add another weapon to the arsenal. And again, left alone, left to see if he can find any openings, create some space. But Metizport, again, put most of the players grouped up together in an effort to secure the entry to a site. But look how deep FAMZI is. Operator in hand, has to reveal his hand there, has to drop back with the Aldrone revealed in front of him.
The adjustment that's coming from HGE is having the Eurofraze teleport over for a fast one if he needs to go and support A. And the Silver's giving up a little bit of space on the R. With where the chamber's placed though, he does have that trap watching sort of inner right lane. And with 35 seconds left on the clock, Chinook activating the Vice Wall. All this information, HGE have been great to stack players in the right spot, and I feel like we've seen this before, Pavlos.
Yeah. It might be just walking into a trap. Mitchell with first blood. And it just makes the situation that much more worse, but Juicer at least is able to open up the back line and create some more space. 10 seconds, but you need to get onto the spike and you need to do it quick. Burzy looking to buy some space, but Serial Killer with a shorty not able to seal the deal there. Hyber. Can he find the higher ground? The spike does end up going down, and 2v2 seems fathomable.
They're going to work out where Burzy is, though, is the question. Shocked Out would suggest so, and that's pretty much right on the bullseye.
12 points of health left on him. And that's going to deplete his confidence into this next exchange. Hyber, though, fueled with energy, wanting to take the fight to Anguis. And they know they've done damage to Burzy, but it didn't really come down to that either, because FAMZI with the Headhunter rips his opponent's head to shreds, and HGE cannot stop giving on the defensive.
After a timeout from Metizport, hoping to change the fate a little bit more, they can't do it. It is a huge plethora of rounds for HGE to keep winning, and it's the same game plan each and every time. That's the closest it has looked for Metizport.
10 seconds left.
Even here, just a 2v2. Really nice play from Hyber to just get a huge amount of shock dart damage, knowing exactly where Burzy is. It just seems almost too easy, even in a stick like that. HG win the team fights if they need to.
Vantage Fury coming out from Hyber. It seemed like he got a tag at the start, but no, it's at the end that he receives one against Cider. Anguis on his own little engagement. This time Metizport want to hang around with Chinook and try and let Anguis do his thing, but it's FAMZI again to keep things going for HG. Have that numbers advantage at the start.
Mitchell actually taking a more aggressive line here. The attacking off, at least trading out to stop FAMZI from getting any more. 4v4, dimensional drift for Mitchell if he wants to get more information, but he's just having to teleport out, give up a lot of space. You've slowly got the Astra coming over towards that A site to maybe like crossfire to hold it down. Steel Gun's gonna have people just back up. It doesn't connect onto anybody, and really doesn't create all that much space. Metizport don't have the site control just yet.
No, not quite. Mitchell. This is a great position for him to have because he can spray towards the spike direction. That's exactly what he's going to try to do. And he's successful in doing it. And now HGE are right back on top. It was a 4v4, but now the numbers are secured with them. Mitchell does it again, albeit a slightly different angle. He just anticipates it, finds the head, and tries to do it again, but obviously runs out of bullets, and that wall is not one that can be penetrated. That spike is not going down. HGE have made sure of it, and Shinnick has to run away and hide.
Saving the AWP. 4 versus 4 for a good amount of time, so you think the Metizport might be able to get in, but it just didn't feel that they were ready to go off the Steel Garden. And then you sort of look at the play overall and you think, what are they hoping for, right? What other reason would you use that Steel Garden other than to make space? But they seem so scared to go in on the site. Whether it's because they're waiting for the smokes, whether it's just people's utility hasn't quite synced up. They aren't able to take that space, that control of backside. In this little spot that HGE have just been wall banging. You know, the spike doesn't go down. Metizport, second time out used very quickly after the first. And that is because it's been 7 rounds in a row that HGE have been able to win. And with that save of the operator, it's going to be a buy. They're going to try and force this up, meaning that if Metizport loses next round, that's HGE on match and series point, and there's no money in the bank for Metizport to work with. None.
Yeah, last time, realistically, to think about this. Last attempt for the bounce back. At least on HGE, they had a better attacking side because they were able to interrupt a round or two here or there. Metizport haven't found that formula just yet. And it might just be too late if they do.
You look at everything, just all of the green, all of the ults, all of the money. Famzy having enough to buy another operator if he loses this one.
Who will I spot first?
And you think a lot of pressure goes onto Chinook to find those openings. Hunter's Fury is the only ultimate available to Metizport on this attack. Yeah. Decider is the one to use it. I don't know really where he's going. The spike has been left in spawn, looking to Aldrin, maybe to just plant Chinook on a more aggressive angle in A main. He did win the duel against the enemy chamber here last time. And that's one of the reasons, actually, why Famzy is not interested in looking at it just yet.
Enemy tag.
Well, there's a reveal Shinnick early on. And HG are happy to reinforce the A-side defense. But Metizport, they're going through lane here. And this just might be a smart decision to just split the map in 2.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't really seen Metizport or any of the teams are really just making use of this space a bit more. Been given up. Here's that duel between chambers again. Famzy winning out this time.
And Hyber wins the other fight against Anguist.
30 seconds.
And Famzy, instead of dropping back, just walks forwards because it's safer there, because he can look in that direction, he can continue shooting. Yeah, this is not looking right for Metizport. Sour. For sure.
Teleport gone.
Famzy may be losing his life here, but I don't think they quite know that Sakake has gone all the way around as well, so they need to be careful of their back line. I'm not quite sure Serial Killer will let them plant either. 5 seconds. They're going to let this one go, but Sakake isn't going to let them go. They are going down, and there is nothing Metizport can do about it.
Yeah, frantic to get off the site to save guns, because look at the cash. It's not there at all for Metizport. Sakake just twisting a knife towards the end. And it's been fun to watch these chambers perform well. But I think if you had to really round up one problem for Metizport, it's the attacking side. Haven had its problems. Abyss was the only map that sort of looked better for them, but they had 3 initiators to sort of help clear that space. And really good games for Jusu. I understand that this comp is to try to weigh against how attacking-sided Pearl is at the moment. But you also got to make sure that you can play the attacking side too. It's a hard comp to run because it's all timing. It's all just napkin math to try to get in. You can't brute force your way onto the sites. But I think HGE's just had better protocols.
They found my trap.
Yeah, they've looked solid towards the end. And it's those little minute details that will end up giving you more and more rounds and create the difference. You've just been solid all across the board. You can't call it over just yet until the fat lady sings, quite frankly.
It's felt over for the past 5-10 minutes, Pavlos.
It has, but I feel we've watched enough Valorant to think that there's always a chance and you've got to entertain it.
30 seconds left.
Well, the Cosmic Divide's going to be the thing that tries to open it up. Backside cleared.
Oh.
Open it for Juicer, you might be right.
That's the first pick. That's promising. So Cake not going to let them breathe, though. Burzy backing it up. Hyper has to readjust, but Shinnik is jumping in his face with a Bucky. Okay, maybe Havoc is where Metizport find their comfort. Maybe through craziness, there is a chance, but very different positions taken up by the attackers. And Serial Killer needs to figure out where the two are. And I think he's got the right idea. I think he can sense that Shinnik might have gone all the way around. He spotted him. Now he needs to figure out where the other one is. He's not towards Library, his main. And Serial hasn't looked at that position once. The Hunter's Fury comes through, but it's Shinnik's pick to get the nail in the coffin. It's Metizport that hold on for just a little bit.
Might just be a little bit. Look at the scoreboard, though. It's, what, 9 rounds in a row that have gone the way of HGE. 8-4 scoreline at the half. It's the first round, finally, that Metizport are able to get on their attack. But money has been grand, right? There's another operator for FAMZ. Steel Garden, Dimensional Drift, Cosmic Divide. All of the big ults are handy and ready. Just 3 more rounds for Metizport to bring this to OT, which wouldn't be surprising in the slightest because of just how this has been going.
No, not at all. I feel like this is a very real possibility. And overtimes have been something, a theme, I'd rather say, for this group. FAMZ finds first blood though, and this time not traded. HG playing off of an advantage. Mitchell, he doesn't really need to be here, but he didn't know they'd be ahead in numbers. Shinnik is not going to expect this all. Misses the first couple shots, but good to account for the third. And now Metizport a lot further behind.
This is the slow death that they seem to really suffer from. Like, where do you find the opening here? You go towards B, you go towards an Astra Vice sitting on the site. On A chamber with an op, a Euro that has his ultimate. And Hyber somewhere between the 2 points. All to do with 35 seconds on the clock, Pavlos. I don't know if Metizport have this one.
No, I don't think they do either. Left. Sure, Juicy did pop off the previous round, but with FAMZ's holding down the line with an operator, it just implicates difficulty for sure. Mitchell able to find a couple towards the end to create an entire triple kill for that round, a hat trick if you will, but the secure is there for HGE. God, it was labored towards the end, but that streak of rounds on their defense was undeniably spectacular.
Yeah, I think it's commiserations for Metizport. They're unable to get any ascension points, which might be costly in the future, but you're looking at this team, they have the ability to do work in Northeast, and now with the new coach of Shadow, you never know. Like, this is a team that could definitely fight back, and yeah, a really nice result for HGE picking up an ascension point. That could be valuable for their chances of making ascension from the Spanish region.
Yeah, it really could. Well, we'll let the analysts take this one from here, because this map, I think, this series has got a lot of talking points.
For sure, and you know, big kind of just overall positives for both teams. I think Metizport can leave that one feeling like they did not perform badly in this tournament, first of all, as the 4th seed coming from Northeast. That's a big accomplishment, I think. You know, not touted as being one of the teams that was going to get through this group from the beginning. So I think that's a good start from them, and obviously for HGE Esports, I think 2 very good series from them.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Pavlos and Ryan was already talking about a little bit of the 4th seed of Northeast facing against the 1st seed of Spanish and actually bring it to a really close matchup. Metizport, they had a really decent first half, but it seemed like the attacking side was a struggle. They couldn't quite do anything there, and in the end, HGE, they were able to come back. The thing that Mandatory did to them, they kind of did to Metizport, but with the style.
Yeah, I think so. I think they were just better prepared for this map. You know, Metizport looked good, considering their last performance on this map. You know, very good, in fact. A 13-3 with a 13-loss streak against Mandatory. They've certainly cleaned up their act here, and I don't think, you know, that's because it's a difference in opponent. I think, you know, HGE is a similar kind of opponent to Mandatory in terms of skill level, so I think that is just Metizport. I think maybe with less kind of pressure on them with that game, being able to put up better numbers. And yeah, I think there's a lot for them to build on. As the casters mentioned, you know, they've got that new coach. I think there's a lot they can do moving into the next stage, and maybe earn some ascension points in different ways than just this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's a great showing for the next upcoming season in Northeast. I think this Pearl was definitely showing of, well, both of these teams, that there are a lot of team play into these teams, a lot of set plays that they can actually work on, a lot of strategies, synergies there, because I feel like the first two maps, they were a lot of individual plays, a lot of great performances. Sure, there were multi-kills here as well, Famsi dropping 8 first kills as well, a lot of great performance, but I think this was more of a team difference throughout the whole map. Metizport for the defensive side, and same for HGE on the defensive side.
Well, you had a round that you wanted to take a look at before we start setting our sights towards our next series, so go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a great round, showing how Metizport were actually on the driving seat on the defensive side, and they did have a great showing of the defensive side instantly. Let's just play out this round and then rewind and look back what happens. Obviously, insane pressure instantly into A lobby. Dimensional drift coming through, the Hunter's Fury as well, trying to get big on the Yoru, but doesn't quite connect. What happens? What? Oh, there's a kill on the kill feed. Let's rewind it back a bit. Look at the play, actually. What is going on here? Let's reset this so we can go actually forward. Sorry for the minor delay there. Let's pause here. Look where the kill happens. This all is a fluke. Everything that happens in this A main area, this Yoru ult, the Sova ult, it's a fluke. They're all trying to play for this chamber, and that is how Metizport were able to actually bring out this defensive side. Everything that they created here was an illusion. It didn't actually happen in the A main, and all of a sudden there's people running straight into that chamber's crosshair. And I'm gonna be honest, I think from that the round was pretty much over. Chinook being able to get that pick, being able to fall back, Hyberg going down, and honestly HGE were in shambles in that situation. But I think there was a great replay showing how HGE were able to show their defensive side as well, and how Metizport weren't quite on the comfortability side on the attacking side. We see this round 19. Forcing plant. 30 seconds on the clock. That's the first one. Down. Jusu gets taken out. Michelle is like, do I hear another plant? Oh, bursts it down. Desperate situation for Metizport. Anguist picks up the spike, goes for the plants. Oh, I cannot quite spam. Oh, we have serial killer there. A third guy who's trying to plant goes down. I think that's exactly why Metizport lost in the end. They couldn't quite close it out in the attacking side. They couldn't quite create this illusion for the side of HGE, and they were really desperate in these situations where they had plenty of time left.
Well, that is Group A over and done with for that one. Mandatory goes through to the playoffs, and HGE Esports are going to earn themselves an ascension point on their way out. Group B as well, similar story. CGN Esports are the team that do earn that ascension point, just in case you didn't want to flick over to the East stream for that one. But yeah, no, we've got a couple of interesting games coming up, I think, is the big part to go for, because both groups, so whether you're watching this stream or the other English stream that we've got going on, both have something to play for here. I'd say our one is a little more kind of set in stone, like the result a little more predetermined, but still,
yeah.
Dynasty can, mess with things a little bit. We can see later on what will happen there. Obviously, on the other stream, I think already has started Job Life versus Eternal Fire. and Job Life all to play for that one, especially if you're a Northeast viewer. You're going to have your eyes on France for that one as well. But we're going to go for a quick break, so go see what's going on over there, and then you can come back to us for the FOKUS versus Dynasty game. We'll see you in just a little bit.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Yeah, motivated on focus. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
Hey, yo, listen up. If you're here for the safe plays, if you're here for the hero shots and predictable endings, you're in the wrong place. We're here to shake things up. Teach lessons the hard way. We come from all over, different places, different styles, but one common goal: to challenge conventions and fight for ascension. We're stealing the spotlight. We're the ones everyone's gonna be talking about tomorrow. In short, we are the future. Unfiltered, unpredictable, unstoppable.
Here comes the party!
We are challengers.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers EMEA, everybody. We've got one more best of 3 for you before the group stages is finished for this tournament. We'll be on to the playoffs after that. This one does actually have some stakes to it here. FOKUS and Dynasty. Whoever wins this one, although Dynasty would need to do incredibly well, may get first seed out of this, or well, may actually get through the group stage. Only the first in the group will get through. But FOKUS, they've set themselves up very nicely for this match, and they did that by taking down Team Liquid Academy, who did manage to 2-0 Dynasty. So things looking pretty good for them. Dynasty, a tough climb ahead of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think FOKUS, where they have their strength, is definitely their experience. A lot of experience alongside this roster. You have so many players that have played. Well, Hoodie and Mystic, first 2 players that have played in VCT. Hoodie has played for G2, Giants. A lot of experience in Yaboy Lewis, Valorant. Then you have Xas, the Polish. Firepower, insane amount of firepower there. Obviously, Dynasty, they are no strangers to this as well. You have Waddle, Batty G. I think Simon Dark is one of those players that I really want to keep my eye on. Definitely one of those players that can pop off when needed, but I think he has been flying under the radar throughout this tournament, at least for me.
Yeah, I think, you know, the thing is, we look at every single team in this tournament, and all of them have highlights, all of them have strengths, and, I mean, Desire, sorry, not Desire. It's every time with the same, it's almost the same logo, it's the same everything. I'm so sorry, guys. Dynasty, you know, absolutely has had some highlights so far. They played that game against Team Liquid Academy. It was a 2-0. Their second map, however, was definitely positive. And I think we can see a little more out of them today, I hope, because, you know, they can, if they get a really good round differential here, they can still make something happen out of this one. They can get that first place in the group and get out of it. So it's not over for them like it was for the other 2 teams in our last game today. So for them, you know, the route is difficult. But how do you think they can get something out of this game against FOKUS today?
I mean, you have to have everything played on Simon Dark. You have to have Simon Dark on the comfortable level. Obviously, I think on that Liquid game where they played in split 12-14, Simon Dark was online. It was really comfortable, but that Haven was terrible. 3 and 10 on first kills. That is something that you don't want to have your Jet doing. Obviously, you want him to go first and create that space, but I think Simon Dark can do so much better. You can absolutely win those entry duels, and I think that's something that I want to see. Obviously, that comes from support of Kaden as well. I think there is a lot of pressure on him to give a lot of information and utility to Simon Dark, and Tag just locking down those sites because you have a strong FOKUS organization against you.
Exactly. These guys definitely surprised us yesterday. We came off the first day thinking, you know, Team Liquid Academy, they look energized, they look absolutely brilliant. And then they lost 2-0, and the first map, very close. Obviously, that was FOKUS's pick, 13-11 on Lotus, so a close affair. But then, as you can see here, 13-4 on Team Liquid Academy split, which we know to be a very strong map for them. They eventually went down in that one 2-0, so FOKUS definitely coming out of that one looking really, really positive.
Yeah, and I think, well, not to go too deep on the map videos, I think Split is probably gonna be played today. I think that shows already great promise for FOKUS. 13-4 against Team Liquid Academy, like you said. I think that's insane. But this is the duo that I'm looking for forward for the most. Team Mystic, obviously, 49.4 headshot percentage. Sure, it's a small sample size. It's throughout this tournament, so one game. But DNSTY and Mystic, they have so much history back and forth. Both of them are on the redemption arc. Mystic trying to build up back to that VCT. It seems like past few years he has been kind of popping into the VCT circuit, then coming back, popping in, then coming back. But this is something that you don't want to show to Mystic. 13-0. This is the infamous first OG Challengers EMEA 13-0.
I think
FBX.
I casted this. I'm pretty sure I casted this game with I don't remember who it was now. It was Milos. I remember casting this game.
Wow. But look, DNSTY 18-7, Mystic 6-13. I think this is one of the moments that Mystic doesn't want to look back and remember. Other one is obviously the Haven Skyflash. I'm sorry for bringing it up. But there is history between these two players. It's no wonder. And FBX actually went on to go into the Masters Reykjavik from that tournament. They did win the original EMEA Challengers. And now DNSTY, he wants that again. And DNSTY is actually no strangers on winning. That is not the only time he has won. He has won VCL East Church, Split 1, and the French Revolution Original League. He has gone to multiple Grand Finals, VRL Finals as well. But we have the map veto. Haven, I'm expecting Split right here, DNSTY. Please give me that Split. Tell me you're not afraid of FOKUS. Let's go. I'm so excited for this.
I mean, that is great. I think, FOKUS showed that they are so comfortable on this map, coming up against a team that drills it all the time. So for DNSTY to go, okay, we're going to go for it anyway, that's really, really positive for them. I like going into it with some confidence. Fracture's going to be our float here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, FOKUS not going for the Lotus is kind of surprising for me. They wanted to float that, but Haven is definitely one of their strongest maps as well, so they feel really, really comfortable there. And obviously DNSTY, they don't want to float that Lotus, so Fracture is where we go. If we go all the way to the third map, I mean, we had a surprise on that first match, I think, so we could definitely see a first or second surprise here. DNSTY definitely has something to show to Mystic at least.
Yeah, when we talked to Valorant yesterday after their win against Team Liquid Academy, I did say that, they were thinking, they're not underestimating DNSTY, let's say. This is a good team. It's got great players, obviously. As you mentioned, DNSTY got some history against some of the players from FOKUS. So I think, they're coming into this one. They're not underestimating their opponent. And I think that's a good thing to do, because DNSTY, despite the fact they did lose that series against Team Liquid Academy, definitely capable of big things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this Haven scares me, though, for the side of DNSTY. FOKUS haven't lost a single Haven this year quite yet. Obviously, there's only 3 maps that they have been quite strong against MOUSE, against CGN, and against Experion NXT. It's gonna be interesting to see what is gonna happen here in this Haven. Is DNSTY gonna be able to actually fight against FOKUS? I'm excited to see Ryan and Pavlos.
Yeah, you are excited, as we are, really, for this one. It's going to be an interesting one, as, look, DNSTY will require a massive 2-0, such a dominating one, if they are to qualify, because, they already got 0-2'd from Team Liquid Academy, and FOKUS already did a good 2-0 against Team Liquid Academy as well. So, yeah, if a map is lost, I think it's safe to say DNSTY don't make it through, but there is a chance.
Has to be a performance of a lifetime, I think, Pavlos, in order to do it.
Yeah.
I also wanted to address the fake news of Twiggy saying he casted that 13-0 series because it'd work anywhere else, but it was me. It was me and Dingo that casted it because I remember Dingo turning to me and going, "Is this a usual game for FPX?" And me being like, "No, there's no artist because he was out with COVID. Angel's just come back and started playing. He's played Jet and they 13-0 Fnatic."
The lore of that game. All right, well, we see FOKUS breaking into the A site here. Simon Dark looking to play around the cage, and he's doing it nicely so far, but your boy Lewis will be catching him. A FOKUS OG through this Org's highs and lows, and actually in the Org, when FOKUS actually made it to VCT through a similar program that challenges EMEA. They went through VCT promotion.
Now with a post plan for FOKUS, paranoia in hands, just wanted to try and play off a bit. Really like the cyber cage to just force them back, but time has been wasted. Waddle finds an opening to make this a 4v4.
Valorant, it's just letting them cross for now because he can be a guarantee towards the end. Knows exactly what to do here, but does get dealt with. Here we go. Tag and Badiji getting some shots through themselves, and they're being very accurate doing so, leaving Valorant by himself. No, never mind, he's dead. He's dead. The HUD confusing us again. A solid retake by Dynasty there, not allowing really any margin for error for FOKUS.
It was very, very close. It's the first kill going away. Simon Dark just skulking around. And it is just how both teams take chunks out of each other. It's in a lot of Haven. I'm almost bored of it, Pavlos. Yeah. But with just these teams just taking chunks out of each other, we're at least seeing a little more of a high-octane game. And unlike the last series where it was just commiserating ascension points being played for, like you mentioned, Dynasty do have a chance to actually qualify into their seed, but they basically need to beat FOKUS harder than FOKUS beat Team Liquid Academy.
Revealing area.
Not easy.
No.
Not easy. And I think it needs to be harder than that. I think it needs to be harder than how Liquid beat FOKUS. Dynasty. I'm not sure.
Which isn't as bad because it was an almost overtime game, the second one. The Dynasty and Team Liquid Academy. So round difference at least. A little bit more forgiving.
Yeah, because, I don't know, this is going to hurt our brain permutation-wise.
Yeah. In short, Dynasty could do the funniest thing.
They really could. Kaden doubles up here and laughs around with what could potentially happen here, but no, FOKUS left with 3 players and not much really apart from that. Sure, they've got the spike under their control still, which is a positive, and they're trying to see if a different entry into any of these sites is a little bit more opening for them.
30 seconds left.
Switching over to look at Tag. Just watching mid because this utility is covering literally everywhere else on the map, so he needs to be careful here. In fact, careful is keep carefree. Trying to push into the smoke, letting the plant go down before Badiji takes a fight, but Hoodie was watching it, traded out completely by the controller. And it means that it's going to be a fairly straightforward Destiny, Dynasty, Desire.
I get it. I mean,
why just not be DYN? Why is there like Hex DSY?
No, I don't get it. I don't get it either, because that was Desire's tag as well. And even though the core of Desire is Dynasty, it's just a bit confusing, is it not? And it's also an Italian org. Like, come on! Being original here. The game broke.
No, we're just taking a moment. There we go.
It looked like it for a second. Buy round for FOKUS. Let's see what they've got. That, apparently. That was smooth. Tag falls thump into the ground. Kaden off to a good start himself as well. Gets away from the stun, and there's a smoke created, allowing him to try to find safety. A lot of nice shots connecting so far. Valorant might have a chance to get one in the zone. That's exactly what happens. Kaden keeps going. Buddy G as well. What is going on? Wants to take the short distance angle against Valorant, and things have squared up. But given I've seen the HUD change, there's been another pick gone on. 2v3.
Badiji's got the gun. He's backing out. Waddle here in the full clump. It's whether this corner gets cleared. He was considering hooking into this corner. He's actually going to commit to it fully.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, no way.
Last player standing.
He gets two, which
Spike down.
gives a real opportunity for Mystic here. Or Baddy, if you will. Both of them having rifles. Now, Baddy hasn't got any idea how close Mystic is. Or the opposite way around again. But with the
30
spike
seconds
touching,
left.
it does give an inclination for Baddy to just walk a little bit closer. Mystic playing it careful. Again, the rivalry between these two players going for many years. Whether that's FPX Fnatic, Apex Ascend. And now FOKUS Dynasty.
10 seconds
Spike
left.
down. Mystic in the
Spike
corner.
planted.
Baddy knows. Paranoia, it connects. Knows he has to take the chance here. Smoke to give Mystic some extra space. He does take an extra angle. And he's ready for it. Nice Omen v Omen moment. But it's Mystic come out on top.
It was still the anti-bonus that was won. So plenty of damage done for Dynasty. But as we keep mentioning, the rounds are going to matter. Took some like brilliant moments for FOKUS to keep themselves in control of things here, and sort of talking about the likes of Mystic versus Baddy. You have to talk about the fact that your boy Lewis, I think it must be the player that's been on the roster the longest behind the likes of, say, like Boaster, for example, on Fnatic. He has been on FOKUS for going into his 4th year now, I think.
Yeah. I think you're right in saying that. Maybe third year, 3.5. But still, that's a long time to be in a single roster, I think. Because it's still early doors in competitive Valorant. And so many changes have happened.
Simon Dak having the hop pretty early on again.
Take flight.
The typical setup that we've seen, because we've seen so much Haven. Just with the operator over on scene, and you've got the camera more looking towards Garage, which is where Tag is in. You died here first last time. Nobody's died yet so far in the server just yet.
Baddy looking to post up close. Paranoia does affect him, so does a flash. He tries to spray, but no one has collected him. He just walked past them. No one's really checked that corner. And Tag wants to jump in and get the double of his own as well. It's pure pandemonium. But Desire come out on top. Dynasty, rather. Alorante all to himself.
Heavens above.
30 seconds left.
Found you.
He's at the spike.
Must I remove?
And when's the isolate the fight? Come on.
I have retrieved the spike.
Gets a spike plant just on time and no one's there to stop him. And now could reposition. Play as far as he wants. 1v2. Neural theft as well. Oh my word. This is very doable. Alorante probably the most noteworthy players from this roster when it comes to performance, and he's showing it right now. He's a killing machine, he is. And he can replicate the madness round after round.
I'm minimizing my screen, and I'm going to Alorante EDPI. Because some of those flicks are absurd from him. It's not only winning such a brilliant clutch, it's doing it in utter style. The accuracy from this guy is crazy, and I can't remember off the top of my head. I think Alorante is a crazy high sensitivity or a crazy low one. Whichever it is, I'm copying it. I'm just flat out copying it, Pavlos. I'm looking for it now.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to help you much.
Thanks.
Good luck with that, though. Let me know what the results look like. Damn, dude. Dynasty seemed like they had that all under control. It was a 1v3. Oh, this time, Alorante gets dealt with. Free rifle, sure. But FOKUS know exactly what's going on and want to collapse onto the position. Stop it all from happening all too quick. Tag backside. Quick scope by Xus. And sure, damage is being done still from Dynasty, but FOKUS are doing more than what is inflicted upon them. Xus knows he needs to drop back and not take any more fights. Let the more healthier players get it done. Wait a minute, Caden. Can you do what Alorante did moments ago? Because this was also a 1v3.
On a
Xus is
weapon.
low.
Yes, this is low. He's had to use the dimensional
30
drift. This has
seconds
got a
left.
little bit out of hand for Focus. Now Dynasty and Caden run into the wrong site. The spike is going to go down. Lewis just sort of waited, I think, for the Euro to get closer to him before the breachers realized it's actually a C plant. He's got a gun now.
He does. But I think if you don't spot Zassia, yeah, he doesn't. That's it. That's
He's not looking.
No, he isn't. He'll be able to come in as a guarantee, and I don't think Caden will consider that position as a possibility. Yeah, and there's not much time on it either. Yeah, Focus have played this one all right. Zasa's going to hold the angle here. Oh, no, he connects the shots. Caden, off the shot, that's going to deter Zas for a little bit, allowing the opportunity for a half defuse. But has to stick it. Oh, it doesn't have the time. Doesn't have the time. God, if he had 1 extra second and a little bit more, it could have been a lovely clutch for him.
There was an eco round for Dynasty. And it goes as close as it possibly can there. And you think if Tag gets that kill, it's maybe a 1 round. For those that didn't have a buy, but really well played from Caden. Just time was the enemy there. But yeah, if you're Focus, you're sort of feeling like, ugh, that felt horrible to play. And actually, with Focus winning the round, they are opting to eco here. Despite winning the last round, they haven't bought up. You don't see that every day.
No, you don't. Kind of sets up the pace for this game. Simon Dark tripling up. Oh, nearly gets a quadra. Mystic to stop him in his paces. Focus still want to give this a go, but I think the damage has already been done given how influential Simon Dark was at the initial vestiges of this round. God, 3 kills. Operator in sewers. That's all you need.
I won't want to give this Focus team an operator on attack though. Mystic, just as I said, gets rid of it completely off the map. Makes sense. You look at the money, even if this is a Dynasty round, you really don't have enough to buy another one.
Yeah, Mystic, an intelligent player. But no intelligence can get you out of situations like this. 3-3 as Focus are able to stabilize.
You see Dynasty running as fast as it can towards sewers to try and find the op.
Wait, where is it, guys? I'm sure it was here. Surely.
It's also a kind of a weird play. It could have worked out for Focus there, because I think you set up there for Simon Dark. You never play that position if you know you're up against an eco. But why would Dynasty know that they'd be up against an eco? Because Focus just won the round. So he gets lucky there, but Focus, that was still kind of the game plan. Get the operator out the server.
Time to jump.
Here's a Blade Storm at least. But he's on the other side of the map of where this execute's coming into.
So that's very aggressive from the get-go. BattleG might be in trouble, and that's exactly what happens. Able to subside the Rolling Thunder with a stun. Tag walks in and stops the push from happening. That's the spike now in the hands of Dynasty. And now the Hunter's Fury is used to try and keep Focus a little bit further back. Now Focus need to rethink here, but Simon Dark isn't even letting them do that.
Tag tucking in. Crossfire setup at least with Caden. Huddy checking all these angles to see where the camera is. There's a flash and a response, and the execute attempted to come through, still onto C.
Good flash. Again, buying time. Focus slow on this. Simon Dark on the lurk, but he won't be relevant just yet. It's Mystic. The lines of the first shot against Tag. Although Waddle, being a menace, hides within Garage. Caden, next player in contention, reveals himself. Can't get anything done as Focus completely turned the tides. Simon Dark all to himself. He's gone all the way around and now wants to walk in from Garage. Blades out. Oh, he's going to go explosive with this one. He doesn't have a dash, though. He's got a Cloudburst, an updraft, looking for the headshot. Mystic is able to find an off angle off the spike as well. And Focus find the lead in that way.
Really well dealt with from Focus. And it was some nice plays in there from Dynasty, right? You've got Caden backside just taking some pot shots out, making some noise. The bait away from where Waddle was playing in Garage. In the flank, it's a lot of control, but these 3 players that were alive here, that just that bait, that pull away that allows Waddle to go for a peek, but Hoodie, Mystic, they're so good at this game that they can just clear up the site a bit at a time. Blade Storm dedicated from Simon Dark, but just can't quite do it.
No wonder there's a timeout here for Dynasty. No wonder you kind of need a time to relax a bit, because there are some things that Dynasty are doing correctly, right? The pushes you get from Simon Dark, the positions they get, some of these retakes have not been bad from them. But FOKUS find ways into rounds when there really shouldn't be. You can just never consider them out.
I'm just seeing what the buy is. Simon Dark is getting an operator, just has enough, but he won't have any armor to go alongside it. And you've even got players like Hayden that have had to downgrade to a Guardian.
This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Not really much ultimate-wise to work with for either side. But posturing the Euro up towards A and looking to try and execute towards C yet again.
Nowhere to run.
Hunter's Fury off the rip, off the tag of the Jet, but Maniji holds the line in short. Zus isn't allowed to explore.
Looks like FOKUS are just adjusting. They know the operator's over towards C. They've got a kill towards A. They don't want to just make the obvious play and going in that direction, so they're going to head in towards B, break this trip, execute if they've got the smoke available. The Breach has the stun in hand. He's twisted it towards that B main entrance. And Lewis, the recon that isn't going to see anything towards A link, but is going to keep the attention of these defenders and allow space for Valorant.
Oh, he doesn't get the pickup. That's crucial. Paranoia does miss the mark. Oh, Valorant gets both. Waddle and Badaji would have loved to collect them there, but that doesn't happen. You just can't count Valorant out. And with the Paranoia missing, you just gave him all the cards.
Now, is it looking like a Dynasty save? Might be. They have to select their fights well. The whole focus for them is just not losing a map. You do, that confirms FOKUS to be qualifying out of this group. You can't just win 2-0. You have to do it with a good round differential. You can't do that if you keep going on to ecos. But also, you don't want to be giving up rounds like this too, as FOKUS building upon that lead after a Dynasty timeout too.
That's just ridiculous, getting to see that all over again. Valorant has been huge this year. He's been highest in the league when it comes to headshot rates. Very, very dangerous on those one-bullet engagements. And his clutch rate, even more dangerous. Hear this, Ryan. 1 in 3 clutches he wins. 1 in 3. And it's not like he had like 3 or 6 clutches. I think it's like 15 clutches he's had to play. And he's been winning 33% of them.
Spike down A.
Good work, Simon Dark. Makes sense why FOKUS are either scared of the operator to avoid it completely, or why they're keen of just getting it out of his hands. This isn't the first time the FOKUS have been a player down. Certainly not the first time they've been a player down and won the round 2, even in just this map alone.
Recon out. Badiji needs to be careful here. There's 2 players that can potentially break away from the trip, but it's your boy Lewis that gets it. I would have thought Alorante would have been required there, but no. It's the captain of FOKUS that gets it done himself, keeping things square.
Tag definitely plays quite aggressive as a Cypher. Not afraid to go into these spaces and try to fight up. And FOKUS, just a couple of pot shots are going to be heard from Simon Dark's positioning, so he might know that it's going to be an execute. Don't know if he would have heard the Paranoia, but it is a fake.
It is. So Dynasty happy to hold this position. The calls came already from Simon Duck. That's a great
20
stun.
seconds.
And counting. Alorante closing in and tag ready for him. He spots out the weapon, but Alorante again has to win in a position like that. Waddle struggling, but Caden comes in as reinforcements on the site already, but you need to get the spike down. Dynasty looking to close in. They're looking to deny. That's exactly what Caden does. They've thrown the round. If you live here, you win, and that's exactly what Dynasty do.
FOKUS thought that they did enough to bait a rotate towards A, but it just backfired. Maybe they bailed out. They didn't feel confident in the idea, so just having the From the Shadows used towards C, the breach was still there. It's just one stun from Caden, slows everything to a halt. And surprisingly, FOKUS, it's one of the few rounds that they've dropped out of the last handful, requiring a timeout to try and fix things up.
10 seconds left.
This game is actually proving to be very, very close. Dynasty keeping focus on a leash, essentially. Timeout forced out from them. 3 rounds to spare for this half. What would you say is a good lead here for FOKUS, do you reckon?
At half time, I think you need the lead, just full stop. So anything less than 7 would be a disaster. Saying that though, having 7 would be nice when you've lost the pistols too. That sort of adds a little bit more of a curveball to the whole thing. But yeah, it's just hopefully FOKUS injecting some life into themselves here. They were starting off strong, and I think just at a point got a little bit too nervous of what Simon Duck was doing on the operator, understandably so. If he keeps finding these first picks and first openings.
Spake of the devil. Absurd. And now FOKUS on the back foot already. Well, they're looking to break into garage. There is one player waiting. It's Caden. But he's going to play the slow game. And so is the rest of Dynasty, not trying to go for anything overzealous. Alorante doing his own little thing onto the A site. You can see how he's posturing around it. While FOKUS, the rest of them are looking to push into B. Badiji waiting. Could be a potential crunch position for Alorante, but he gets caught out by Simon Duck again. So FOKUS need to make it work here. It's a 1-for-1. They can't afford it to be that simple, as they're already struggling in numbers. Have to let this one go. Caden knows where your boy Lewis is. There's a tag on one end. There's players on the other. It's looking a little bit miserable in your boy Lewis's world. 5-5, and Dynasty are able to square things up.
And they're just not really losing players either, which is such a key thing with economy really on the sides now for Dynasty. The double pick from the operator, Alorante being taken out too, who has been an absolute monster. Just him and Simon Duck taking chunks out of each other. But Caden's actually surprisingly sneaked to the top of the kill feed, 12-5 on breach. Might see just one more rolling thunder from him before this half is done with. Eco required. FOKUS.
Deploying drone.
Things a little bit out of sync, but it's mostly on this attacking side more than anything. Needs to be careful though, because Waddle is very close to Sus being in this smoke. With the bad weaponry, there's nothing really that wrong with him jumping out and trying to catch people out.
Shadows traveling.
Sounds like the sound a little bit disconnected from the gameplay. Spoiling a little bit what FOKUS is about to do.
Somebody teleported.
At some point, in a few seconds in the future, Dynasty very much respecting the initial utility thrown out towards the A site, not really wanting to stop them from entering, knowing that there's a rolling thunder in play. It's a smart idea.
Omen's in a deep position on this defense because he has a From the Shadows ready to rotate, but we hear the rolling thunder come through. Now we see it. Just holding out for now for Dynasty on this defense. The spike is going to go down. And this is a poor buy for FOKUS, all things considered, but a 5 versus 5. If the crossfires work well here, FOKUS might be able to go into the half with at least even scores.
And you can see Mystic is waiting with the paranoia here, patient as he sidesteps the aftershock. Here comes Dynasty. What can they do with this on this 5v5? They should have the better weapons in the situation, but with FOKUS completely surrounding the site, it's still not going to be easy. Aftershock to make him delay just a little bit. There's a stun in as well. Tag. Can't really find anything from the high ground. So your boy Lewis gets given the opportunity to get a double kill. The round ends, but it goes to FOKUS with a thrifty round to get themselves at least equilibrium by half time.
Yeah, discombobulating, right, to watch that one back. FOKUS not really having all that much to work with, just given so much respect and space by Dynasty that they can just go for the A plan. It's really hard to retake on that site, especially when you don't have big ultimates for Dynasty to work with. It's a frustrating one, especially when you need to lock out some of these rounds more than usual. Don't know if that's going to be on Dynasty's mind too much, whether they're playing with that permutation score in mind, or whether they're just just assume that we've lost it, guys, and play for a bit of respect, right? With such a rough loss against Team Liquid Academy, we can do well against FOKUS.
I'm back.
A good way to end this split.
Yes, let's find himself in the back line of Dynasty here, all by himself. He's kind of hoping that he can get a few down with him. That's exactly what he does. So cheeky. Simon Duck, though, is being cheeky himself. Wants a bit of this action. Goes a little bit onto the back lines of FOKUS, not wanting to pull the trigger too far. Valorant is ready for it! What?
He's ready for anything.
Okay. He really is. And now FOKUS, full focus, onto the C site.
Caden is holding his ground with 2 flashes. Never mind, it's going to just push him back. Hunter's Fury seen and heard. It's going to come out on this attacking squad to try and clear up some of these spots, and Waddle last alive. In a flank position might not really be that expected, but he's able to get 1, gets 2 before eventually Mystic brings FOKUS the lead going into the half. We'll see exactly what's about to happen for these two teams right after this.
And we're back as the issues seem to have subsided generally, heading into this next half of the first map, Haven, between Dynasty and FOKUS. Now, it was fairly close here, Ryan, I'd say. FOKUS are able to gain the last 2 rounds, but, you know, there were a couple of nail-biters within them.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting series. You might sort of assume at this point, because we're getting to the tail end of these groups and only one team qualifying for each of the 4 groups, means that most cases we know who's going to be making our top 4 playoffs for challenges. But this is a game that should be leaning the way of FOKUS after a really nice win against Team Liquid Academy yesterday. But there is a sliver of a chance for Dynasty to sneak in, but they have to win 2-0. They have to win with a pretty good map differential. I'll actually use this chance whilst we're waiting to just double check what numbers we're looking at here.
Please do.
Because it basically... Alright, okay.
Try not to die.
Basically...
Round starting.
We're going into the game.
Yeah. Hold them on for later. Round number 2, maybe.
Because I had all of the answers clearly prepared.
Yeah, of course. Thus, he won't be able to hold on to his life for much longer as Tag is able to find first blood. Breaking into sight, Valorant, always a menace. Omnipresent, omnirelevant. And even though there's a breakaway into sight, Spike is only just heading in its direction. Mystic wanting to break through, but not able to get anything done off the back of it. So Dynasty really struggling here, especially with FOKUS finding all of these kills one after the other. The turnaround here is sublime. FOKUS win the pistol and are on the prime position to get themselves a lead.
So basically, Dynasty need to win this series with 20 rounds differential.
Plus.
So, yeah,
and
like...
without dropping them out.
So it's basically like 13-3, 13-3. But then those 3 rounds would add to it as well, so I don't think it's possible for Dynasty to make it anymore.
Right there.
Aww. Hey,
because what, it's like minus 19, it's minus 27 now, but you got 5 rounds, so that's minus 22.
Okay. I mean, maybe second seed is still in the cards, given that their match with Team Liquid Academy, there was an overtime within them. So maybe there's there might be a chance there, right?
Yeah, to get an ascension point, which, well, we just saw HGE picking up one, so the big advantage for them in the future.
Oh, for sure.
Here.
Last player standing.
That's a good point, actually. What happens for Team Liquid Academy because they can't play Ascension? Where does that point go?
Can they not?
I don't think so.
Maybe they can play Ascension but not qualify? I'm not sure how that goes, actually. I'm not sure how those rules go. I have someone to clarify that for us. But yeah, quick 2-0 here for FOKUS as they get themselves the follow-up as it is required. And all started off from that lovely peak there from Zus. And it's Marshallville, if you will.
Here.
Usually you see a lot of Outlaws round number 2, but no, Marshalls have popped up now.
Martial law. Operator for Simon Dark, glass cannon attack up. It's an idea. He's going towards C, which unfortunately for them, FOKUS have nobody on it other than a trip and a camera. Yeah, bonus. Not really that much invested for FOKUS. They want to save that money for the next round. Doesn't he have a chance to try to get to 6? It's a risky one. You just want to keep this operator too.
Tagged.
Otherwise, you really do screw over your own economy when you should be potentially having enough money for 2 rounds at least. And there he goes.
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
Shadows travel.
I mean, you wouldn't consider this over till it's over, to be honest, but the fact that the A site is open just makes the chances for Dynasty that much greater. They won't be finding any sort of resistance. Tag might be in trouble, though, if he's not careful. There's a Tag, he turns around, ends up picking up your boy Lewis instead. How about that for a freebie?
He is pulling the attention for 2 players, at least for FOKUS over towards C. The plant has gone in on A, however, so I think FOKUS are trying to get their bearings a little bit on what exactly is going on. But a 4 versus 3, I said nobody's going to be able to pick up that operator, though, which I think is a big problem for Dynasty, even if they do win this round. Unless Tag's looking to head over there. I'm not too sure. The FOKUS are, like, looking to save this? A Marshall and a Bulldog? Maybe the Breach is just going to throw himself into the spike. Yeah, look, Omen's going as well. It's actually really well disciplined from FOKUS, but yeah, that operator's in the bottom left-hand corner of the map for Simon Dark.
I need a drop. Sir.
Expensive and it's lost. And the defensive op's been picked up by Zus. He's bought his own.
He has. He has. Expensive. But either way, I think this is Dynasty's chance to keep extending here. Make sure that FOKUS don't really have too much of an economy going forwards.
Keeping an eye for where this recon dart could be on the defense. Lewis has held on to it and actually used a very early Aldron to clear out some of these corners. Well, meanwhile, Dynasty have sort of grouped up together, trying to go for a B execute. I need to make sure that they've got these smokes online. They're going to put it on the left-hand side. Buddy trying to back up into Gong, holding his own, finds that opening onto Simon Dark.
Indeed. And now you got to wonder where the safety lies here for FOKUS, because at the back of sight, but they try to find safety by playing aggressive themselves. The best defensive measure is just going forwards.
Down, B.
Dynasty struggling really to get that spike down, but Badiji might be able to alleviate some pressure. Spike picked up again. Zus has that info. 50 seconds. The cross is there. Zus doesn't connect, which means this game is still up in the air.
They've got the spike and actually taking it off the site. They want to reset. If they go for a garage, there's a trip there set up over from Valorant, and his camera is deep far back over on the C site. There's 40 seconds left for Dynasty, so this walking isn't going to trouble them too much. But as time goes on, FOKUS are going to get that information, and they have the operator posted up here.
Yeah, it's a perfect position for the operator. The long angle, holding the position. Caden's going to call this one off for sure. Not really going to entertain it whatsoever. Hold on to that Vandal as much as he can, but FOKUS, that's the breakaway they needed. Because either when the pistol, the follow-up, Dynasty get a chance to say hi with their own little buy round against the bonus. But now, they're just showing why they picked this map to begin with, why Haven is so strong for them, why this defensive side has got so many different answers.
Yeah.
Jump scare. Made you jump, didn't it, Ryan?
It was so close. It was just, it's like that what, you know, like guy that does like the train spotting videos and he wears like a camera on his head.
Oh my god, yes.
Where his eyes are just like fish-eyed. That's the kind of impression I got. That's the H32 locomotive coming out of Swindon. All right, Breach, calm down.
Cover going.
God, what a reference.
Couldn't make out if you were your.
My granddad was a train spotter, so I have a fondness in my heart for them.
Oh, that's cute. I mean, there's something cool about machinery, right? Human-made machinery, you know.
Well, near where I was like brought up is like there's a lot of like steam railway stuff, like Pickering, Whitby, stuff like that. Where they filmed a lot of the Harry Potter scenes out of Hogwarts.
Deploying drone.
Eden on the fight here. The stun is well positioned, but FOKUS are quick to readjust. So now they'll just reinforce the B-side defense as Dynasty look to rethink their plan, pivoting now towards the right-hand side of this.
Attack ops back for Simon Dark. He's at least postured and forced Sus away. But I do like the decision making from FOKUS, both from today and yesterday. I just think that they play the map really nicely. It's not as structured as maybe some other teams, but they really managed the just fluid firepower ego players to an extent for FOKUS. They make some of the best aimers work, and then you've got Hoodie to just really put it all together.
Stun onto the play outside of sewers. Zus to hold down the line, but doesn't quite connect as he pulls a trigger before they cross in front of him. Simon Dark, though, is able to make that operator work well. Mystic is trying to see if he can gain some pot shots through the smoke. He's staring at them, but little does he know, if he pulled the trigger, it could have been a kill for him. Ends up being shut down instead as soon as the smoke dissipates, and this round is already done.
Simon Dark is getting his money's worth out of the operator on attack, and he gets to keep it this time, so he gets some armor for his troubles too. Still a way to go. 3 rounds difference now for FOKUS, and now FOKUS looking to be on a pretty uncompetitive buy from the looks. Maybe a hero rifle for Sus. And just Dynasty sticking together. They scaled the site really nicely. They didn't overextend, they didn't feel the pressure, they kept good discipline to not jump through that smoke and take unnecessary fights. They were well aware of Zus in that position. They just need Simon Dad to get the kill. Shock Dart trying to come through to break a trip, but it's not fair at all because there's no trip set up at all from FOKUS. They don't have the money for them.
FOKUS, I think, are toying with the idea of just peeking out from B at some point. Surely they're going to check Cubby here. There's no way they just leave it unchecked.
I know,
and that's exactly what Tag does. Walks in. Oh, there was a gap towards Caden there, I believe. Or Hoodie, rather. But they can't quite capitalize on it. I mean, this round is already simple for Dynasty. It should be, at least, as the spike does go down and there's a hole. Tag might be overwhelmed, and that's exactly what happens. Valorant able to use the only Vandal that play for FOKUS pretty damn well, so that's another rifle that could be collected. So FOKUS come into this round with just 5 pistols, and they may be leaving it with 2 rifles.
Here. No effect was used, but your boy Lewis not really taking the chance to take the fight. Alorante, though, fully sending it out to try and force Badiji out of this corner. He's able to get traded out eventually. But Hoodie, 1 versus 3. Seems that there's not going to be enough time for FOKUS to stop this one. And Dynasty, 2 rounds difference. We're not really sure on the napkin math of the round differential. I think at this point it's safe to say that Dynasty's chances are done. But a complete confirmed way of knowing that they would be done and out of qualifying for top 4 in EMEA challenges is dropping a map. They haven't quite done yet.
No, they haven't. And with getting this round win, it gets them just a little bit closer. The thing is, it's never close enough. You know, FOKUS, they're, 3 rounds away from shutting down this map and making it their own, and they've built up some sort of an economy here, operated in the hands of Zus. You know things are getting dangerous.
Standing ahead.
It's always busy work with these teams. Hunter's Fury is a good ultimate for Waddle to have. I think I'd mostly known for his time coaching Waddle. I think we might have even seen him jump into the server a couple of times to substitute for teams, but off the top of my head, I can't remember who for.
Well, albeit Dynasty losing the first player early on, which is Zus. The turnaround towards A is successful, especially with Simon Dark having his crosshair positioned where Hoodie lies. So the A site will fall under the Spanish representative's control, and FOKUS will have to play catch-up now from the outside.
Hunter's Fury trying to get onto where the spike was planted. Caden taking a hit of it, but still surviving. Spike is going to give him a chance to set up for the post plan and also that rolling thunder.
Oh, that's huge, actually. But he's going to stay in sight right now, thinking about if he wants to use it, but given that there's a dimensional drift in play, he'll have to wait a little bit. Zus tries to get himself to the back line, and he'll probably want to play from this long position while the rest of the team tries to pincer in from the other side. Zus finds a corner to Badiji. That creates an opening for the rest of the team to flood in. Simon Dark locked into due to the smoke. The Hunter's Fury will be the next plan of action. Damage done. Denying the defuse from your boy Lewis, but it's already defused halfway. Mystic is trying to get back on it, but it's Simon Dark that keeps on putting pressure on. Caden just jumps in. Mouse 1 pressed as he walks into the smoke. And Dynasty are determined to keep close score with FOKUS.
Yeah, they're clawing it back. I wonder if we're going to see a FOKUS timeout because it hasn't really been going well. It is just the pistol, the round after the bonus that you've won. Everything else, this attack op has been too problematic. You'd say that maybe some big ultimates were forced out. We saw the Rolling Thunder, the Hunter's Fury, even a Blade Storm in hand, the Simon Dark. But I don't know what it's going to do to your money. Probably, yeah, you should be fine for FOKUS, but fine might not be great in itself. The one thing that you do have working for you, though, as we get towards around 21 to 24 potentially, is just a lot of those ultimates that Dynasty used there. Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder. We're not going to see them again. They don't have those to rely on. I think that's probably what the call is being made for FOKUS. Just reminding the team, you don't have ult plays to work with now. We know that they like to attack off. This is what we can do. But I think the big question here is, do we buy or not?
It's a difficult question. You're just giving an opportunity here for Dynasty to just stabilize the entire situation. Double digits for both, potentially, on the cards.
Wait, this buy is weird. Some people have money, some people don't. Why is Zus of 650 credits? Why is he bought? I'm assuming that the money is fine, that the buy next. But something's not right here.
Yeah. Wanting to be a little bit more dangerous on this defense, perhaps. Having a second rifle in play. Your boy Lewis stunned.
Yeah, it's the 650 credits that has me worried, so Zus really has to make it count.
That paranoia is actually pretty good. Blocks 3 here. Mystic.
Oh.
That Sheriff to good use, actually. The Sheriffs are actually charming. And now that's when the rifle onto Alorante's hand can also be important. Your boy's picking up one of his own, and this is completely converted. No way a round which started with 3 rifles will end up with 3 pistols, actually.
Right,
we'll end up with FOKUS winning it and having 4 survivors. Okay, maybe 3 at the end with 3 rifles saved.
Clearly all part of the plan. What? Hello? Yeah. No. Oh shit, Dynasty taking the time up there, right? Like, huh? How did FOKUS come in and do that?
Not sure, Brian, not sure. I guess the only way you know is by rolling the tape again. But for Dynasty, they can't really roll back the time. They just need to refocus here because they've just given FOKUS a way back in, or at least a way to keep things rolling in the right direction for them. Dynasty had a bit of a comeback going. They had 3 rounds consecutive. It could have easily been a 4th.
Yeah, Pink's just been like, perfect guys, just as planned. Noteworthy, really. And that's a chance for CMOS on the side of Dynasty to just try to get some respite out of them. Economy wise, you did save the operator for Simon Dark, so you're grand there. And honestly, because we had this streak and they were saving a lot of guns on this attacking side, it means that economy is actually quite good for the rest of this. It's just the ult economy, like I mentioned, that doesn't feel like it's coming together. So I'm looking at Hoodie. Right, getting that Rolling Thunder online for a retake would do wonders, but it depends on how much aggression you want to put here. A lot of utility used towards A main, and the Silver's pushing down to fight it, and Badigi just running right into Garage, head first into Zus's op.
And it's good reaction timing there from Zus. As soon as he spots a pixel, pushes down on that trigger. And now it's the advantage for FOKUS. Dynasty been pretty good to bring things back in situations like this, but having to break now the trip as the Al drone does walk through it. It does give an illusion that FOKUS that Dynasty are deep into Garage. But with the fact that Alorante is also going for a push of his own, that's some information exchange.
It's really good information. Pretty much pushed all the way to the trip, but knows that it's not going to be some C-split here. Waddle has opened up this space a bit more, but Sus is now sort of doing the Simon Dark cosplay. 3 kills so far. The ace is available to him, but with these attackers in different positions, he's really worried that the nest push through Garage is maybe where these attackers have gone. The Mystic's now seen that Cypher is on A.
Yeah, paranoia will be expended because of it. 30 seconds, and you can see Waddle getting ever closer. There might be a chance. You don't ever want to count them out, but the fact that they know he's here, they're going to take this push together. Good coordination here from FOKUS. Good play together as your boy Lewis cleans this up. But the star of the show this round is Zus. And I want to start a conversation about Zus actually here, Ryan, because the way he got picked up is actually very interesting. He always had brilliant potential as a duelist, right? It was easy to see, and he got scouted because of it. But in so many situations, he had to play against FOKUS as an organization. In so many situations, he was a thorn for FOKUS. He was so annoying to play against that the team decided, okay, let's bring him on our side.
You gotta beat him, join him, quite literally.
Mm-hmm.
He's still going. In the Euro TPing away from the action, but is just running right back to it. Maybe spotted that Samandak was there too, so wants to try to face up against the operator instead. Pushing towards Garage, where he got the first kill in the last round, hoping for the same.
Camera taken out.
Martin knows there's something coming. You can hear it within his own cage. Oh, it's the slingshot. Valorant turns around, can't quite get the second, but Zus might be in trouble and uses a dimensional drift just in time, but it does leave Mystic all to himself, but doesn't even matter when he comes up from way with 2. That's just ridiculous. G is affected by the Rolling Thunder, so this is not going to be an easy task ahead of him, and it definitely isn't. Hoodie gets the pick up. 13-9 is the score. FOKUS are able to win map number 1 and destroy the hopes of Dynasty to get themselves into playoffs.
Yeah, FOKUS make top 4. Quell Surprise, really, they were set up today to be the team in order to make it top out of this group. There was a slim chance for Dynasty to do damage here, but like round differential certainly didn't seem good. But the map loss even, confirms that they're not going any further. It's just fighting for an ascension point at this point against Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, it's not too bad of a thing to be fighting for, but let's see how big of a chance the analyst desk thinks that they do actually have getting that second spot.
Hello. I left, right after the second to last round there. I didn't realize it would be that quick. I've just rushed back to my computer. Either way, that was definitely an interesting map. It was back and forth all the way through. FOKUS, I expected a little more kind of one-sidedness out of them. They didn't seem to be able to grab control and keep a hold of it over the course of the whole map. But of course, coming away with the victory on that map is a very positive for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can even see from the timeouts that it wasn't an easy map for FOKUS. Both of the teams did call both of their timeouts. Simon Dark was popping off. We kind of did ask for that. We were talking about, like, we needed Simon Dark to pop off and Kaden supporting him. I think both of these players popped off. Kaden was one of the best performers in this map, but it wasn't quite enough against this FOKUS lineup. Obviously, it's a FOKUS map, so technically, Dynasty, they do have their shot on Split as well.
Yeah, I think so. But, what we saw from FOKUS on Split yesterday was incredibly convincing. Not like just good. A complete shutout on a team that is known for Split. So, I definitely wouldn't feel comfortable if I were Dynasty.
No, absolutely not. I mean, yeah, you obviously put your hopes high up. You are confident in your ability to show up on a map that is kind of great for you. You have played it 9 times in an official this year already, so I think Dynasty is definitely comfortable there. But are they comfortable enough to actually beat FOKUS on that map? That is the big question. But before we get to that big question, I think I have a round that I kind of want to show here. This was the round that ended up Dynasty's comeback in this haven. FOKUS, they have just gone for a timeout. Look at the utility, the abilities that FOKUS have here. 2 rifles invested, 3 Seraphs. That's not too big of an investment. You are not having great percentage with these buys, but look at what FOKUS does. Now we have to focus. What happens here inside a lobby? Look at the positions of the breach and the omen and what is happening at the start. A little bit late for the play, but the Omen comes through. The smoke, paranoia, but there's also a breach stun that comes through. Now, you see these two players hold down mid. You see 3 players go towards C side. It's an eco. Dynasty is thinking it's gonna be an eco. Look how this goes. They obviously want to go forward. They see C side is not locked down. They get kind of easy sight. When we fast forward this, in easy plant, Battle gets a free plant. But look at what happens in the map. This is where the crucial part is happening. This is why the early round was so important. 2 players are left holding flank because they know there was aggressive A main control at the start of the round. And this is where the round falls flat for the side of Dynasty. FOKUS is already 5 players towards that C side, 1 coming from garage, and they have an advantage here. Even though they don't have rifles for every one of these players, they are already on site. They eliminate the 3 players, and what is left? Kaden, Simon Dark. Behind that smoke, Simon Dark even gets taken out from that smoke. And I think that shows the brilliance of FOKUS. What they can do with such a small, minimal utility. I think that was brilliant. I think that's gonna be something that we see on Split. But we have to wait for a little break before that.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing, ayy. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real. It's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind.
Welcome back to Valorant Challenges EMEA, everybody. I'm glad you couldn't hear the last 10 seconds of our break there, but we have got another map for you coming. In this one, FOKUS are 1-0 up against, I keep calling them the wrong thing, so Dynasty, there we go. We're going into split now. And FOKUS did really well on this map yesterday. I mean, Team Liquid, we can only say it so many times. Team Liquid Academy have only had one loss prior to the FOKUS match. On this map, they look so good on it, and they looked really good on it against Dynasty themselves, like 2 days ago, and then just fell apart against FOKUS. So either they have just some secret weapon, or they are really well prepared for this map. So picking it against them, a bold choice.
Yeah, it is a bold choice for sure, and I think it's interesting. FOKUS likes to play the Sky composition here. A lot of teams have opted to go for the Teho composition, which I think is more prominent. Dynasty is one of those teams that do like to play that Teho composition. The Sky does bring an interesting element, because I think with the Sky you are able to control that mid area so much easier. With the Dog, you have to have either your Raze break out that with the utility, break the following with those paint shells, or you have to have something heavy in the mid. So I think FOKUS, they are definitely gonna focus on mid control, especially on the attacking side with the Sky. But I do think they had really well-oiled machine in terms of when they lose control in the defensive side, they brought a lot of control on the other side of the map in Haven. Split is one of those maps that you need to do that. You just need to walk B main when you lose out mid control, when you lose out vent control and Heaven control. So I think FOKUS is one of the better teams, especially in this challenges EMEA, that can do that. And I think that's going to be the difference maker, whether Dynasty can actually read those pushes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be exciting to see either way. I was very, very taken aback by FOKUS's performance on this map yesterday, because it wasn't just, they fought well. It was genuinely ridiculous. They lost the first 2 rounds and then just decided we're going to win when we get rifles in our hands. Valorant just went insane. He was teabagging all over the place, and then kind of denied it in the interview afterwards. So he was doing that on the last map as well. So I don't know. Maybe if they win, we can get to interview him and pick his brains about it a little more, and I'll force a bit of toxicity out of him. Who knows? Yeah, 22-10 Cypher is not something to actually take lightly. That is something that is such a crucial part in Split, whether it's attacking side or defensive side. If your Cypher is popping off like that, it is incredible. There's nothing you can do against that, because Cypher is one of the most prominent agents here, one of the most classical agents as well. Yeah, for sure. No changes for either team from the looks of things. This is what Dynasty played up against Team Liquid Academy. This is what FOKUS played up against Team Liquid Academy. No, there are no swaps. I don't know why those are glowing. But either way, yeah, no, I'm interested to see what will happen, because Dynasty didn't play badly against Team Liquid Academy either. It was an overtime victory for the latter there. So, yeah, this should be an interesting matchup no matter what. Yeah, absolutely. I do believe it's gonna be such a good match. Maybe it's the last match that Dynasty, or last map that Dynasty will play here. Maybe it's not. Maybe we'll see that Lotus, but we have to see. Ryan and Pavlos one more time at least.
One more time at least, and it's a prerequisite, right, for Dynasty to end up on top in the second map, on their own map pick here, right? If we're gonna have another chance to be casting another map, right? So Dynasty winning this map would probably put them into second place, which I'm sure they would enjoy, but it's not gonna be easy. FOKUS have been online, and I feel like there's some aspects of their gameplay that are just unbeatable.
You'd hope so, because we know that we're going to be seeing them top 4. Ideally, you just want to kind of get through the rest of this series without showing up too much for what you're going to be playing tomorrow, right? Get yourself a bit of an early night. Everybody else is waiting in the wings, realistically. So yeah, showing a bit of split. Got the Breach Sky versus the Teo Breach. And I'd say that looking at Dynasty's comp. I prefer it a lot more at the moment. It just seems to be the way to go. A lot of teams actually moving away from the Cypher to play Viper instead in that spot, and I think that's honestly the better play too. But you look at Tag, you look at Valorant, the Cypher players, they want to do justice. The Breach almost caught out in that corner. Hoodie needed to be careful. Both him and Valorant were hit by the paranoia, but Valorant holding his ground.
He does go down though eventually, so still a trade as Dynasty are able to find themselves into the center of the site. Still quite spread out and found themselves at the bottom of Plat as well, as Zeus rather would look to push through. Caden awaiting as well. It's looking like a decent hold so far. It's just that there's not much utility available for the Dynasty side. Trying to go for a knife, that's something. Either way, it's Dynasty that come out on top, or actually equally trading as it's a 2 versus 2. Caden wondering if Zus is going to break out now as Mystic gets onto the site. Zus wins his individual exchange. Guided Salvo is doing more damage towards the spike direction, but now Mystic getting onto the spike will be defended by Zus here. It's a tough one. Waddle wins the first fight, tries to go for the break, and he finds it! Through the smoke, the final bullet connects, and I think it was just in time because Mystic was just mere milliseconds away from getting that defuse.
There's a big trade that comes on to here, Valorant. And it was a messy fight that followed just in these spots, but Waddle does really well there. Zus fluffing his lines a little bit, and it just that last shot right at the end there catches Mystic square in the head. Harder to do now when you can't ping the spike. There's a good salvo as well to just buy a little bit more time to get people off the defuse. It was looking like FOKUS had that one nicely, cleanly wrapped up. They're on the Nika now.
Indeed they are. Just the Sheriff in the hands of Zeus, the rest of them sticking to their classics. That's actually a decent guiding light, but the fact that you've got Simon Darkness able to maneuver in the way that he did is just making it difficult to follow up on him. So yeah, I think there are a lot of strong fraggers here on the Dynasty side of things, but you also need to be aware of what Zus can do as well. A-site taken up by Dynasty. This shouldn't be a problem.
Last player standing.
Find some time.
Spike planted.
Chipping away is Mystic, but Baddy G finally puts it to bed. 2 kills, 2 big rifles with the Vandal and the Bulldog. So yeah, bonus for Dynasty, who I gotta say is playing a lot better seemingly than they did against Team Liquid Academy. I think almost the focus was more on Team Liquid Academy. They just felt that they were the better team mechanically, strategically in a lot of fights, but were just overdoing it to an extent that was bringing Dynasty back in. This feels and really shows that like Dynasty are a solid squad that deserve to be here. And now, yeah, FOKUS on their opponent's map choice. Need to show that this split isn't going to be a weakness getting into playoffs. I think that's the major part.
Valorant is all by himself here. Sure, he's got Hoodie a little bit further back, and I don't think he'll be able to help in this endeavor. He's also going to pay attention towards what's happening in Vents. He's got so many pushes coming in his direction, so he's got to have to respect it. A-site's going to be handed over to Dynasty. Okay.
This is looking like an anti-bonus lost flawlessly too. Like I said, FOKUS already qualified. Don't want to be spending their night playing a nothing burger game if they can help it. Just allows everybody to see most up-to-date VODs and just means that you don't really get tonight to rest up and play again tomorrow.
Mystic always is good for one in situations like this, but he's been spotted. Oh, tag was all the other way around. That's upsetting for Mystic. Won't be able to survive with a rifle.
So what starts this off? HGE just jumping down into vents. And everybody just looked switched off, not ready for focus. Either just dropping into danger or just taking awful fights, realistically. Losing a lot of control forces focus down to just having a Guardian as a main gun. At least with ultimates, there's not too bad progression on the likes of a Showstopper, but the Rolling Thunder, that's a way away. Everything else looking solid, and Armageddon for Waddle, outside of the Neural Theft that's available, looking to be the next thing.
That's a lot of control now in Heaven. Mystic stopping it with a Sheriff. This actually might give Focus a chance here, because another pick makes it 5v3. And Valorant does just that. The thing is, though, HGE is able to retaliate.
And everybody sort of split up on the site for Dynasty. You got the breach over on B, might be able to fix some util. He is walking onto a site alone. If he gets caught up by these pistols, then mate gives him a gun. But he's cleared all of this space and he's made the call. The B site's completely open. Everybody's reset over towards A. Just off bits of info. The Omen smoke might keep people for just a while longer.
And honestly, with the B site being taken over, Caden's position just becomes ever more dangerous.
No charges.
The Focus have to gamble. Have to choose a site. They chose wrong this time. But I am concerned for Caden. This is just a facing off angle in a fight that he just doesn't need to take.
I mean, it's also a position you don't really expect if you're Focus here. You don't often have
Neural
someone pushing so
Theft,
far
really?
upwards. Huh. Well, I guess they just want to guarantee it. Just want to make sure that it's in their pocket.
Player standing.
Mystic tries to do some extra damage there, but unable to do it. Just a couple of casualties on the Dynasty side. As a quick 4-0 on the board.
Ooh, it's not great for Focus now. It's not the end of the world, really, but just the way that this is played, for some reason, it just doesn't look it. And Dynasty was the map that they pushed Team Liquid Academy to the closest scoreline. Almost took us to a third map then, so them being 4-0 up shouldn't be too scary for Focus fans. But at the same time, they've just looked so uninvolved, I think, in this game so far.
Yeah. Haven't been able to put their mark on this defensive side yet on Split. But that's an opportunity to do it. Zus is getting his hands on a big gun, the biggest this game can offer. And is able to find the first pick. Good step in the right direction. But now there's also a crunch out in mid. Simon Dark is trying to lure attention towards him as Caden looks to bounce onto Zus's position. He's thinking about it. And that's where the spike is as well. Losing it there could be an issue. Mystic is able to stop reinforcements. Caden needing to get out of the situation alone. Able to find the second pickup as well onto Mystic. Zus interrupts it. It's all over the place. Spike though. Everyone knows where it is, and Focus need to decide where they want to hold here, because their positioning could be crucial for the later stage of this round.
Just that play from Mystic has opened up the left-hand side of the map for Dynasty completely.
30 seconds left.
So the spike is going to be planted, and this position, I think, for Simon Dark, he has the attack up again. If Focus aren't prepared, which they haven't been looking like they have been. It's also Hoodie watching mids. It's, yeah, not the expected play. Even I didn't really see it coming, and we have full access to the minimap, Pavlos.
Paddy G, all to himself, has to run away looking for the cover. Alorante is able to get him as he runs. So Focus get themselves on the leaderboard, and it all began from this. Zus on the operator. He's been shining on this gun, Ryan, for the most of the series, to be fair.
Guess it's the aftershock that forces Mystic out. I would have preferred him to just back up if he could. You've got the Raze set up in Vent. You've taken a lot of attention over there anyway from the kill that you just got. And the spike was in mid beforehand, you know, like they're the ones that have to fight for time. If the spike is in mid, they have so much to do in order to get to B to A. You lose that fight, you open it up for them completely to just go in that direction. And even though it is FOKUS that has just won the last round, it's them calling a timeout. And I'm not really that surprised. This hasn't been great to watch. I'm having Team Liquid Academy flashbacks on this map. Just like frustrating because you know that this team is good. But then they're just playing in such a lethargic way.
Yeah. It seems like they might have realized something like that's up. We'll see if they switch things up a bit here. I know they'll want to just get done and dusted with this map. But now ultimates are in place, so that could also be a conversation topic. How do you utilize them? How do you spread them across so you don't just force them out of your hand all at once?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Let's see if FOKUS can really lock it in. 13-9 win on Haven was the choice of map, and the map that we saw Dynasty kind of get hammered on by Team Liquid Academy. But this was the map that they were competitive. FOKUS chose to defend first. And they should have a little bit more information to work with the Sky, who is not too far away from having a Seekers. From the shadows on the defense going to be used to scout out that information way towards B. Speaking of information, there's not really too much to work with on FOKUS' side to get info here other than peeking this. The stun is good. It forces Samadak away from this angle, and it's a lovely aftershock combo from Hoodie. Really nice stuff from FOKUS, full stop.
Yeah, they've completely turned things around here. Gone for a small set play of their own, catching Dynasty off when they tried to explore the ramp push. And now as Dynasty look to push into this B site, FOKUS have already got players here and waiting. Your boy Lewis not able to connect with the first one. But Mystic is able to retaliate. Dynasty might just have a chance here, but they need to be careful as FOKUS are nearby.
Blasting! Spike planted.
Zus is backed up. Aftershock has created some space for him at least. You got this flank, so it's just really about buying time and attention away from Valorant. Waddle might be able to get the timing on him, he does, and that's when the showstopper's about to come out. Rolling Thunder coming in from Mail is going to stall this a bit more, but you get more information here too. Breach rotating all the way around means that this is kind of hard to play with. Armageddon going to be used like a Hunter's Fury to stall out this plan. Salvo not ready just yet. If they can get half on the defuse now, it could be big.
It really could, but Caden isn't really allowing him to do that. Zus, I mean, oh, that was a great flick. But now with the guided salvos, it just becomes more difficult, and I think Zus realizes he just doesn't have the time, has to hand this one over. And even though this round started so good for FOKUS, Dynasty converts it magically.
They're saving the op, but the money is bad for FOKUS, so an eco is going to be needed. And it's just, again, rough because this was such a bright start. Lewis taking the fight. Mystic was there to try and help and trade, and then just, yeah, dissipating.
One enemy remaining.
We just had a timeout too, and there's just like a lot of weird fights being taken, I suppose, and not a lot of playing together. It's a name and a map, but it's also the way the FOKUS has been playing. It has been really split.
Dynasty looking like they want to hit the A site this time around. You've got a bit of a distraction in mid that could keep Zus busy. But it's the hero operator. And that's the Sheriff start hitting, which is a very real possibility when we talk about FOKUS. Alorante stopped in his tracks. Badg keeping his teammate alive. Showstopper's actually forced out here. A bit of an overkill, but at least a guarantee. And the safe site, if no chaos comes out from Zus, which I don't think he'll bring given that he's on the other side of the map, Dynasty should be covering this without any issues.
Gamble play needed for Lewis. Just tucking in onto the A site, trying to bunker up. Zus, even if the action is more towards A, he's going to stay planted on B. Wants to maybe just save the operator again for another round for the full buy that would be coming up. 30 seconds left. Dynasty don't want to leave it too late in the day, but this should be
30
a
seconds
straightforward plan unless Lewis comes out with an outrageous play.
Paranoia lands perfectly onto your boy Lewis. His position will be checked and pre-fired. Dynasty really not taking any prisoners here, not taking any chances at all. I want to make sure they can at least be proud of picking up a map here, and they're giving this split their all.
Not too much more to be said, I don't think, for FOKUS. It's pretty much confirmed in their spot. Maybe it's a sense of Dynasty. They don't have that pressure on them to perform now. They can just play. Maybe it explains a lot of why Team Liquid Academy played the way that they did the other day when they went up against Dynasty on this map, where they're playing very aggressive in the faces, because they sort of know that Dynasty, if they're left to their own devices with this kind of utility, going to be really strong. Just is going to lose the off.
Gun here. Oh no, and that's what he's been running away from this entire time. Well, at least he can reinvest into it, because he's been holding on to it for the past couple of rounds.
Was he worried that people were going to try and maybe come behind him? Just don't think it makes much sense to move up to there, really, at that point. But yeah, you're right. It does have the operator again, so it's not the end of the world. 6-1 for Dynasty on this attacking side too. Bolts not quite there for the attack. Seekers is a good one. Hoodie's Rolling Thunder would be nice too. But
the thing is, you've got Hoodie as well looking towards the left-hand side. He's gaining a lot of information. Thus, he gets a pickup, but they know that it's not going to be a direct B-side hit, so they're going to focus onto Heaven. They know what Dynasty are going for.
Are not going to be used to stall things out. You got a breach in the doorway. That's a Rolling Thunder for Hoodie, and he's playing in the A main choke. All of the players from FOKUS, they're not like playing back off a retake. They're just standing in the site and just being isolated one at a time. It's still a 3 versus 3. But you've lost that Rolling Thunder for the retake. Seekers is going to be used to create some space, but the follow-up isn't going to be instant off the back of it. It's just for some information, and that's fine.
Now, Caden, what can he do here? 1v2 required. Can he isolate Alorante? No. Just pops in right on time. A triple kill for him in this round. A nice little collection. And a couple of trophies on the mantelpiece as the second round finally is collected by FOKUS.
Yeah, Dynasty forcing just a lot of mistakes out here, I think. It's a lot of rounds where FOKUS are just getting the first kill and it's still like allowing to happen, but that's Simon Dak just finding the opening with some good utility. Mystic just stuck in no man's land. Feels like a lot of the plays in positioning for FOKUS rely on like crossfires and position. So if one player goes down, the whole kind of like system can fall apart. You know, Mystic can play there. If Hoodie stays alive and he still has somebody backside, I think it was would have been Zus over there, I think.
Back to another buy round. Spread out approach from Dynasty yet again, but FOKUS want to make sure this garage position is theirs. Maybe get an extra ult in. No, never mind. Both Hoodie and Mystic have their ultimate, so that won't be required. Maybe just an area denial for Dynasty for now.
Locating target.
I'm going to be looking to see if anybody's playing closer up on stairs, and Trailblazer is going to be used to try to counter it. It is just trading information, and there's not a lot of information on the board. Mystic Eagle peeking after the smoke. It's put on the one-way spot so you can get a sliver of info to work with. Trying to dodge all of this stuff. The utility from Dynasty's executes has been solid. When you got Simon Dark leading the charge, he's fully flashed. Rolling Thunder's going to cut into this corner, and the two players are caught out by Hoodie.
Yeah, he did a great job there. And he just wants more. Still, there's some answers back from Dynasty, but it feels like FOKUS are definitely well within reason to be contending this game as well.
Our Hoodie's halfway to having his ultimate, and he's just used it. Like, that's crazy. He gets the 2 kills here, gets a death, and I think he gets a third one.
One enemy remains.
But I think that's one thing that's good to say about Dynasty. You're going to take a timeout. I do like the executes. I mean, the utility has been really nice. Baddy G's timing with the paranoias, the breach stuns, the pathing from Simon Dark. Might have been a very different story if Simon Dark jumps in and doesn't get fully flashed. But I don't know if that was Hoodie counter flashing and then coming out with a Rolling Thunder. It's hard to really see because you don't see that utility as much on the minimap. But signs of life for FOKUS. They had a timeout already, didn't win the rounds afterwards, but have now started to come into their own just a little bit more. I still, like, my concern, I suppose, is just you look at the mini-map, certainly in the early parts of the round, and the FOKUS players are kind of scattered. You might have one person playing stairs. If they die, nobody can trade you because the other player on the A site is like towards CT. Same if you're fighting in B main because you've got somebody up on the high ground or somebody far back on CT just playing super passively. I think the way that Dynasty win this is just by isolating, hunting down as a pack and picking off people. Just getting the catch on all of these individuals for FOKUS that are just not expecting to fight in certain spots. I mean, it's good practice because it's looking likely that you're going to be going up against at least 2 Turkish teams.
That is very true. Very, very true. You've already got to start to look at your opposition and see what the threats are. But for Dynasty, this B site looks open. The Neural Theft really assisting with what the setup looks like for FOKUS. Now, FOKUS just need to think about what their priorities are, because your boy Lewis could easily just pop out of the smoke here, but thinks it's more important for assistance to arrive. But he doesn't. It's just...
He just walks out.
I guess. I don't think there's another way of describing it. And now it's a 3v5, which I guess is being called off.
Save, yeah. You got the op to save.
I get where you get the frustrations.
Yeah, right? Like, because it's like, they can do better. I'm not just ragging on a team that I just think is like poo-poo caca. Like, this is FOKUS. Like, they can win this event easily. They just need to tighten up this play. And, like, you know, we've got, like, Brits on that team too that I want to see. I want to see HGE do well. But, like, FOKUS, they've invested in the tier 2 scene. Not only in Polaris, but certainly in the DAC region. For them to have a real good chance at this. And like the last sort of setup from them, right? Because you have the breach stun come in from Hoodie. Zus is over there with an op. And Alorante peaks. Off the back of a stun alone. He's got another teammate there that could fight with him, but he dies and nobody can help him.
Yes, this should do.
Yeah. And it's accumulating, right? Dynasty slowly but surely have created quite the lead. I mean, there was a bit of a moment where FOKUS regained focus, no pun intended. But you need to maintain that if you can get away with a win here and be considered the high caliber that we perceive FOKUS can be, right? Now, Dynasty are very aggressive this time around to the A site and put a lot of focus into moving to the high ground first. Now, your boy Lewis has been spotted, but can't be dealt with. Both Alorante and your boy Lewis start to really connect with their shots. And he's still alive. How is he still alive? Guiding light available, and Hoodie arrives to the site.
Oh, that's much better from Lewis. I didn't want to point him out in the last like tirade I had, but he was like 2 and 10. He's doubled his kills. But I just like you've seen so many other like teams move to Teo, right? Like Sky, just even Fade seems to sort of fill that spot too. But here he just placed his spot nicely, completely surrounded. Like you couldn't be any more on an island if it wasn't for Hoodie Hero just protecting him from the high ground, like you mentioned, Pablos. 5-7 scoreline would be good, especially when you've got Dynasty, I think, winning the pistols too.
Yeah, it actually isn't that bad if you think about it, but let's see if they can actually get it. Your boy Lewis here to help Alorante. He's there to trade, and he knows there's more around. Boombot flies into the air, tries to see if he can get a shot through the wall. Still gets one before he drops. I think your boy Lewis has been rejuvenated.
Ooh, Baddy G.
He gets himself into the back line.
Where's he going?
Does a lot of damage to Hoodie as well. He's just jumping and stomping wherever he goes. Mystic, though, he's capable of touches like this, but when Baddy G's got the high ground, no one gets away. 8-4 is the score as Dynasty get themselves a lead here. Will they be able to grab their first map in this group? Hello folks and welcome back to Challengers EMEA, where Dynasty 8-4 against FOKUS here on the second map of the series, the map pick of the second seed of Spain. Now, it's been a decent run, but we have seen moments, glimpses of good material from FOKUS. It's just that it hasn't been consistent enough to be in the lead. Can that change now on their attack?
Putting them under a microscope. It's a top 4 team. Putting them in a great position to qualify for DAX and Ascension a lot later in the year. DNSTY shutting it down instantly. FOKUS chose to be on the defense first, and it was a 4-8 half for them. So this feels important to win, and it's a win per Pavlos.
Yeah, it hasn't gone so far the way they would have liked. As Dynasty are able to win on most of these fights, sure, you might as well make good out of a bad situation and get the ult orb in Hoodie's hands. Getting that Rolling Thunder quick would be lovely, but there's a gap that Mystic is trying to work with. Oh, Badige's low. Oh, he looked away. The timing of that, it could have potentially been a pickup. And that's sort of the saving grace for FOKUS here. The two players that are low. Smoke could give Mystic some cover. Waddle just pre-fires. That is unlucky for Mystic. Hoodie does pick up one player that is low, but he's stunned. The drone does its job. And now he's off of the corner, so he no longer has that space control. 30 seconds. And the timer just keeps on going down with Dynasty having the lead. All three players looking in the same direction. Look at the way the crosshairs are looking. 3 different elevation points. 3 positions on the Y-axis. Hoodie, even if you were a god, this would have been a tall order. And yeah, I think actually the right way of saying this, even if you were a god, it would have been impossible. 9-4 for Dynasty, a pistol round that could potentially put them onto the highway of success for map number 2.
Be pretty hard, yeah. I guess the worst part is just that the spike didn't really get onto the site itself. It just got stuck in the choke. Easy work for Dynasty here. And I wonder if Team Liquid Academy are watching this now, just thinking, like, how did we lose to this team? But I guess it's a totally different map to what they were playing. And even then,
attitude.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid Academy also struggled with Dynasty on this map. It's a good map for them. But it's looking like Dynasty on the cusp of double digits. FOKUS have to find something from somewhere if they want to put this one to bed and us to bed by a result.
Spike down B.
But this looks clean from Dynasty. Paint chills, outlaw, everything going the way they would have liked. Simon Dark is low, so that could be a potential pickup, but other than that, I don't see too much success. Go in FOKUS' direction, this one. Flawless, actually. They don't drop a player. Double digits already for Dynasty, and we're only on round 14.
Right, full buy. No ultimates just yet because you really haven't done too much damage on this attack side as of yet. But to be fair for Dynasty, they haven't really formed up much themselves. Waddle's at a really good map. We're seeing a lot of good use cases now of Teo. Just maybe it's one of those ones where you don't really need to be looking at it through that lens. We know he's impactful, too impactful perhaps. That's why I got nerfed.
Good flash from your boy, Lewis. The follow-up is also good. But Mystic is able to get a Badie isn't able to get away in that instance. Dynasty reinforce the defensive side of the B site. Feels like FOKUS have read this because they're rerouting.
One suppressed.
Water going deep as well to check out of Garage to see if there's anyone stuck around. He will find Mystic. Oh, this battle is a bit uncomfortable. FOKUS win the fight on B Heaven as well, but the fight into Garage doesn't go their way. If Simon Dark gets 2 here, this could be very doable, but he's only good for 1, meaning that FOKUS have got the advantage.
Necessary trade. Almost felt that Simon Dark might be able to get away there. But yeah, bonus for Dynasty. Able to get 2 kills. Spike's been planted. A couple more would be nice. Winning the round would be great. Breaking the camera. Valorant just stopping some of that information. The FOKUS are all stuck on the site, which against the breach and the Teo is very, very scary. Both flash is still available for Caden too.
Yeah, they're taking their sweet little time, though, aren't they? Waddle's sort of throwing in his missiles, see if...
Yeah, he's just saving,
Caden
I think.
can do anything. Yeah.
And Caden's just going to try and go for exit frags. Happy to go down because he has the Bulldog.
Yeah, the cage goes down as well from Valorant. Very smart to think of that potential. Waddle is going to get challenged, actually. And he does get one down with him, actually two. That isn't too bad of a result here for Dynasty.
Yeah, very worthwhile. And Caden actually able to pick up a gun all the way in the spawn towards A main. So actually fantastic work from him to make this a really costly full buy. And a very successful bonus despite losing the round for Dynasty. There's definitely been a lot of focus being taken by surprise this game.
Hmm. Yeah, that might be it. So, Focus looking at their guns here, won't be too happy about the status quo. But we know they're very capable of winning even with just 1 or 2 rifles in play. And the rest are happy to do it with Sheriff, so not too bad of a situation. Alaranta's just walked past Simon Dark, but still gets tagged. That was awkward. But the Armageddon gets thrown in. Hoodie won't be able to avoid it, runs forwards. Face first into Simon Dark's position, gets one, and Mystic follows up with another. Suddenly it's a 2v2 and very, very doable for Focus. Make that a 1v2 as Focus want to win this round.
And this is Focus doing that weird eco after a round win play that they did on Haven. So it means that the money would work out really, really well for them. Don't know if it would put Dynasty onto an eco. HGE might still have a chance to win this one. He's TP'd away towards defender spawn to try and come in and attack from screens.
I mean, HGE is the player you want to clutch this. But Mystic has just received the information. Just drops back, calls for help for Zus. That's the first pick. Going HGE's way, and he goes all the way. A home run. The defuse and the denial for Focus.
Fantastic play. Just as you're sort of thinking that Focus would take a low buy and make it work. HGE just winded back the years ever so slightly. No player like Alorante finding perfect timing. And already forced out from the Armageddon. Still though, you got some really nice trades that come in from Dynasty. Positioning, a peculiar one with how they were set up. Dynasty taking a timeout? Really? I'm suspect of that.
I mean, they did lose a lot of players earlier on. Maybe they're just thinking, okay, there is something that we're doing here that is giving Focus a bit of an advantage that if you don't put under control, it could end up spiraling, you know, for Dynasty here. But for Focus, on the other hand, I think they will value a timeout as well. Rethink about how that one went. Obviously, they went for a full investment, trying to put their hands deep in their pockets, and it's resulted into them hitting recession here. So for the DAF #1 representative,
my thanks.
Not looking too good on split, and they might already be starting to think about fracture.
That goes there.
And now 5-11. Focus. Not looking likely that they're going to be able to take this one 2-0 unless they really sort out some stuff there off the back of an opponent's timeout. And the buy, a force up. Pretty much Focus throwing everything that they have money-wise available into this round in order to try to make it 6.
I mean, Focus seemed determined to make this one work. Sort of saying that this one's important. We lose this, we lose the game. Fair enough. but it's still equally traded. Your boy Lewis still feels comfortable to throw in the Sheriff. Seekers are thrown out, so you do get an idea of where two players are, but you also know that there's one waiting. Batty G gets two. He is traded out, so FOKUS are limited in decisions here because they do lack the players and lack the space as well.
Here.
Tag just sitting right far back on the site. It's whether this position gets cleared. There are two players in the direction that he is looking. Just whether one of them's fast enough to react, because I always felt he was going to get one.
B. 30 seconds left.
Not simple. Not at all.
I have the
Time pressure.
Shadows traveling.
A Cypher on the site where you are. They'll try and isolate Paranoia. Doesn't catch Tag. It's avoided. It's a nice play. Mystic's known for plays like that, actually. He's had a few multi-kills off the back of a Paranoia and a TP, but that's not a situation where we'll be seeing that in the highlight reels. I think you can already consider Fracture to very much be on the table here.
It's a frustrating one.
That goes there.
If for Dynasty you do leave this part of the tournament with something going well for you.
Here.
I don't really know how much FOKUS have shown off their Fracture in comparison to some of these other maps. But now for FOKUS, I mean, they forced up last round, didn't have much of a buy. This one feels worse. Ready to be up on the high ground. Fully flash, Showstopper's going to be the thing that opens things up for Zeus, but he goes down before he even gets to use it.
Yeah, that's a bit rough, isn't it? Tag, though, very quick to react there. And Batty G is in the brink of the chaos, and he feels more comfortable than ever. He just wants a statement. Before he heads back into the Spanish Challenger League, he at least wants to say that he's taken down FOKUS on a map or two. It's not over, though, is it yet? Guiding light thrown out from your boy Lewis, the captain of FOKUS. Want to see if he can have a final say, but he's denied that as well. Waddle putting him to his grave. Map number 2 falls into the hands of Dynasty, and it seems like we do have a series on our hands.
Yep, we're going to Fracture. Even though that FOKUS are going to be the team coming out of this group, Dynasty, I guess, fighting for, well, at this rate, yeah, they would actually get the Ascension point over Team Liquid Academy. So it's at least something that's worked out well for them in the end, but we'll see how the Fracture goes at the very least, Pavlos.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes. Throwing this over to Twiggy and MP to give us their thoughts.
Man, Dynasty fighting tooth and nail for that Ascension point. They've got it. Congratulations to them. They have achieved the best possible outcome they can already. Let's see if they can win the series now. I mean, that's one hell of a way to build up momentum. 13-5. That is unexpected based off of what we saw the last time we saw split from both of these two teams.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. We were talking about a little bit. Dynasty gave FOKUS the Team Liquid treatment. FOKUS just dominated Team Liquid 13-4 in this split, and Dynasty was like, yeah, nah, we're still the better team. Let's give the same treatment to you. 13-5. And honestly, I really want to talk about that timeout on round 17, the Dynasty timeout. I honestly think Batty G, after that timeout, or after that clutch, he was like, yeah, let them think what happened there. What happened in that 2 versus 1 situation. Let them just think it through. I do wholeheartedly think that was just a BM timeout. Like we saw in this clutch, the stakes are high, even though we already know the outcome. FOKUS is gonna go through, but I mean, this game is still heated.
Yeah, we're going to a third map for it, and if they keep up this momentum, things are looking really, really good for Dynasty. It's sad that they can't actually gain anything more out of this one, because, well, I guess now for FOKUS there are no stakes either. Maybe that was a charity one. Just give Dynasty the points. They don't like Team Liquid Academy anymore. Let's give it to my ex-teammate or something like that. I don't know, but I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. There's not much more to say about that one.
I mean, I wonder if we still have the split graphic, the 13-0 FPX graphic, because I think that was similar. That was literally almost the same. BaddyG had 19 kills here. I think Mystic had 17, or 7 rather. So yeah, it's 1 kill less for, or 1 kill more for BaddyG, 1 kill less for Mystic. So not quite the 13-0, but still, I mean, kind of similar show.
Not far off. Yeah, not far off at all, honestly. Maybe, yeah, they just wanted to take a look back at history, memory lane for them or something like that. I don't know. I don't think Mystic wanted that. I'm not going to lie to you.
Absolutely not.
Either way, it is Fracture up next for this one. It doesn't really matter from now on who wins, but I guess for bragging rights, FOKUS would like the victory. For bragging rights, Dynasty would like the victory. FOKUS don't have anything more to gain out of it. They've already got playoffs. Dynasty don't have anything more to gain out of it. They've already got the ascension point. So, I mean, well, I guess we'll get it underway very shortly. We can go to a quick break now, and then we will be back with our third and final map of the playoffs.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plan. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
For your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard.
Alright guys, if you're still with us, welcome back to Valorant Challenges EMEA. We've got the final map of the group stage for you coming up very shortly. It's going to be Fracture between FOKUS and Dynasty here, and Dynasty have already surprised us. They've already got a 13-5 on split, so mission accomplished for them. They have got their ascension point out of this one with a second place in the group. They can't get any further than that, but they can embarrass FOKUS a little bit maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they already did in that split. I imagine that's something that FOKUS wasn't absolutely looking forward to, getting absolutely beat on 13-5. I think they were a little bit too static. Now we have Fracture in our mind. I think FOKUS, they need to focus up. A pun very well intended there. They need to bring out their A game and bring out something new. But then again, you're already qualified. You don't really want to show anything new. So it's a fine line where FOKUS needs to play on this next Fracture.
Yeah, for sure. You know, look, here's the thing, right? It's well, I mean, for the European players involved, it's somewhere past 9 o'clock for everybody on the server right now. You know, there's no stakes involved anymore whatsoever for either team. So I don't know. I wouldn't be opposed to a little bit of a silly matchup where they go for some interesting plays rather than showing their whole strat book and playing things entirely seriously. Again, nothing really matters on this one, but I'm sure FOKUS would like to get the win here.
You know what I would love? An interesting comp out of FOKUS. Not the classic Brimstone, Breach, Teho, Sentinel, maybe I have a race there, but go with the double duelist. Don't go with the Vice. Go something funky. Maybe have a Yoru and ISO there. I would absolutely love that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, here's the thing. Going into playoffs, they're going to be coming up against even more difficult teams. I feel like FOKUS, when we talked to them about the group, how they felt about getting put into a group with another #1 seed, they were kind of like, you know, I think both of these teams are good, but we're going to have to beat more difficult teams when we get into the playoffs, and that's definitely true based off what we've seen so far. Eternal Fire, BBL Pacific, Mandatory, these are all really good teams. Especially, I think the two Turkish teams are going to be a real challenge for FOKUS moving forward. So maybe they don't want to show strats. Maybe they don't want to be too open with everything because they've got bigger challenges ahead of them. So with Fracture here, I'm sure they'll play it again at some point during the playoffs. Might be a good idea to, you know, not have too much fun with it, but at the very least, you know, try not to be insanely structured.
Yeah, no, I think it would actually benefit FOKUS going with a funky composition here in Fracture, because they haven't shown a single Fracture this year, which definitely is some kind of pocket pick that you could float when we go into the playoffs if you don't show your real composition, or maybe show some kind of funky composition. So a lot of these teams that have qualified, they're like, okay, I don't know if we want to understrat that, I don't know if we want to look into this VOD, maybe we just look into these other VODs, maybe we can float this Fracture, and if FOKUS actually have a great Fracture, that could be a surprising factor, that could be a factor, especially when we go into the best of fives.
Yeah, I am interested to see what will happen on this one with no stakes happening. It's a weird mental game that is going to happen from here on out between both of these teams here. Obviously, Dynasty, well, they'll probably play their best just to try and get a win under their belts on this one and go into the next split fully, you know, motivated for what goes on. Saying that they got a win against FOKUS would be a very nice thing to happen, especially after obviously losing their grand finals in Italy, sorry, not in Italy, in Spain, although they're both Italian teams, to HGE Sport. It would be nice for them. I don't know what FOKUS's mentality is going into this, really. Absolutely no idea.
Yeah, me neither. And yeah, you talk about Dynasty, it would be really, really nice to actually get that win under the belt. There's Enterprise Esports, Metizport, they haven't gotten that win under their belt. Job Life is one of those. I'm sure Dynasty doesn't want to have that same thing. Okay, let's see what FOKUS. They're bringing their real composition. Both of these teams, they are looking into this match as a real match. They want to win this. They don't want to give anything away.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I do like the mentality from both teams, still just putting their head to the grindstone and going, okay, we're gonna keep trying this one out. At the very least, get some good practice out of this one. Because, again, look, there's two ways to look at this. Either, you know, we're going to play Fracture again, we don't want to show our strengths, or we're going to play Fracture again, we need to get the practice in. So I think for both teams, that is basically what it is we just want to play as much official level Valorant as possible. Because scrims just don't do it a lot of the time. Scrims are not the same as an official. You don't get the same value out of them. So hopefully we get a really good final map out of this one, a really close one. We'll see either way. Go ahead, Ryan and Bad Boss.
I'm really glad we actually get to see Fracture here. One of my favorite maps, especially it coming back from the, you know, from the doldrums it was prior to the change where they brought Fracture back in. It's a nice map to see, so it's good decided to see both these teams play on it here. Ryan, look, what are your thoughts? You know, we've already seen the compositions. It's the tried and tested sort of mentality when it comes to those. You know, are you seeing a bit of a change in meta, really, when it comes to Fracture a little bit now with the addition of Teho?
Yeah, I think so. Like, we're seeing both teams play it now. It just provides a little bit more going power. Like, beforehand, it would be that Breach was 100% meta all of the time, and it'd be a case of what initiator you're playing alongside, whether it's Sky, Fade, e.g. Sova, for example. So now you do have, like, the going power of having a Breach and a Teo, but it sort of feels like we've highlighted on multiple maps, like Haven, like Split. You can lack that information, you can just lack a lot of going power. But you've also got to look at Device. Just seems to be a more consistent option of what you'd get on Cypher, and just making sure that no defenders can flank you in those main entranceways. It's going to be key if Dynasty want to shut this one down.
Yeah, good reps for both sides, focused to be well and prepped for playoffs. Of course, without revealing too much, and for Dynasty as well to be a little bit more confident heading right back into their own Challenger League. FOKUS look to explode outside of Dish, and there will be one to receive that purchase tag that might be a victim of this stun. As soon as he's spotted, the stun might not even be necessary. It's just an early pick. They throw the rest of your util and let, just in case there are more players around. But Dynasty show that they're entering towards the A site from a different way. Good thing for FOKUS is they've got plenty of defenders lying in wait here. Your boy Lewis will be taking the brunt fall of this attack, taking a couple down with him. Make that 3 as he chases right after Caden. Waddle doubles up before he goes down, but that's all she wrote for this one as FOKUS end up on top.
Yeah, Lewis playing the Teo. I'm quite surprised that he wasn't playing it on Split, to be fair. He was playing the Sky before, and maybe a part of me was just like, maybe he doesn't really just play much in a new character, but no, he plays it, he's proficient at it. The defensive setups are going to be key for FOKUS here. A lot of control. It's a hard map to defend on. It's certainly a hard map to retake on. So a lot of the damage on the defensive side needs to be done preemptively, taking some of those fights and early stuff. And you imagine a team like FOKUS with the players that it has will have a lot of set plays. This one looking almost exactly the same with the Breach stun. I think just trying to get these orbs online for the Brimstone or the Teo over by Dish. And Dynasty also playing Hungry Hippos themselves, but on the other side of the map.
I mean, if you play a map like Split and it just doesn't go your way, you kind of lose a lot of rounds in a row. You know, you made a lot of stupid mistakes. It's often a tactic you just like put it behind you, right? Just press that reset button, get right back into the mindset of the next one. That sort of feels like what FOKUS have done so far. But they've lost a couple of players to pistols. You want to be concerned here with DNSTY having a Spectre in his hand. He doubles down as well. Wait a minute, we thought FOKUS could be able to gather this one up easy, but you can never count out Dynasty's pistol.
Yeah, Mystic. All to do against 3 different types of guns. Isolated one. There's one classic, and it's a classic that actually confirms the round in favor of Dynasty. Moments like that for FOKUS are not great. It's not even like you have much of a break either before you get into playoffs. It starts tomorrow. And it's not even an ascension point that Dynasty are playing for, because it comes down to a head-to-head. They lost against Team Liquid Academy, so the fact that they don't win here becomes precarious. Means that, like, really now it's just Dynasty playing for
right there,
like, ego, I suppose.
Yeah,
bragging rights.
It's probably it.
Good hit.
It's probably it.
Thorns down.
Being able to say that you've taken down that #1 seed, kind of bring pride to your own Challenger League. Either way, an early exchange. Your boy Lewis no more on the server. Dynasty, though, they're really looking to pounce onto B from 2 different directions.
Good hit.
If the buy being so rough for FOKUS, your only play is to just sort of sit pretty and hope that somebody runs into you. Mystic with a Bucky that's playing in tower, and then some support from Vice. Dodging the utility, but is going to be hit by the stun. Waddle clears it. Waddle's had a really good day of Teo.
Yeah, he's enjoying that hero.
30 seconds
agent.
left.
Doing pretty damn well on him. Having a solid performance as well, Dynasty. Unlike FOKUS, are having a pretty damn clean round when they've got the advantage. Firepower-wise. Dusk might be able to pick up something here. He's got the right corner, all the timing. Oh, still reconfigures on time. Not too shabby. At least, you know, get a spoil of all at the end of the day. Pat on the back. Congratulations. That's something. Deny a weapon. Tag. Yeah, he'll be winning that fight, especially when Zust doesn't really have any shields on him. Waddle as well, the final player to put a player to their rest, and it's Dynasty to find the lead, even though they've lost the first round of this map.
Like I mentioned, Waddle's Teo been really good to watch. Nice utility, good follow-up. Just all round really making that new character shine. It's both of them at the top of the kill feeds and scoreboards. They're full buy now. Zus, Operator. Plenty of half armors that need to be careful because Simondak is running with the Outlaw himself. The attack sniper rifle stuff has been working a charm for him.
Well, orb secured.
There.
One orb away from a couple of players here. Simon Dirk gets himself a kill here, and that's going to be a potential showstopper. That's exactly what happens. And now you see that Dynasty want to turn their attention towards the A side. Probably the wise idea to do, because there's only one defender there. Sure, Mystic is coming to reinforce, but Dynasty can pounce on.
Tag. Great opening, really. Just going through the door. Showstopper for Simon Dart's going to be the way to find a chance. He gets body blocked. He has realized it. Your boy Lewis holds on for a lot longer than I would have expected him to. Dynasty are looking to make this free.
Yeah, solid stuff. Openers. You know, it's that individual power that just feels so much better for Dynasty now, right? You see a couple of players just taking some peeks, even unassisted with flashes, and they just come out on top. And I think being focused, that's just not easy to play against. It's hard to, you know, get your mojo back after you're being diffed so much. You know you've got players that are solid in situations like these. You know you've got players that can actually diff when the time comes to it, but that's not how it feels right now on the server. It feels like Dynasty have got a bit of pace in them since the previous map. I mean, look at this. Stim Beacon opens it up. It wasn't even the Vice taking the fight there.
Just opening the doorway and prepared. And it's an odd one. We didn't get to cast FOKUS's win against Team Liquid Academy yesterday, Pavlos, so like... You see the result, and you think, wow, this FOKUS team must be good, but it's outside of that first map. It's been severely lacking, I would say.
Okay.
But I guess it's Dynasty again, just as soon as they've been unable to qualify, the pressure's off of them, they can just play.
Sure. Armageddon used. And that's a good one to throw in, right? Because if you're trying to use the zipline to get onto the other side, you get knocked up, but you're dead, right? That is just the ultimate key to death. So, nice little idea. I mean, that's not what really comes to fruition there. Instead, it's FOKUS that take over with their pounce on the south side of this map. And with a spike under their control, as illustrated from my lovely observer team. There's really not much that Dynasty can hope for in this one, and FOKUS will keep close.
All of the guns that were left there too mean that pretty much everybody other than Lewis is upgraded. High-low for the peak of the Operator. The nade is going to force them off, might even get a kill. The Simondak forced to peek out because of the salvo.
Summon Dark, I felt like he realistically could have gotten a pick there. Don't know whether bullet really went.
30 seconds left.
Might have been just off from that position. Fracture really one of the most cinematic maps, I'd add. A post-apocalyptic map combined with a bit of a clean and futuristic one. Bit of both worlds, right?
Yeah, I mean, but that's Valorant, isn't it? It's the whole like trend and idea.
But it's all in one map, which I'm enjoying.
Guess that's the hard side of it, when you can sort of go from various areas of the map, making sure that the two sites feel different, that when you switch perspectives you know exactly where you are, which I think is underappreciated. I know it's a hard map to get your head around when you're first learning it, but once you do, it does provide some of the most interesting stuff here. Simon Dark attack hopping has been a delight to watch for Dynasty throughout this series.
That's also something that you want to do, right? You want to be able to prove yourself against whoever you are, playing. Also the viewers, the potential teams that are watching. I mean, you're playing for pride after all. Here we go, though. It seems like Dynasty want to go for a push here, but FOKUS seem ready for it. Armageddon thrown in tower. Alorante able to avoid it. Won't be a problem for him as he sits down now in Arcade. Dynasty looking across. A lot of them taking a lot of chip damage, so that might be easier for FOKUS to clean up. Alorante gets pressured, though, and he's able to get one. Sure, he's traded. That tower control will alleviate the pressure, but FOKUS somehow are able to get a few picks in here and there. And the Spike has only just gone down. Rolling Thunder. This is going to be huge. Chase coming in. Waddle going after him. It's only the Salvo that gets the first pick. And it feels like they've already done their job, but the two players from FOKUS are holding hands, looking to move in together. Simon Dark with a crossfire. The stun as well from Caden is well timed. Flash as well. The deny. Buying the time, allowing Simon Dark and setting him up for success. That is brilliant stuff from Dynasty. The moment they were on the site, it didn't seem like they could be stopped.
You had some really nice plays with the ultimates too. Do like the Armageddon that was used in tower, just forcing Alorante out. He's 1 and 5. He was really one of the main win conditions, I think, for how they played over on Haven. It just seems like eons away, and that's the one kill that he was able to get before it was traded out. But also stuff like the Breach ultimate came out as soon as the spike was planted, as soon as he had it available. And the control for Dynasty to try to take towards Generator forces those defenders out of Kitchen. Just means that there's no real ground to stand on for them. Not an eco for FOKUS, still have a sniper rifle, but it's still a buy next.
He's able to avoid the drone, walking into the smoke, walking out of it, getting a kill wherever he goes. Sure, he's a hired assassin. I figured that out. It's confirmed. Yeah, it's been proven. It's been exposed.
Oof, 14 HP. Stunned right in that corner, and the peek from Lewis attempted, but Simon Dark's still just watching it with the AWP, which has got infinite amount of value from Dynasty. Maybe if it was someone we saw a little bit more against Team Liquid Academy, that series might have been a clean one, but operators are working overall just wonders today for all of the series that we've seen. But I think it's just that attacking side stuff that Simon Dark that's really been the peach, right, the most interesting aspect. Huddy looking to go down to the spike, just saving the operator. Like I mentioned at the start of this round, it was a buy next anyway, so everybody will have full money going next. It's a 5th for Dynasty on their attack.
It is. I think in moments like this, you also start to wonder how much of the playbook FOKUS are willing to show at this point, right? Knowing that this game doesn't really change all that much. They just want to make sure they've got all their plays of their handbook sealed, right? They don't really want to be showing anything, to be fair. So that's also part of it. Maybe a lot of it is just on-the-go default stuff that they've shown in the past. Repeat and rinse.
I think it is like just that side of it being that Now, Simon Dark, he does have the showstopper, so he can entry. But the fact that he's able to just balance playing like this up and scaling up, a la Kung Kung for EDG.
Okay.
But then swap around to just be able to be the duelist, you know. He doesn't even really give the gun to anybody else. He just has such good teammates that are willing to follow him up, like Caden and Waddle, especially.
And he's gone for a full exploration over the north side of the map, so he knows that's clear. And as soon as Simon Dark uses a showstopper, it's a clear indication of what Dynasty are going for. Stand up for now, biding his time. No one on sight, no one on heaven. That's going to be a simple take and a potential 5v5 here. There's still an orbital strike that you're thinking that Mystic might want to pull the trigger on. I think Dynasty are wary of it, and which is why they haven't gone for the direct plant. But he knows there's someone nearby, and DNSTY ends up falling in that instance. So FOKUS have got the player advantage. Now they need to look behind them. Look at that. Look at Tag. No one's checking his position, or Alorante was for a second, but the timing is just off. Tag taking full advantage of it. Zus wanting to push on side, but also knowing that his backline is exposed. It is a tough world for FOKUS right now. Shut down from all positions, and Mystic is just a dead man walking.
3 ultimates used for FOKUS, Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike, Showstopper. They still lose the round, only able to get 2 kills at most. Really is leaving a lot to be desired again. Just something, maybe it was just like FOKUS once it qualified, just foot came off the pedal ever so slightly. No need to overdo it. Just try to treat this as not glorified scrims. That feels a bit mean, but just rehearsals, right? Going through some of the plays, maybe even some of the comps. Timeout needed. Hard really to know how a coach should come into these conversations, both on Split and this map, because you don't want to bollock them too much, because like it's fine, it's not the end of the world. You want them feeling good for tomorrow, but in the same vein, you don't want to get punished by some of the stuff the Dynasty is doing. And I think that like more so the mistakes on that round, I think were on Dynasty. Like DNSTY was one orb away from having an orbital strike and decides to go for a wild peek towards rope. Now, if he plays a bit more passively, he might be able to get one, just instantly pull out the orbital strike for the post plant. Really felt there that Dynasty were a little bit uncomfortable with a 5v5 retake and wanted to try and make something work. But luckily, that flank from Tag was exceptional. He's actually had a really good series and seems to have got better and better. I think to begin with, he looked like he was getting punished in a lot of places, and it was really hard to see his value in that series against Team Liquid Academy, and even the start of this one. But right now, he's performing a lot better, and Alorante, 1-7, has just been quiet. Does have a Steel Garden, but honestly, yeah, it's just something has fallen off for FOKUS, but it doesn't feel as detrimental as it has done for, say, like Metizport, for example.
Sure. Right.
One suppressed.
Well, Dynasty seem to fancy the B site this time around. Only one nearby that could be a witness to that. You've got to take a chance on a map like Fracture and group up all your players together if you're on that weaker buy, and that's exactly what FOKUS are doing this time around.
DNSTY needs to be careful.
Granted, he's got his gun out now. He seems to be aware that something could be happening here. Valorant, also all he needs to do is just press mouse 1.
I mean, there's no way that Alorante gets out here. Yeah, Caden just cutting him off. Taking all of tower means that sight is very handy for Dynasty. Salvo's gonna just chip away a bit of damage, but Simon Dark going in the direction where the salvos came from. Drone's got so much information where these last 3 players are. Might have spotted all of them.
I mean, they have 3 rifles. You just wonder how much they're willing to go for this. You know they've got some money to expend for the next round. But DNSTY is denying them the choice. Sweet little double kill. And Simon Dark just wants to be relevant every single round. He wants to have that consistency throughout his map and be relevant in all the moments.
Is Valorant doubling his kills? FOKUS, the timeout, they had it. Probably not the round, this one that we've just watched, where a lot of the talking points came in. Might be fixing errors and stuff, but it's mostly to strategize and come up with something now. You're building around Steel Garden, sure. Other ultimates used the 3 big ones a couple of rounds ago and it didn't quite work. Armageddon maybe for Lewis, maybe. But Hoodie finds that opening onto Tag. He's low HP though. Summondak looking to run him down, he does exactly that.
He's done. Good work so far. No matter what gun he's on.
I was about to say the same thing.
Charge.
Running it down
Still
with the Phantom this time.
Yeah, exactly. Just switching things up, knowing that his team required of a bit of a quicker pace. FOKUS, wanting to break through. First kill successful, but when you've got cross lines like this, crossfires galore, it's always going to be difficult. Badiji and Kaden just working so well together. And Simon Dark now wanting to appear. Zus will pull the trigger, go in aggressive with a shorty, but Simon Dark is ready for it. 2 rounds remaining in the half, but this game is slowly but surely slipping through FOKUS's fingers.
It's just a very unique situation to cast, isn't it, as well, Pablos? Like, it's just kind of a... You got this team that's qualified and you're going, okay, this is like a good victory lap of sorts. But during that victory lap, they have tripped over, landed headfirst in a dustbin, and now they're doing the victory lap with a big dustbin on their head.
Oh, that is such a funny way to describe it. You're right. It does feel a little bit like that. It does.
Maybe that's just me being Oscar the Grouch for this one.
Hey, you're allowed to be sometimes.
You had something similar happening for Kickoff. Was it last year? I remember it was Sentinels of G2, I think it was, right? It was just a nothing burger game where I think Sentinels had already qualified and people were going crazy on split. That's NA. We're miserable over here.
There. Yeah, you know. And it's both these teams do adopt a little bit of a slower style, a little bit of feeler out approach to this map rather than just, you know, trying to force your way in. I mean, it goes in hand with the composition that you've got as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've got Reach, TO, Raze that could take that, but you want to be a little bit more calculated as to when you use all that utility. But finally, things seem to be working out for FOKUS just for a little bit. Denied.
30 seconds left.
But either way, it's not like these players are doing Team Liquid Academy-esque things by just, you know, taking random picks.
Yeah, I mean, the Valorant's fine. I just wish there was a bit of stakes to it. Like, maybe it should be like, if Dynasty win, FOKUS have to buy them all a new bundle or something, you know what I mean? Vice versa.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, maybe we should have added the stakes here. Maybe that should be it. You know?
Twiggy's going to buy everybody the bundle is what you're saying, right?
Maybe the stakes should be buying the other team stakes, you know, professional.
Yeah.
Some Wagyu. Why not? Simon Dark. He's having a field day today. What's his score right now?
His score, personally?
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see.
Curious.
Never mind.
Replay first. We got to see this one.
Absolutely baited.
Yeah, baited. Because it started to appear on the screen as well, just a little bit. Nice be destroying. 74. I wonder when that happened.
You know, the worst part is we haven't got to cast comeback at all from BCF. Like, I think they've been the player of the tournament thus far. Like, we've seen some really solid performances, right? But it's not quite been that level.
Okay.
Yeah, 18 at the end of this year, he's got to be going somewhere. BBL, probably.
For sure.
Spike down, attacker
sure.
spawn.
Unless he breaks through Ascension already. A big exchange there. Showstopper not quite connecting onto your boy Lewis. I think this is the biggest chance FOKUS have ever had. Kaden, though, is dealing against players that are low. But FOKUS will decide to end things on a good trajectory as the half ends 3-9 in Dynasty's favor. Not too bad of a performance for Dynasty, but I think Simon Dark is really the player that is putting up all of the highlight reels for himself and his team. 9-3 is a score as they started things off on the attack. Now on the defensive, look to see if they can seal the deal. A reverse sweep required from them to get themselves a win in Challenges EMEA.
Yeah, Dynasty have actually been quite good in these pistols to do the damage. And actually, not the first kill, but the first licks of damage actually coming in on multiple players. It's like 3 or 4 of them, Pavlos, at 20 HP.
Very, very low. Could be easy pickings, but he gets spotted. Or it could have been just a random pot shot through the smoke from Hoodie. I think that is also an equally possible scenario. Although FOKUS haven't really found the comfort to cross into the site yet. Just want to make sure that from Tower they can do as they please. Thus has come alive now on the pistol. Nearly grabs a third pickup there, but Dynasty want to keep things close. Simon Dark, orb in hand as well. Knows that 2 players are low. Paint Shells could do a bit. Hoodie is the healthiest of them all. He's the one attempting to put the spike in the ground. Waddle picks up another. Now, all of a sudden, you may think that Dynasty have a real chance, a big opportunity.
Ooh, these 2 players, actually, Lewis is down low. Position going to be just flushed out completely by FOKUS. They do make it 4 rounds. Knowing this, right, Pavlos, this is going to overtime. Just knowing this. It's got these 2 teams just spending the whole night.
You reckon? You reckon this is going to overtime?
It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, I'll say that much. Okay. Which I guess is good for FOKUS. It's just reps. Just rounds, just practice. Dynasty, you get to keep playing officials for a bit before you have a break and you're back in the Spanish League for stage 2. But for us, I want my bed.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It wasn't last night, but the night before, I just fell asleep in my clothes, just went and crashed. I don't even remember going to bed.
Oh, damn.
Did I finish the cast? Did I just disappear? I can't remember.
Maybe you're still live from the broadcast yesterday.
Oh, God.
Oh, that could be a thing. Imagine waking up and be like, oh, wait, I'm live? Either way, Dynasty here. Look to group up. At least if there isn't you know, the advantage in firepower, they might as well have the power of friendship. 4 players grouped up. And see, Caden's all by himself. He's lost the plot, you know? He should have been grouped up with the rest. Valorant can heal this commotion. He's like licking his lips. A meal for himself, he'll take it, sure. Waddle, that's a snack. Delicious.
Thorns activated.
Actually,
and he can hear Batty G now.
Yeah,
maybe
going for a rope to get past him.
Or a 5-course meal. No, just 2.
There's an attempt there, just to just clear him out with the nades, either to do damage or just add a lot of like fluff on your screen, right? It's hard to see him peek behind all of the little explosions happening. Really not that much damage done by Dynasty. They were hoping for maybe more than 1 or 2. I think 4 players survive in total for FOKUS. It's just not really that far away from a showstopper. Yeah, 2 ult orbs. Done well. Actually, Samdak isn't that far behind either, really, because there's 2 rounds that they've lost. So is the silliness going to continue on for Dynasty? Or if they're going to close it out, even get to double digits? It's whether FOKUS have enough whimsy about them to maybe win the bonus and really open up this map.
Well, now it's Dynasty's chance, for sure. Guns at plenty. But FOKUS might have been able to put themselves in a good position here, looking to pounce on the drop. Now, no immediate players to stop them. Although Simon Dark is considering it. Stun. Oh, that is snappy. Not too shabby at all. Waddle gets a little bit too overzealous there. Presses W key instead of pressing mouse 1. So Dynasty still lose the access over the A site, but might still have a strong chance of getting it back.
Spike planted.
They just need to pick first. Mystic holding out in a corner. It's not going to make it easy. They're looking to come back here. I think FOKUS, this is just intent. This is just them showing that they're not going to allow Dynasty to reverse sweep them 2v3. The spike's still ticking, but I think the time running out, the lack of utility available, and knowing that there isn't really any opportunity for them to break through, they just drop back, save the guns, and hope for a sunnier day.
The save of those 2 guns. Oh man, I'm having words with Lewis after today. Like, hey, you enjoy staying up all night? I wonder if they're playing first tomorrow. That's a key question.
Yeah, because then you're wondering, oh, you would have enjoyed a longer nights of sleep, right?
Yeah, Lewis will probably just want to get in, get his gym jams on, his favourite teddy. Have, like, Pal read him a bedtime story.
Yeah, I'd have Pal read me a bedtime story any day of the week.
I think most of us would. Dynasty timeout, no surprise really. 3 rounds in a row. They've still got 2 of those timeouts available to them, so using up one very early in this half is not a bad shout. There's something that's just going really wrong for them that they want to get a hold of before FOKUS really find themselves in a position that they're pretty much tangling with them rounds-wise. Dynasty, I don't know, money-wise, they should have some elements of it. Looks like 7 Dark might have some half-armor Vandal potentially. But then you're not got a boombot, you don't have satchels. Like, it just doesn't seem like a round where you realistically want to be buying.
No charges.
The problem is, if you're not really buying, you're not going to be able to contest all that much around the map, so that just leaves FOKUS complete freedom to farm up all of these orbs. When you got Zus close to a showstopper, Steel Garden, Frail orbs, Brimstone looking far away for Rolling Thunder. Still a way to go for some of these ultimates, but after a couple of orbs picked up on the map, a couple of kills, you have it for a full buy next easily.
Strong position for Tag, realizes that there is also a stronger presence appearing into B, so it's got to be respected. Again, trying to making sure tower doesn't fall to enemy lines. Sticks around. Badiji loses his life though, that's a bit unfortunate. Trying to get through, but denied the cross. Feels like this round might be already out of reach for the Italian org.
I mean, both teams have had good post plans on both sides. It doesn't feel like it's just a we can only go B if we go A. It feels each time for either squad. Yeah, you really do see why Teo is so prevalent and Vice is so prevalent on this map. This wall is just such a key trap that stops anybody from getting a tank play.
That's true. I thought Alorante's gun might have been visible from the corner he was hiding in earlier. But he repositions now. Wondering which side Caden is peeking from. Spotted now. Avoiding the stun. Fancy footwork there from Alorante.
Flashing.
Not too bad. Looking clean for the FOKUS side. And Waddle showing no intention of going in for this fight. So FOKUS, slowly but surely, are closing in on this gap. This has been them on the attacking side, really showing some comfort. They haven't dropped a single one since they switched sides.
This is the one gun that they saved out of the 2, I think, right from the round before. So yeah, similar to what we saw from FOKUS in the first half of just Dynasty. They called the timeout, they were on sort of low buy eco. What they can do now. The powerhouse of these comps just makes it so attacking-sided strong. But we have seen plenty of examples of teams really work with the defense, and I just think that both sides are maybe just lacking on that aggression. Certainly, like, bottom side of the map, both teams really haven't pushed B main with Utel, with stuns, fought for that space. Simon Duck's gonna do exactly that, and he does have the support of Badiji as well. This is a complete clear-up.
Yeah, finally something going right for Dynasty from the get-go. This time having guns, it just allows them with a set play to get ahead. You know, on Fracture on the defensive side, you need to be taking up space. This is exactly what they do. Alorante left alone, and he might just have a chance. But if it wasn't for Waddle and Tag in the back line, those chances would have been a lot more. Double digits for Dynasty, finally having a say on the defensive.
Broke the streak. They started off well with a showstopper. I was very worried here for Simon Dark, but luckily he has that support by G right behind. Yeah, just held in position.
I have the spike.
Like Simon Dark, yeah, goes down, but the operator was picked up. It's given straight over to him, so he still has it. There's still plenty of nice things for FOKUS to be working with. Ultimates they have available. Ultimates are about to have available.
Good combos as well. Simon Dark, aggressive. He doesn't connect the first shot, allowing Hoodie to get the pickup now. FOKUS can just break through. I think they're going to try and use the pacing of all this. They've already broken into tower. They've managed to walk outside of the smoke and created some opening for themselves. Dynasty got a little bit caught off by guard here, but you also do have Tag approaching your boy Lewis, not able to get the pickup. Meaning that FOKUS, they're in pole position in this round. And they're mad that Dynasty got the round before.
Aiden fighting back a bit though. 3 versus 5. Starting to work out and just not using this showstopper as a way of entry. It might just be to stall time. Might not even be needed this round full stop. And yeah, just immediately Baddy G scarpering. These guns being saved for Dynasty. And FOKUS just bringing this map on for a little bit longer.
Player standing.
Just 2 rounds of difference. And to think that this half started with a 9-3. If Simon Dark would have connected that shot, I think the crosshair did connect, but I think he was slightly moving, so the inaccuracy was there, so it didn't just gonna go right.
I think so too. But it's also like you just made that play, right? You just fought from tower aggressively. There's 3 other areas of the map that you can do stuff in. That's FOKUS winning around without having to dedicate one of their big ultimates, so they still have 4 handy. Dynasty calling their second and final timeout before FOKUS used their second and final timeout. Was 9-3, now 8-10. I think both teams, no matter what, looking to just get some more defensive reps in and find success. This isn't a map that's going out of the pool. That's Bind and that's Abyss.
I think what's worrying for Dynasty was the fact that I remember when you said prior to this round, FOKUS already had some ultimates set up. They had a showstopper, they had a rolling thunder. They didn't have to use any of that to win the previous round. So so now it's just kind of reinforced with extra pieces now. Orbital Strike, Steel Garden. It's not getting any easier.
Salvo's coming through. Simon Dark getting some good information. No operator this time. The money's just not good enough for it. Half armor are plenty. And no operators. I'm not used to it really, with both teams wanting to run it in attack and defense. But plenty at FOKUS's disposal. That's the main thing.
Both drones exchanged, rolling thunder used early. Orbital Strike as well. Waddle needs to escape. It does escape just in time. And to make matters worse for FOKUS, it's Simon Dark that gets the pickup. Rolling thunder right back at them. Caden running forwards. So is Simon Dark, but Hoodie is able to avoid it and end up getting a pickup as well. It's absurd. This is crazy. And Mystic has found a gap from the aftershock, so he just keeps the pace going.
Dynasty managed to back out completely, so all of these areas need to be cleared by FOKUS. They have 30 seconds left. 3 versus 4 on site, trying to clear sand as much as they possibly can. And it is just the tail of Waddle on site. Brimstone's position here for Baddy G is also really good. It's whether it gets cleared.
These smokes are also complicating the affair. 13 seconds, Hoodie's able to break in. They might just have an opportunity here. Zuts through the wall. Okay, that actually creates a bigger chance of FOKUS. But Tag can't hold his line either. FOKUS, a complete robbery. They were down a player, but don't lose a single one throughout the latter take.
Lewis might have got away with it, just hopping right over Wardle. Wardle? That's not a player that's in the server. I'm way too tired. TSM Wardle is suddenly involved. Don't think so. Wardle.
Waddle.
Why has Zus not used his ult? Is this like some sort of like pacifist run?
I mean, they already used 2 ults the previous round. Maybe felt like it wasn't really the need, holding it for the next one. Now there might be a good chance for him to do it, but again, the entry to the B site is handed up quite freely.
Completely free, and that's because Dynasty on this low buy have started to flank all the way across the map on the top, so no Vice utility is there to protect it. It's whether you expect it or not. Lewis is stuck. Gets wallbanged of all things by the Marshal. It wasn't even a nade that got the confirmation at the end. There's the ult.
Yeah. And it's found its mark as well. Kaden is just covered with pain. Tucked to bed with a blanket of it.
One enemy remaining.
FOKUS have tied us up here, score-wise. This is insane.
Right? I think they heard you. I think they heard the criticism. Wait, Ryan's having a go at us for letting a few things go. Okay, we'll bring it back. We'll show him. We're going to go flawless in our group. Be proud of getting that first seed into the playoffs.
Bit of fight back at least for the team that we will be seeing more this tournament.
Right then, let's go kill them.
For Dynasty, it all could feel like a bit of a waste of time if they're not careful.
Locating targets.
Yeah, just playing for honors really, to not go out of this tournament 0-2. I don't think there's really anything disappointing about being 0-2 in a group with Team Liquid Academy and also FOKUS. I guess when you look at the players on this team, I guess they're expecting to be ascension shoo-ins each and every time.
Go ahead.
Still guarding you straight away. Armageddon as well. FOKUS determined to make this A site their own. Not taking any chances really. But it will be in charge of getting the spike down, getting him ever closer to picking up a rolling thunder as well. No, it only used just a couple of rounds ago. That's mad. So if he gets a kill here, that's a very real possibility that he will have it. Mystic on his way back ends up with one. Simon Dark throws in the show stuff. If he pulled the trick up against the smoke, he would have gotten one. Armageddon as well. Is that enough of a final for the show stuff to be used? Valorant gets a pickup. Does it give him a chance to pull the trigger? This is looking clean. This is looking very clean. And albeit Waddle getting a pickup by the end. Maybe 2, maybe even 3. I don't think this round will be going in Dynasty's way. Either way, you can count this one out. Waddle at least makes it look explosive and not that one-sided by the end, but it's FOKUS to snatch the lead right back from Dynasty's hands.
I cannot believe it. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, Pavlos, but I am completely beside myself. It's a good effort from FOKUS. Both teams, attacking side, comp playing well on the attacking side. Who knew? Beautiful shots though from Waddle. 14 and 11, really slowed down in comparison to Simon Dark, but still performing well. But this is pretty much the final gamble potentially for Dynasty. Glass cannon up for Simon Dark.
Waddle. Good stuff. If you carry this onwards, there might just be a chance here for Dynasty. Orbital strike dropping and FOKUS are able to just escape on time. Oh, the timing of it all. It's so damn close. But suddenly FOKUS find themselves pincered in. And they need to make some moves to break through. Mystic, does he kind of have the read of BaddyG's position? I don't think he does. Instead, I have a feeling they're just going to walk directly into Simon Darks' hands. Yep, that's what they're going to do. Nice shot connecting. That was the lowest player of the two, and he just keeps on going, takes another position after the other. And Dynasty are looking to square things up here as Mystic falls into the grip of BaddyG.
11-11. Close in this series. Makes you just want to see a little bit more of Dynasty, or if they take another swing at Team Liquid Academy, what they could have actually done. Didn't quite work on the day, but that gamble of the glass cannon up really was a major factor. And a lot of players actually surviving from Dynasty means that money is really now very nice. For FOKUS, the best bet is even if you lose this round, you still have good money to buy afterwards. It's whether you deal with Simon Dark or not, because this op is in the prime spot. He does fluff that first shot. He isn't traded.
No, and I think that's a good thing for him, because now he can reposition and be a little bit more safe. You already know there's something coming towards the A side. No, I don't think they do. Bit of a gamble taken up from Dynasty to leave. Oh, that's explosive. That is really feisty, and he just carries that through. 2 kills to his name, and he's completely made the spawn of the defenders treacherous territory. And now they know the B site's completely opened. They can just focus on planting it there, and the 12th round will surely be theirs.
Oh, Hoodie's going to hear all of this too. So he's holding on. Caden saving that final rifle. Probably wants to try and get the up for Simon Dark, but it is being nested on by Zus. He could pick it up for himself if he really wanted. I think this is just going to be FOKUS confirming 12. Dynasty, a 9-3 lead that they might have let squander. And it would be that bitter taste after a disappointing run for them, I think, this event. They were most likely hoping for a bit better performance-wise. They want to go 0-2. Maybe back to the drawing board. FOKUS somehow managed to get on match and series point first.
Remaining.
Well, this round could be everything. There's a lot of emphasis on it, and you can tell from FOKUS's timeout, they're playing this seriously. It's good reps, this. Good practice for playoffs. They just want to make sure they just cross this finish line. They've had a great streak of rounds, great success on this attack. But they know they left it close given the difference there was at the first half. Dynasty did end that one 9-3. So FOKUS cannot allow a third pickup for Dynasty. There are really not many situations for them to make mistakes. Not much margin for error. They've got to secure this, otherwise OT, and then the rounds become unpredictable.
And you look at the ults, even just for Zus, just 2 ult orbs away from a showstopper. Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike, surely there's an easy play that you can make. It's based on where Dynasty have been positioning themselves and playing. And I do think it's important to note that there was initial position set up for Dynasty, but after the timeout, there's now 4 over on that A side. The Vice swapping over very quickly, Brimstone heading over to B. Wasn't Dynasty's timeout that they called, but they got the read wrong. They're grouping up EMEA to try and push it. They might be able to get Valorant, but everybody else has gone in a different spot. He collapsed them!
He does, and it's crucial. His life does get traded, but FOKUS, and now moving in as a unit, even if BaddyG is able to trade his life, that's still a numbers advantage for FOKUS, but he doesn't even get the delicacy of doing so. Instantly, 4v2, double the amount of players available. Armageddon thrown in, Tag gets a kill out of his own. Suddenly, Waddle comes into the fight. It's a one-on-one, Mystic v Waddle. One that could decide overtime or the match and series win for FOKUS.
Pressure is more on Mystic. The ball's in his court to get the spike planted. A reset position for Wardle. He's going completely underground. And Mystic's planted for the direction that he's going in. Don't know if Mystic's going to expect this.
Oh, he's not looking. Waddle's going to get a free piece here and overtime on the cards. This is crazy. Dynasty able to draw it back in the final moment. FOKUS not allowed to run away with a reverse sweep just yet.
Of course, the series that at this point means quite literally nothing goes to overtime. Of course. It really is just the reps really for FOKUS as they're going into the tournament. And Dynasty taking the lessons learned here into the next stage. But even then, that has the asterisks and caveats attached that some of the characters in the server right now are going to be nerfed. So it's not going to be played in this style again. So it is just for fun. What else are we supposed to be doing on a Wednesday night? I mean, these guys play to perform too. Any official experience they'll take. But it's just an odd environment, I guess. Timeout for Dynasty to try and get things started.
Yeah, it's interesting to me what type of approach they'll look to take here. I think the attacking side, I don't just think it, it's evident from the stats, right? The attacking side has clearly favored both teams. They've really enjoyed that side of the map more, find it easier to make work.
No charges.
It just feels like the team that ends up with a defensive round win first might just have the chance to close this one out.
There. Launching thorns.
So, eyes on FOKUS here to see if they can, because that will put them on match point again.
Free on the side of the A site. Sus leaning towards where that direction is happening. He doesn't know it yet, but he's got the breach done. It's very similar to what the pistol was for FOKUS on this defense right at the start of the map. But it is going to be fought back. All of the players minus the Vice for Dynasty up on the high ground.
Dynasty, Density, Desire. All possible names for the 3 letters on our screens, but it's FOKUS. That is the one. First,
right. Fine.
Bloods? What? Huh? Re-roll the tape. I don't want to see the next round. I just want to see a replay of what that was. Huh?
Subway Surfer Wardle headshot. Keep calling Wardle. It's Destiny Wardle. Oh, this is driving me mad. The series is killing me, Bablos.
Oh, let's see who's able to kill who on this round, though, because Desire are hungry to keep things going. Batty G doubles up and instantly turns the tables around. Simon Dark in the middle of the site. We know how dangerous he can be in situations like these, and FOKUS have completely been denied entry. It feels like everybody knows where they're coming from. Starting to break through, Simon Dark will instantly reveal himself, and he'll be coming from the shadows. Sees the first barrel of a weapon, is able to swing by. Kaden also walks out, and it's Dynasty that are 1 round away from securing this map.
All right, let's see the Wardle play. All right, we got this. That's fine.
Sure, yeah, accuracy, yeah. That makes sense. Literally. Yeah. Literally. That's bizarre. But it's Badiji's double kill that actually turned the tides of that round. I feel like FOKUS otherwise would have had that round.
This is going to be a big fight for Dynasty. It's just more posture and utility, as is the case when you're running a breach and the Teo. I was going to say Treo, as in Danny Treo.
Oh, FOKUS. FOKUS! It's only FOKUS this round. Dynasty haven't been able to reply, give an answer. It's as if they've just sellotaped their mouths. Duct taped them. Simon Tark is really trying to make something out of the situation. Over times, it's so risky, so back and forth. You want to see if you can make your opponent shake, even on a 2v5. Stun out. One affected.
Retrieving flash.
But it just buys time, right? The spike has been down for quite a while now.
Not ready yet.
Dynasty required to go aggressive. Simon Dark, so damn accurate today, but can't quite connect the shot onto one. Still 2 remaining, and it's down to Tag. Won't check his right-hand side. This round's over, 13-13. Another round of overtime to decide this series.
Here we go again. Team's just too good at attacking. And my phone's just pinged to tell me it's bedtime. To get ready for bed. Not quite phone. Goes into like sleep mode at a certain time.
Do you have like a reminder, go to bed, turn your screen off?
No, it's like this is the sleep mode, so notifications stop coming through and stuff.
Ah, yeah, okay.
And it's like, you need to be up in 8 hours. And I'm like,
Extra long sleep tonight. Let's see how this one goes, though. It's not over. Stun, that's beautiful. Catches 3 players off guard, but it's still the guided salvage from your boy Lewis to do work. Look, if FOKUS can continue being on top here on the defensive side, this is a positive sign. Like we said, the defensive is where the teams have struggled, and this time FOKUS are on top. 2 remain here for Dynasty. What can they do?
nice to see the change with the op. Just wasn't pulling out as much as Simon Dark was. But it's a risk, right? In overtime, if you get the op, you don't have armor. The showstopper's going to be in hand, but it's not going to be used on where Simon Dark is. He should be spotted out. Be incredible if he manages a 1 versus 4 on 20 HP.
I mean, it'd be the only thing we haven't seen today, and I do enjoy a surprise. Simon Dark. His name's Simon, and it's probably dark.
30 seconds left.
Got a 4 in his name, and he needs 4 kills.
Well, there's 4 in the
Switching sides.
number of FOKUS' score, 14-13, and they were the first on the defensive to win something on OT. The attack has been simpler, more trivial for both sides. Is this where FOKUS secure it?
Honestly, Pavlos, I think by the time this is done, we'll be throwing to the pre-show for tomorrow.
We'll be throwing to the pre-show of the grand final. Like the rest of the teams have gone ahead and played the playoffs. Oh, Simon Dark gets a collateral operator shot. He just said, Zaz had way too much fun the previous round. I want some of that. Caden as well popping off. Yeah, Dynasty aren't handing this off so easy. They want it. They want it bad. It's becoming a grudge match here, right in it. There's too much on the line now.
Oh, just end the game. just flip a coin or something, please. Can we just not have like quick match? Just whoever won the first match wins. There you go.
Yeah, quick match, BO1. No, there's
This is the one round. I'm not saying we play another map, Pavlos.
Why not, dude?
Yeah, just put everybody on drift and just shoot each other for a bit. Decide it there.
My 30 seconds left.
Go on, Mystic.
I think you're asking a little bit too much of him, man. Like, I didn't address it because then that would have put pressure on his shoulders, but you just had to go and do it.
Switching sides. Overtime.
14-14. Operators per either side. And that's where teams started to find success on the defensive, right? The moment we start to see ops being picked up now on OT, that's when the difference has been made.
All right, 14-14. This is the game of all time. Guess it allows the players to pad the stats as well, because we know that like orgs are looking at these tournaments. Some of them might only just do the initial scouting of seeing, you know, stats on websites and stuff, right? Having a good result here won't necessarily be too shabby. I mean, both teams have played well. It has just been a game that hasn't really had much stakes attached to it since maybe like the 4th, 5th round of Haven.
Yeah, maybe. Good pick up onto tag as well from Hoodie. Doubles up this pickup he got earlier. Now, it's just all about sticking the landing.
It's been watched.
No! Oh no! Sus runs away in the wrong moment! Oh, that is just pure cinema! That is just pure cinema!
It's the opposite of pure cinema.
It's comedy, Ryan. It's comedy. Oh, Kaden and Waddle just casually walking on the zipline, just taking the zipline home, not knowing they just averted crisis. Oh my word. What if they just go ahead and win this now?
Spike planted.
Numbers advantage in favor of FOKUS. Never mind.
Yep. Not for long, right? Paint Chill's used here from Simon Duck, and he's got the perfect position to stop this defuse from happening. It's got to be so daunting to play up against his operator. How do you distract him? You don't have any flashes left. You've got the guided salvos, but then you need to figure out where's the best place to put them. Trying to take tower under your control seems to be the priority. Mystic able to do that now. Simon Duck, can you be found? Does hit the shot. Kaden as well. Mystic required to get a 1v2 here, but he's running out of time. Rolling Thunder is now available. Call this one off. FOKUS, albeit getting the first shot through. Being able to get the first 2 without being traded. Being up 5-3. Hand this one over. It's Dynasty now on match point, match and series point, and this could be the reverse if they can just win on the defense.
I mean, reverse sweep on this map. Won the first, lost the second. 9-3 down. Oh no, wait, I'm thinking of the wrong teams entirely. I am just absolutely losing my mind. Yeah, Dynasty could reverse sweep here. But they had the lead, and then they let it squander, and then they got it back. I mean, this timeout is just, okay, guys, go brush your teeth.
Yeah, get your PJs on. Or was that the previous timeout?
I don't know. I lost track. Day 64.
Either way, though, FOKUS, a lot of importance here. Focusing up for this final round. Well, supposedly final round. It might not be.
We've casted well over 100 rounds of Valorant today. They're bordering on 120, 130.
Okay.
I'm very glad that we have tomorrow off.
I'm very glad
this is my last day. I know you're back for the final 3 days, but I'd just be like, okay, here's the call time, and I'd be like, no. Thank you, bye. Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. Okay, let's see what FOKUS have cooked up here so far. Sticking to the south side of the map. Oh, taking the underpass approach. Dynasty. Bit aggro here. In the smoke, this could be dangerous. Us breaking through, and it's tagged to find the first headshot. They could just back out of this now, especially knowing that Dynasty are coming in from the other side, but they're doing the exact opposite. They're sticking by because they know they can just crunch into them. They will destroy them where they stand. This is clean. FOKUS took the timeout, but it's Dynasty to end up on top, a reverse sweep. They get away from Challengers EMEA with a win in their pockets.
It's over. We're free. And yeah, they actually go out of these groups, right? It was a brutal group overall. And Dynasty, they lose that series against Team Liquid Academy. They really just couldn't get it going. And here, the permutations meant that they would have had to have won this series by basically dropping 5 rounds total by being incredibly dominant. So yeah, I'm not going to keep us here any longer, but let's carry on. Send us out.
Well, I'm glad Dynasty were able to pick up a win by the end of this tournament for themselves. There's more to come, but I'm throwing this to the desk. Twiggy and MP, take it away. Is it over?
Wait. Huh? Finally.
Oh my god.
Oh.
What a game. That was so... there was so much action. I'm so, like... I was so invested in that. I'm so invested in that game.
Wow. I mean...
Congrats to Dynasty. Look, fair enough, man. Fair enough. You fought for it tooth and nail. I gotta give you props for that.
Absolutely. I mean, I would never guess Dynasty will come back in that situation. It was insane. I mean, OT in a match like this. Let's just say it was really good for Simon Dark. Getting those stats up. I think he popped off with like 32 kills or something like that. Hey, that's really good for the upcoming tournaments, for the teams that are gonna look for the off season. But honestly, I I think this was it was a tough day.
Yeah, tough day at the office for FOKUS. I mean, look, that's going to mar their entrance to the playoffs for sure. Look, I mean, whatever. They got to the playoffs. I'm sure they don't really care that much about losing that series, but they are the only team going into the playoffs that have lost a game so far. And not only that, but, you know, lost to a team that got almost rolled by Team Liquid Academy. So it's not a great look for them, but for Dynasty, I'm sure they're very happy with managing to get a win against DAC's #1 seed. That's a big look for them.
Absolutely. I think it's a question about like having your pride in your region and in your league, having the pride in your team as well. Obviously, that's one of the biggest things that you fight for. Yeah, you do want to get into Ascension, but you also want to have pride in your own league, which, well, let's just say Northeast, we didn't quite get there, so it was a tough situation for us
in the playoffs, so, you know.
Yeah. But I'm gonna be honest, I think that was a great match overall. The Fracture, that was an OT banger. It doesn't matter whether the game matters or not. I think all that it comes down to is that was an important game for Dynasty, important game to win and actually leave this first Challengers EMEA tournament with a win under the belt and go back to the region, have that glory from this tournament.
For sure. Take us through round 8, because I don't think we need to keep anybody here any longer.
Yeah, I mean, this was a brilliant round for Dynasty. All we have to take a look at is on the map. Tag lurking around B main. I think this was one of the best rounds throughout the whole map here. Dynasty, amazing performance on this attacking side. And look at the discipline Tag has. First contact that he hears, he goes swinging wide. Doesn't want to miss that first contact. Doesn't want to get caught off guard. And not only Tag wins this round with the lurk, he gets 3 ultimates off as well. Hoodie, Sus, Mystic, all using the ultimates. Those are win conditions for the upcoming rounds, and I think that was why Dynasty was able to win this map, why they were able to bring it to OT. Perfect performance from Dak. We praise Simon Dark a lot, but there's 5 players in that team, and I think all of them were brilliant today.
For sure. All right. I don't think we need to, you know, mince words too much more. Let's give the praises once again to Dynasty. Congratulations on that one. Let's take a look at the teams that have qualified for the playoffs, which will be up tomorrow. These 4 teams are going on through. That is mandatory from Group A. That's France's #2 seed. The 2 Turkish teams in BBL Pacific and Eternal Fire have made it through from Group B and Group C. And finally, didn't really need to play the game today past the first map, but FOKUS have qualified past Group D here from DAC. So congratulations to those 4 teams. They're going to be playing for the next 4 days in the playoffs. As we can see here, the bracket's already ready for us. It's going to be FOKUS versus Eternal Fire, which honestly, I think might be the most difficult match from what we've seen from Eternal Fire.
Yeah, for sure. I think FOKUS is a really, really good team. Honestly, I think Dynasty gave them a tough matchup today. But FOKUS, I do think they have a lot left in them, especially in that Eternal Fire matchup. I'm gonna throw this Twiggy to you. What team is gonna win this? What team is gonna go through all the way in the playoffs?
From what I've seen, I think I'm gonna go with Eternal Fire. I know that's wild considering BBL Pacific are in it, but from what I've seen so far, Eternal Fire were on fire. And maybe part of that is that they were in a group with Job Life that, you know, couldn't put a round together to save their lives, but I don't know, they looked really good to me. I liked what I saw from Eternal Fire. Obviously, I do think it's going to be a Turkish team no matter what. I'm going to be completely real with you. I think it's very likely, as Hazza says in chat now, to be an all-Turkish final, in fact. Because, yeah, I really don't see it being any other way. I do hope that we get some good games, however, out of Focus and Mandatory. They are two talented teams, and they do deserve to get their reps in the playoffs. But either way, let's wrap this show up. It's been great having you guys here. It all continues tomorrow. I'll be there tomorrow hosting. You'll be there tomorrow, I'm pretty sure, with me. So keep up to date on the socials. You can see all the clips from today. You can see everything that you might have missed for the stream if you were here all day. Anything you missed from our stream if you were on the other stream all day. But that's it. We're all done. We're all done with the group stage. Finally, it's all over. And, I mean, we can run onto the pitch. We can celebrate. Thank you guys for watching so much. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I'll see you tomorrow.
It might get hot and start dripping on you. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. That's facts. Spent a bag on the whip, parked in valet. Just took another trip, skipped a drive, called my pilot, then jet down to LA. Yeah, tell me, who you know like this? Let the beat bang, turned off the light switch. I was in the VIP and met a spicy mamacita. Took her ass straight to Costa Rica. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. That's facts. Step back, homie, don't let this freezer go dripping. Cause these jewels might mess around and flood the whole kitchen. Took a bit to get it, was on a mission. And now it's platinum plaques, back to back. I spent a couple mil, you spent a whole rack. Bought the block just to give it back. Remember I was moving rocks, now I spit crack. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on that's fast. I'm too cold for you. Diamond straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice, homie.
Yeah, motivated on focus. Came a long way.